Chapter 1486, Look for Someone. Chapter 1486, Look for Someone. There was a huge threshold between universe God in the third heaven and real God. Unlike leveling up to universe God in the second heaven from the first heaven, when the time came, it'd happen when one passed the God's test. There were many universe gods in the third heaven in eternal chaotic world. Even in a smaller world, they could give birth to universe God in third heaven and more than one of them. However, real gods, compared to universe gods, there were much lesser real gods. Countless universe gods would stop at the level of universe gods in the third heaven for their entire life. Under such conditions, it was normal that the number of disciples of lineage of star who were universe gods in the third heaven would be more than universe gods in the first and second heaven. Because there are too many disciples who are universe gods in the third heaven, the fight is the most vigorous, especially to fight for the quota as disciples of Star Palace, Ling Feibai explained. Then, among the disciples of lineage of star who are universe gods in the third heaven, the top two are listed in universe god ranking list. Besides the two of them, the others who are close to having fighting power like one on the universe god ranking list, and even those who have fighting power like one on the universe god ranking list, are almost a dozen of them. The duration that I've been a universe god in the third heaven is too short. In terms of power, I might not be in the top 20 among the disciples. You mean, when the fight for the quota as disciple of Star Palace starts, I might not be able to retain my position as a disciple of Star Palace? Jian Wushuang was quiet. Ling Feibai was a genius through and through. However, it was a short time since he had broken through and become a universe god in the third heaven. His power had yet to increase to its extreme limit. He still couldn't fight against the genius disciples who had been trapped at the level of universe god in the third heaven for many years. With your gifted talent, even if you became an ordinary disciple, when the next fight comes, you can easily take it back, no? Jian Wushuang smiled. That's true, Ling Feibai nodded with confidence. All right, I shall leave first. I have business to attend to. Ling Feibai left very quickly. Jian Wushuang continued to walk forward, but his facial expression grew strange. Battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace. If Ling Feibai didn't remind me, I would have forgotten about it. However, with my current power, I might play the bully if I were to participate the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace. Jian Wushuang laughed from the bottom of his heart. For 1,000 years ago, when he had first passed his inverse cultivation test in the second heaven and comprehended a slight bit of power of reincarnation, he had fought against an expert on universe god ranking list, Zhao Han. Back then, his fighting power wasn't much weaker than Zhao Han's. Then, after he went through 4,000 years of training in Sky Sword Prison, his power had increased tremendously. Previously, Hall Master Yuan never once see him when he launched his full power. He merely heard about him killing 10 real gods in Sky Sword Prison and determined that he possessed the fighting power of the top 30 on Universe God ranking list. One should know that the two most outstanding people from the disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven, their ranking on Universe God ranking list was not in the top 40s. Hence, neither were Jian Wushuang's match. Hence, Jian Wushuang felt like a bully to participate the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace with the other universe gods in the third heaven. The current me, in lineage of star, or even 10 cultivation sanctuaries, already stands steadily on my feet. Plus, I have many resources to hand. I can go and do that now. Jian Wushuang's eyes gave out a gleam. Vientiane Tower, also known for covering all manifestations of the universe. Its force covered every single corner of 10 cultivation sanctuaries. In the secret room of Vientiane Tower on Starland, Jian Wushuang sat in his crimson robe with a sword on his back. There was tea served before him too. I wonder what Vientiane Tower can do for you. A purple-haired elderly stood before Jian Wushuang with a smile. I want you, Vientiane Tower, to look for someone for me, Jian Wushuang said. Look for someone? The purple-haired elderly was surprised. I know Vientiane Tower does all kinds of deals. Looking for someone should be one of the deals, right? Jian Wushuang lifted his head to look at the purple-haired elderly. Of course. In Vientiane Tower, As long as you can afford to pay, there's nothing Vientiane Tower cannot do for you. The purple-haired elderly smiled faintly and then asked, I wonder what's the name of the person you're looking for and where is he from? Her name is Lung Rushue, or maybe Lung Rushuang. She's a lady from Snow Kingdom, an ordinary eternal world. She only arrived in eternal chaotic world in the past recent 10,000 years, Jian Wushuang said. The level of her power? The purple-haired elderly asked. I don't know, Jian Wushuang shook his head. Maybe a universe god. Also, she may have broken through and became real god. You don't know the level of her power? The purple-haired elderly thought and continued to ask, do you know the person's other characteristics? And, she's an inborn sinner, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. What? The purple-haired man's face changed and immediately creased his eyebrows. Why? Is there a problem? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, a little, the purple-haired elderly nodded. You should know that inborn sinners represent calamity. The experts in eternal chaotic world deep-seated hatred against inborn sinners, not much better than Holocaust sect. Hence, as long as the inborn sinners aren't stupid, they will intentionally hide their identity and they will keep a low profile. They won't even use their name. Hence, it'll be rather difficult for us to look for them. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. He knew what the purple-haired elderly said was true. After Long Rushue left Green Fire World, theoretically, she should first depart to Dayu World. However, when Jian Wushuang was wandering in Dayu World, he once requested for the overlord of Dayu World, Dayu Palace and Scarlet Island to search for Long Rushues carefully. However, after the search, there found no trace. Over the years, he had been looking for ways to find Long Rushue's whereabouts, but he had achieved nothing. He knew that it wasn't easy to look for Long Rushue. Hence, he had came to Vientiane Tower. In the entire eternal chaotic world, he reckoned that only Vientiane Tower had the ability to look for Long Rushue for him. Vientiane Tower is also known to be formidable. No matter how well she is hidden, you should be able to find her. Jian Wushuang stared at the purple-haired elderly as he spoke. That's true. The purple-haired elderly smiled, however, to find a person who has tried all ways to hide her identity in the boundless eternal chaotic world, and without the knowledge of the inborn sinner's power level, it is really not easy. Hence, the payment required is extremely expensive. How much? Jian Wushuang asked coldly. 1 billion chaos gems. Vientiane Tower can guarantee that we will find Long Rushue's whereabouts in 10,000 years' time. The purple-haired elderly said with full confidence. 10,000 years? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. 10,000 years is a little too long. Chapter 1487, The Fight for Prestige. Chapter 1487, The Fight for Prestige. Jian Wushuang was not too concerned with 1,000 million chaos gems. What he was concerned about was time. After all, his wife had been completely suppressed by Long Rushue. Moreover, it had been a very long time since Long Rushue left the Green Fire World. In that period of time, he had absolutely no idea how Long Rushuang was doing. Did her circumstances become worse? Jian Wushuang was as anxious as a burning fire. Naturally, it was better for Long Rushue to be found as early as possible. 10,000 years is already considered short, the purple-haired old man said. All of a sudden, his expression changed. By the way, do you have a picture of Long Rushue, or portrait-related items? I have her portrait, Jian Wushuang nodded his head. He would naturally have a portrait of his own wife. Even if he didn't, he could rely on his own memory and draw one on the spot. After receiving the portrait, the purple-haired old man swept his eyes past it. Afterward, he revealed a smile. What a great beauty! In the whole eternal chaotic world, there are not many people with such good looks. This makes it easier for us to find her. How about this? The cost will remain unchanged at 1,000 million chaos gems. My Vientiane Tower will do our best to give you an answer within 3,000 years. 3,000 years? Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. No problem. This is the 300 million chaos gem deposit. When there is news, I will give you the remaining amount. All right, The purple-haired old man accepted the Chaos Gem heartily. Jian Wushuang left his own transmission token behind and left. Inside a pub, Jian Wushuang sat on a side desk and drank wine by himself. Shuanger, an extremely beautiful figure that could move people, appeared in Jian Wushuang's mind. 3,000 years. No matter where you are, I will definitely find you. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly, and his eyes glowed brilliantly. Lung Rushuang was his wife, as well as the love of his life. Jian Wushuang. A message was sent over abruptly. Hall Master Yuan, Jian Wushuang replied immediately. Where are you? Are you within the lineage of Star? Hall Master Yuan questioned. Nope, but I am about to go back now, Jian Wushuang said. Don't return first. I need your help for a small matter, Hall Master Yuan said. Oh. Jian Wushuang revealed a surprised expression. This is what happened, Hall Master Yuan spoke. Within our starland, there is a weak, small sect known as Green Lightning Sect. The Green Lightning Sect is under the charge of the lineage of Star. Not long ago, Green Lightning Sect and its opponent Seven Planet Sect agreed on a duel between their disciples. Naturally, this duel concerned the benefits the sects would get respectively. Hence, both sides had a tacit agreement to invite experts from the outside. Naturally, the Green Lightning Sect requested the aid of the lineage of Star at once. The lineage of Star had never declined before, and we sent a Star Palace disciple over. Initially, with a Star Palace disciple who is a universe god of the third heaven, it would be easy to help the Green Lightning Sect win the duel. However, the Green Lightning Sect lost the duel. Oh! Jian Wushuang shuddered. All of the Star Palace disciples were geniuses among geniuses. A Star Palace disciple who was a universe god of the third heaven should have fighting capabilities nearing that of the universe gods on the universe god ranking list. However, the universe god of the third heaven had actually lost to a disciple of the seven-planet sect. Could it be that the seven-planet palace invited an expert from the universe god ranking list? Jian Wushuang questioned. It would be good if the seven-planet palace invited an expert from the universe god ranking list. After all the experts in the universe god ranking list were extremely famous, and they would be recognized straight away. The lineage of Star and the Green Lightning Sect would be able to take precautions. However, the main point is that the person whom the seven-planet palace invited is a universe god that has never been heard of before. His name is Ling Dan. Before this, Ling Dan did not have any reputation. However, he is extremely powerful, Hall Master Yuan said. When that duel began, one of the deacons was present. The deacon believed that although the universe god whom the seven-planet palace invited had no reputation, looking at his abilities, he could be ranked within the universe god ranking list. Moreover, he might be in the top 50, or even the top 40. Jian Wushuang became stupefied at once. Top 40 of the universe god ranking list. The two most outstanding Star Palace disciples of the lineage of Star were unable to rank in the top 40 of the universe god ranking list. The disciple of our lineage of Star was defeated in that duel. Moreover, the defeat was extremely tragic. Initially, this was nothing. However, the key point was that during the duel between Ling Dan and the disciple of the Star Palace, Ling Dan used every possible means to humiliate the disciple. Moreover, he spoke of the Star Palace and lineage of Star many times. After that duel ended, he also mentioned that he would stay within the seven-planet palace for this period of time and wait for the lineage of Star to send an even more outstanding student to fight him. Moreover, this was said in front of many cultivators. What do you think he is trying to do? Hall Master Yuan questioned. That is very simple. He wishes to use our Star Palace disciples as a stepping stone and make a name for himself in the eternal chaotic world so that he can get into the universe god ranking list, Jian Wushuang replied. That's right, Hall Master Yuan laughed. He wishes to make a name for himself by using the Star Palace disciples as a whetstone. How can my lineage of Star allow that? If he really gets his way with it, would our lineage of Star still have face? Understood. You wish for me to go to the Green Lightning Sect and defeat that Ling Dan head-on? Jian Wushuang giggled. That's right. Ling Dan's strength is very impressive. Among the Star Palace disciples, You should be the only one with the power to defeat him, Hall Master Yuan spoke. Moreover, letting you take action is not merely for the lineage of Star's face. It is also for yourself. You already have the fighting capabilities to be in the Universe God ranking list. However, within the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, you remained silent and unknown. This is the opportunity for you to prove yourself. I do not wish to prove myself. Being unknown to public might not be bad, Jian Wushuang said. If you were an expert by yourself, it would be fine even if you didn't have a reputation. However, you are a disciple of the lineage of Star. Since the lineage of Star has such a splendid disciple, how can we not let the people know about it? Hall Master Yuan said. At the end of the day, isn't it for prestige? Jian Wushuang said. Since you understand, all is well. Stop with the unnecessary complaints, please go. After finished talking, Hall Master Yuan terminated the transmission. Jian Wushuang, do you feel that you have no choice? Although you are unwilling to make a reputation for yourself, the lineage of Star has forced you to do so. The King of Venomous Worm's voice, which was filled with interest, echoed in Jian Wushuang's head. Actually, this is very normal. To a sect, especially a great force like the lineage of Star, there is no longer any huge benefit to fight for. Hence, they can only fight for prestige. By having a very powerful disciple under them, it is beneficial to the lineage of Star in terms of recruiting other exceptional disciples or in terms of other areas. I know, Jian Wushuang nodded his head. As he knew the thought process of the highest administration of the lineage of Star, such as Hall Master Yuan, he could understand. Since Hall Master Yuan has given an order personally, I shall make a trip to the Green Lightning sect. At the same time, I will fight for the lineage of Star's prestige. Jian Wushuang moved his body immediately. Chapter 1488, Jian Wushuang's Arrival. Chapter 1488, Jian Wushuang's Arrival. Green Lightning Sect, in a lofty palace. There were two figures sitting together. One was an elegant man with long purple hair, while the other was an old lady in black robe. Elder Qiu, is there any update from Hall Master Yuan? The elegant man with long purple hair asked. Yes, the old lady in black robe answered. Hall Master Yuan has already arranged for his disciple to come over. Do you know who the disciple is? The elegant man with long purple hair asked. No idea. The lady in black robe shook her head. However, with Ling Dan's ability, among disciples of lineage of Star, there should only be the two strongest, Long Ye and Xian Yi, who are qualified to fight against him. Hall Master Yuan should have sent one of the two. I hope the one who came is Senior Long Ye. He's number 51 on Universe God ranking list. If he were to take action personally, he could definitely defeat Ling Dan, the elegant man with long purple hair said. The old lady in a black robe creased her eyebrows slightly when she heard that. She was the deacon elderly from lineage of Star. She watched the fight between the elegant man with long purple hair and Ling Dan clearly. She was the one who had determined that Xian Yi had the fighting power of one on the top 40 on Universe God ranking list. From his point of view, even if Long Ye were to fight Ling Dan, he would be out of the running. I wonder where did Ling Dan popped out of. I've never heard of him previously. However, he is so strong. The elegant man with long purple hair clenched his fists. He had fought with Ling Dan, but he was heavily defeated. There are countless experts in Eternal Chaotic World, and there are many geniuses that aren't famous but very strong. Ling Dan is just one of them. However, Ling Dan has the guts. How dare he use the disciple of Star Palace as his stepping stone? The old lady in a black robe had rage in her eyes. She really wanted to kill Ling Dan personally. Just you wait. When Hall Master Yuan was talking to me earlier, he sounded rather at ease. He should have a solution for this, the old lady in black robe said. In a few days' time. He's here. The old lady in a black robe and the elegant man with long purple hair who were waiting in the palace stood up simultaneously. They already sensed the existence of the disciple's token on the figure outside of Green Lightning sect. It is the disciple token of Disciple of Star Palace. It is definitely Senior Longya, the elegant man with long purple hair exclaimed in surprise. Let's go. Let's go and greet him. The old lady in black robe revealed a smile. The two of them immediately got up and came outside of Green Lightning sect very soon. From afar, they saw a figure in a crimson robe who stood calmly in the void. Not Senior Longya? The elegant man with long purple hair creased his eyebrows. When the two of them got closer, they finally get to see the face of the figure in a crimson robe. Jian Wushuang. The elegant man with long purple hair couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It's him? The old lady in black robe was extremely shocked. They originally thought it would be the strongest among disciples of Star Palace, who was also the 51st on Universe God ranking list, Longya. Even if it wasn't, it should be Xian Yi, who was 82nd on Universe God ranking list. But in the end, it was one who had no fame at all in 10 cultivation sanctuaries, one who was never listed on Universe God ranking list, one who had broken through and become Universe God in the third heaven. It was Jian Wushuang. Swoosh, swoosh. The old lady in a black robe and the elegant man with long purple hair appeared before Jian Wushuang. Elder Qiu, Senior Hu Feng, Jian Wushuang greeted them. He knew both of them. Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan sent you? The old lady in a black robe, Elder Qiu asked. Yes, Jian Wushuang smiled as he nodded. Just you alone? Senior Longya or Senior Xian Yi isn't here together? The elegant man with long purple hair, Hu Feng, asked in a deep voice. Just me alone. Jian Wushuang was still smiling. Hall Master Yuan is joking, right? Hu Feng's face grew grave. Ling Dan is so powerful and he could definitely be listed on Universe God ranking list. He might even be quite high up in Universe God ranking list. If I am not his match, you have no chance, Jian Wushuang. Since when did Hall Master Yuan not worry much about Lineage of Star's reputation? Senior Hu Feng, Jian Wushuang's face grew dim and unhappy. Hall Master Yuan is one of the 3 Hall Masters in Lineage of Star. How could he not bother about Lineage of Star's reputation? As he sent me, he naturally has his own intentions. What intentions? Could it be that you could really defeat Ling Dan? Forget about Ling Dan. I'm afraid you won't even stand a chance against me. Hu Feng stared at Jian Wushuang. How will you know if you don't try? Jian Wushuang stole a glance at Hu Feng. All right, Elder Qiu finally spoke. I believe in Hall Master Yuan. However, Ling Dan is really strong. From what I can see, he could be listed in the top 40 on Universe God ranking list. Jian Wushuang, are you really confident? Yeah, Jian Wushuang nodded. That's great. We'll look for Ling Dan now. How about that? Elder Qiu said. Okay, Jian Wushuang immediately agreed. Immediately, Elder Qiu brought Jian Wushuang towards where Ling Dan was. As for Hu Feng, although he didn't believe that Jian Wushuang could fight evenly with Ling Dan, he followed as well. Heavenly Fire Summit, where Green Lightning sect fought against the disciple of 7 Planet Palace. After Ling Dan defeated Hu Feng, he stayed back at Heavenly Fire Summit and waited for the other disciples of Lineage of Star to come forth. When Jian Wushuang came near to Heavenly Fire Summit, his soul power instantly sensed the existence of countless cultivators' aura. The number of cultivators gathered around Heavenly Fire Summit just then was definitely more than 1 million people. Why are there so many people? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. A bunch of people are here to enjoy the excitement. They came because Ling Dan intentionally spread news to attract them, Elder Qiu said. Because he attracted a large crowd. We of Lineage of Star didn't dare to flagrantly take action. Otherwise, Ling Dan would have died over and over again. However, he wouldn't be happy for too long. When this is solved, Lineage of Star will keep watch of him. We will kill him with our own hands once we get the chance to. Hearing that, Jian Wushuang complimented in silence. He could feel the murderous intentions of Elder Qiu. Merely to gain fame and be listed on Universe God ranking list, he could have challenged whichever experts on Universe God ranking list. Of all things, he decided to tease Lineage of Star and provoke us flagrantly. This Ling Dan is so irrational. Or maybe, His provocation isn't simply just to gain fame? Jian Wushuang muttered. Who knows? Elder Chiu pouted. Regardless, let's go and meet him. With a smile on his face, Jian Wushuang's figure plunged towards Heavenly Fire Summit. Lingdan. A low bellow was heard from Jian Wushuang, and it reverberated through the universe. Chapter 1489, Lingdan. Chapter 1489, Lingdan. Inside a cave that had been opened temporarily in the Heavenly Fire Summit, two shadows sat upright in front of a long, narrow table. They were chatting and drinking wine. If nothing goes wrong, the disciple that the lineage of Star has sent should be arriving soon. A young man whose face emitted a slightly evil aura chuckled. This evil man was Lingdan. Mr. Lingdan, the lineage of Star contains countless geniuses. They even have 2 experts in the Universe God ranking list. Are you sure that you can take them on? A bald-headed old man beside Lingdan frowned. He was the master of the 7-planet sect. However, at that moment, he felt restless. After all, Lingdan stayed on purely because he was willing to do so, and it had nothing to do with the 7-planet palace. Even in that duel between the 7-planet palace and Green Lightning sect previously, it was Lingdan who had invited himself in. He said that he would fight for the 7-planet palace, and he would do so for no cost. At that moment, the 7-planet palace master felt extremely suspicious. However, when he thought about the benefits, he gave the green light. However, he had never thought that Lingdan would actually provoke the lineage of Star after the duel. They were in the Starland, and the lineage of Star was the overlord. Who would be able to live a good life after offending the lineage of Star? However, things had already become as such. Even if the 7-planet palace master were to regret it, it was too late. The lineage of Star contains countless geniuses? Lingdan laughed loudly. The lineage of Star contains many geniuses. However, in this generation, there isn't a genius who is very exceptional. Moreover, only 2 of them managed to make it into the Universe God ranking list. For the 2 of them, one of them ranked 51st on the Universe God ranking list while the other ranked 82nd. Hence, I do not think anything of them. In other words, among the disciples of the lineage of Star of the current moment, there is no one who can fight against me. That is what you think. However, that is the lineage of Star. Mr. Lingdan, now you actually wish to use the lineage of Star as a stepping stone to build your reputation. This would offend the lineage of Star greatly, and after that, the 7-planet palace master did not manage to finish his speech. After that? We shall talk about what happens after that another time, Lingdan grinned. On the surface, Lingdan looked as if he did not care. However, he knew everything clearly from the bottom of his heart. According to that great person's agreement, as long as I can make the lineage of Star lose their prestige and use my own abilities to make it into the Universe God ranking list, he will agree to take me on as his disciple. Lingdan's eyes were glowing brilliantly. He is an expert in the real God ranking list. Moreover, he is an extraordinary existence that is in the top 5 of the real God ranking list and is almost able to compete with an almighty. If I could be under the supervision of such an expert, how lucky would that be? Now, the opportunity is right in front of me. Even though there is some risk involved, how is it significant? The lineage of Star was one of the overloads of the Purple Moon Sanctuary. Hence, they were definitely one of the great forces in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. However, the lineage of Star also had its own enemies. Among the enemies, one of them was a real god who was so frightening that he could get into the top 5 of the real god ranking list. Lingdan had seen the real god before and even had an agreement with him. As such, he did not hesitate to spend a great amount of energy and use the duel between the disciples of 7-planet palace and the Green Lightning sect as an opportunity to provoke the lineage of Star. In other people's eyes, they thought of him as an idiot who aspired to be famous and only wished to use the Star Palace disciples of the lineage of Star as a stepping stone. Just look on. I will definitely get myself accepted by that great person. Lingdan clenched his fists tightly and felt extremely eager. At that moment, Lingdan, a shout resounded across the universe and naturally, it also traveled to the inside of the cave. They have come. Ling Dan stood up, and he wore an icy cold smile. He moved his body at once, and he appeared outside the cave. As for the seven-planet palace master, he was frowning. He then gave a sigh and followed after Ling Dan. The vast sky stood Jian Wushuang with a cold expression. At the same time, many cultivators had also appeared by the side of the heavenly fire summit. The cultivators were all looking at Jian Wushuang and talking to one another. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Looks like he is also a disciple of the lineage of Star. The people with the rights to challenge Ling Dan should only be Long Ya and Xian Yi, the two experts in the universe God ranking list. However, this person in front of us is obviously not either of them. Amidst the talking voices, a fluttering light was shot onto the heavenly fire summit. A loud, hearty laugh reverberated across the universe at the same time. Haha, they have finally come. I thought that the disciples of the lineage of Star were a bunch of cowards. It was obvious that this voice was filled with disdain. Ling Dan's body also appeared in the void, and he was standing in front of Jian Wushuang. Oh, as Ling Dan looked at Jian Wushuang, he raised his eyebrow. I have seen the portraits of Long Ya and Xian Yi before. You are not them. Senior Long Ya and Xian Yi are busy with their work. Hence, do you think they have the time to fight with you? Jian Wushuang chuckled. Moreover, not just any average guy can pick a fight with the both of them randomly. Oh. Ling Dan's gaze turned cold and he laughed indifferently. You have a sharp tongue. Tell me, who are you? Jian Wushuang of the Star Palace. Jian Wushuang said magnanimously. Jian Wushuang? I've never heard of this name before. Ling Dan shook his head. However, since you are a Star Palace disciple, you should be capable. Go ahead and make your move. As you wish. Jian Wushuang raised the corners of his mouth slightly. His blood mountain sword had already appeared in his hands, and remarkable sword essence rose slowly. Swish. As soon as Jian Wushuang moved his body, 9 shadows appeared at the same time. At the next moment, he had already appeared beside Ling Dan. Yes, this speed and martial art motion are both not too bad. Ling Dan chuckled and he remained unconcerned. A large hammer could be seen appearing in his right hand, and he swung it with a swing of his hand. Although the swing looked random, it contained an extremely shocking strength. In the places that the big hammer passed through, the air rumbled. Jian Wushuang's body stretched and became a huge bow. As for the blood mountain sword, it became an arrow and shot forward abruptly. Clang! With a loud sound, the quake caused by the collision of great strengths caused Ling Dan's body to shake, and he could not help but retreat a step. Ling Dan raised his head with surprise. He then realized that Jian Wushuang had already turned his body around, and a bright sword light appeared with a whistle. 10,000 shadows. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless sword lights appeared and headed toward Ling Dan. Every sword light was extremely fast, and its power was shocking. Ling Dan's expression changed, and he immediately swung his big hammer to block crazily. This resulted in heavy collision sounds one after another. At that moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed. Go down. Swish. A scarlet sword light which looked like a crimson lightning in the sky was unleashed. Real God's unique skill. Crimson light. The crimson lightning pierced the big hammer and struck Ling Dan's body. Puff! Ling Dan spit out a huge mouthful of blood straight away, and he retreated pathetically. Chapter 1490, Defeat. Chapter 1490, Defeat. The originally noisy voice suddenly turned deadly quiet. It was dead silent. There were more than 1 million cultivators spectating Heavenly Fire Summit. Every one of them was surprised at the sight. How could he? Hu Feng stood there with his eyes wide opened. As for Ling Dan himself, he was dumbfounded too. 3 moves. From when Jian Wushuang had started taking action until then, he had only made 3 moves. In a short time, like the blink of an eye, Ling Dan spurted blood and retreated. What did it mean? Ling Dan, you lost. Jian Wushuang held his sword with one hand as he towered in the void, and he looked at Ling Dan. Lost? What kind of joke is that? I was merely careless, and you seized the opportunity. You think you're stronger than I am? That's a joke. Ling Dan's face was distorted in agony, and his gaze towards Jian Wushuang was cold. As he bellowed, there was a terrifying aura that his body gave out. Jian Wushuang, die. Ling Dan's figure turned illusionary as he took action again. This time, his action brought about a terrifying murderous intention, just like a furious beast with raging anger. Jian Wushuang's face grew cold as he saw the sight. Ling Dan was already defeated, but he didn't accept failure. He wanted to fight again. Humph! A cold harumph, and Jian Wushuang took a step forward. The moment he took a step, Blood Mountain sword in his hand, led an imposing sword intention and suddenly swung out. Ninth Heaven Stroke. Hong! A boundless sword intention soared out of Ninth Heaven, and a huge, towering sword shadow suddenly appeared in the void out of nowhere. The sword shadow brought along sword intention. Just like Nemesis' sword, it struck at Ling Dan like lightning. At the same time, the secret skill from the blood feather reincarnation armor that Jian Wushuang was wearing was triggered, and Jian Wushuang's power was instantly pushed to a brand new, explosive level. Earlier, when Jian Wushuang had been fighting against Ling Dan, he didn't trigger the secret skill of blood feather reincarnation armor. But then, bang! A low thud, and in the instance, the surrounding void shattered into pieces from the force. A terrifying divine power storm swept out. From such divine power storm, a crimson figure that was covered in fresh blood suddenly plunged out. Everyone could see clearly that the explosion was from Ling Dan. Then, Ling Dan's aura was extremely weak, and he was just like a dead dog when he was slammed back at Heavenly Fire Summit. Rumble. Heavenly Fire Summit was instantly pierced while Ling Dan fell under a ruin. He didn't move an inch, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. In the middle of the battlefield, the divine power storm gradually dispersed and revealed Jian Wushuang's figure. Such an idiot. Jian Wushuang glared at the ruin where Ling Dan was as his anger soared to the air. It was deadly quiet in Heavenly Fire Summit, dead silent. If they were to say that Jian Wushuang had severely injured Ling Dan 3 moves earlier, it might be Ling Dan who was careless. But then, merely with one stroke, Ling Dan had obviously gone all out. However, with one stroke, no one knew if he was dead or alive. He was in an even more pathetic state than before. What was going on? The people on the scene were not fools. They could see clearly. One stroke and he defeated Ling Dan? This Jian Wushuang is so strong. The funniest part is that Ling Dan regarded himself as infallible. He said that he was careless, but now he has been defeated by one stroke. Too strong. This Jian Wushuang is too strong. Countless exclamation was heard in the air. The millions of cultivators surrounding Heavenly Fire Summit were in unprecedented shock. Hu Feng, who was not far behind Jian Wushuang, had his eyes wide opened. He couldn't believe the sight before him. While Elder Chiu, who was next to Hu Feng, clenched her fists tight as her eyes beamed with joy. In the universe, everyone's focus was on Jian Wushuang. Right then, Jian Wushuang's figure suddenly became illusionary. When he reappeared, he was already before 7-Planet Palace Master. 7-Planet Palace Master. A bright, loud voice was heard from Jian Wushuang, and it reverberated through the entire void. 7-Planet Palace Master is definitely involved in this. So fight. Jian Wushuang pointed at 7-Planet Palace Master with his sword. Suddenly, the entire universe was in shock. This Jian Wushuang challenged 7-Planet Palace Master after he had defeated Ling Dan. 7-Planet Palace Master. He is a true real god expert. This Jian Wushuang, he wants to challenge real god? Stunned. Everyone was stunned. 7-Planet Palace Master was stunned on the spot too. 7-Planet Palace Master stuttered, and he then explained, Jian Wushuang, this is a misunderstanding. Our 7-Planet Palace never once thought of provoking Lineage of Star, nor do we have the guts or capability to do so. You save your bullshit to explain yourself to the higher-ups in Lineage of Star. Now, you have 2 options before you. Either you give your all and defeat me or I'll kill you and exterminate 7-Planet Palace. You can make your own decision." Jian Wushuang sounded cold. On the way there, Jian Wushuang had thought clearly. He fought to save Lineage of Star's reputation. However, Hall Master Yuan also told him to display his power. As he had already decided to display his power, he might as well make a scene. So what if he defeated Ling Dan? His goal was 7-Planet Palace Master. He wanted to challenge a real god. Hearing what Jian Wushuang had said, the 7-Planet Palace Master's face grew grave. 7-Planet Palace Master, as you're not moving, I will not be courteous, Jian Wushuang said, and his figure immediately turned illusionary. Wow! A sword shadow suddenly wreaked havoc next to 7-Planet Palace Master and slashed towards 7-Planet Palace Master's head. 7-Planet Palace Master's face changed, and he moved backwards to dodge the sword light. Then, Jian Wushuang dashed forward and lifted the tip of Blood Mountain sword in his hand. In the void before him, there were 3 crimson snowflakes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 sword lights aimed in between 7-Planet Palace Master's eyebrows, throat, and his heart at the same time. Every angle was extremely critical. 7-Planet Palace Master moved his body and made a narrow escape from the 3 sword lights. 7-Planet Palace Master, why aren't you moving? Jian Wushuang wielded his sword again as he roared. If you do not try your best to kill me, I will kill you without hesitation. You have no choice. Jian Wushuang's roar reverberated in 7-Planet Palace Master's ears, and his face grew grave. Then, there was madness that flashed through his eyes. Rumble. Boundless aura that only a real god expert could give out exploded from 7-Planet Palace Master's body. 7-Planet Palace Master finally wanted to fight back. Looking at the scene, Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened. Chapter 1491. Fighting a Real God. Chapter 1491. Fighting a Real God. A real god. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly, and his eyes glowed with excitement. He had fought with real gods before. Moreover, 10 of them had fallen by his hands. However, the real gods were those within the Sky Sword prison. Hence, their divine power was restricted to a great extent, and they were unable to display the true abilities of a real god. But at that very moment, the 7-Planet Palace Master in front of him was not under any restrictions. It would be the real fighting capabilities of a real god. Jian Wushuang also wished to experience exactly how strong a genuine real god was. Let's fight. With a shout, Jian Wushuang's figure changed magically and 9 shadows appeared immediately. The 9 shadows plunged across the void with amazing speed and appeared beside the 7-Planet Palace Master. At the same time, they also swung their swords. Crimson lightning came forth at once. Real God's unique skill, Crimson Light. The 7-Planet Palace Master's eyes squinted slightly. A great amount of divine power moved about and became a thick layer of black light on his body. The black light was like black armor which covered the 7-Planet Palace Master's body completely. At the same time, a black long gun appeared on the 7-Planet Palace Master's hands. By cocking the gun and exerting strength upon it, the 7-Planet Master shot the black light directly. Boom! It was as if the universe around the area was affected by the black long gun, and a giant, jaw-dropping black vortex appeared abruptly. The 7-Planet Palace Master also used the unique skill of a real god. Moreover, he had also unleashed his full abilities. Go head-to-head. A head-on confrontation. Bam! The pitch-black long gun and the crimson lightning clashed, and the space broke into pieces. The terrifying divine power then became shockwaves which swept past all areas in a frenzy. This was due to the head-on collision which generated reverse shockwaves, and they headed toward Jian Wushuang and the 7-Planet Palace Master at the same time. Jian Wushuang's body shook, and he resisted the reverse shockwave easily. What? The 7-Planet Palace Master's expression changed. At that moment, he could not help but retreat a step. It was this retreated step that caused the power of the 7-Planet Palace Master's long gun to be utterly defeated. He is merely a universe god. In a head-to-head battle with one another, he is actually stronger than me? The seven-planet palace master raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang with shock. He did not know that Jian Wushuang was a universe god of the second heaven. However, due to his inverse cultivation, his divine power had already achieved the peak of a universe god of the third heaven. Moreover, he also possessed the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. By activating the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor, the power that he had released was not very different from a normal real god. The most important thing was still his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine. His comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine had already reached the stage where he could clear the first level of the Doctrine Palace. But what about the seven-planet palace master? He belonged to real gods of the lowest end, and he had never comprehended even a small portion of power of the heaven way before. With the amplification by the reincarnation power, the full power that Jian Wushuang had released was a tad stronger than the seven-planet palace master. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang grinned. His Blood Mountain sword followed along the pitch-black long gun of the seven-planet palace master. By slanting his sword slightly, he struck the seven-planet palace master's hands like lightning. The seven-planet palace master was so astonished that he shuddered. Although he wanted to retreat, with a random stride of Jian Wushuang, he appeared in front of the seven-planet palace master. This martial art motion, the seven-planet palace master was astounded. Jian Wushuang had already launched his next attack. His body had changed into a sharp sword. His body served as the back of the sword, whilst the Blood Mountain sword served as the edge of the sword. Whoosh! With a simple front pounce, the sword light came forth like the sharp claws of a ferocious beast. Clang! The seven-planet palace master swung his gun continuously to block with difficulty. However, Jian Wushuang turned his body nimbly, and the long sword headed straight for the seven-planet palace master's head. Clang! 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 Intense sounds of collision resounded across the void. Jian Wushuang had either changed into a sharp sword or a ferocious beast. By combining his transformation with the secret skill Flowing Light Phantom, he displayed his ability to fight in close combat. It must be known that he had used a few thousand years to hone his close combat abilities in the Sky Sword Prison. Moreover, he could still combine it with the Flowing Light Phantom, a secret skill of the martial art motion. By using them together, it could be said to be stunning. Too fast. His speed is too fast. His sword principles are also fast. One stroke after another, continuous and unending. This does not give me any opportunity at all. Moreover, his body is abnormal. A real god like me actually cannot find an opportunity to counterattack. The seven-planet palace master's face was filled with fright. He had already displayed the strongest abilities that he had as a real god. His divine power and unique skill, as well as his gun motion, had been unleashed thoroughly. In spite of that, he was still being pushed back by Jian Wushuang. Yes, he was being pushed back. Moreover, he was pushed back in all areas. The seven-planet palace master retreated continuously whilst being pushed back, and he was in an extremely difficult position, to the point that he did not have any chance to counterattack. On the sidelines of the Heavenly Fire Summit, millions of cultivators were looking at the fighting scene with awe. A universe god was fighting with a real god. However, the result was a one-sided match with the real god being pushed back. How is this possible? The seven-planet palace master was infuriated by Jian Wushuang's crazy suppression. With a furious howl, the black armor that the seven-planet palace master wore grew abruptly. In no time, it had transformed into a black, giant exotic beast. The black exotic beast had 3 heads, and it was extremely hideous. The seven-planet palace master's eyes turned completely back. The long gun in his hands was brimming with appalling power, and he cocked the gun. Dark heavenly song. Boom! The whole universe turned completely black. Not even the slightest bit of light could be seen. The long gun that had been cocked abruptly became the only focal point of the universe. It was extraordinarily powerful and earth-shaking. Haha, bring it on. Jian Wushuang laughed loudly, and an enormous amount of soul power erupted, forming a giant golden divine ape. As soon as the golden divine ape appeared, it roared fiercely. The giant long sword in its hands followed Jian Wushuang's movement and was swung abruptly at that very moment. Among the three real gods' unique skills that Jian Wushuang created, the skill with the greatest power, Ninth Heaven Stroke, a nemesis sword which carried supreme sword essence, descended again. The nemesis sword and the black long gun clashed. Boom! The universe shook. The minds of everyone by the sidelines of the battlefield could not help but ring with the terrifying sound. After the sound had disappeared, the seven-planet palace master gave a groan and some blood came out of the corners of his mouth. He retreated in an extremely sorry state. As for Jian Wushuang, although he had experienced an extremely strong shockwave, the shockwave was weakened by his blood feather reincarnation armor. By the time it reached his body, it was unable to affect him at all. He still stood firmly in the void and did not move. His aura remained tremendous, and it did not look like it had weakened. The seven-planet palace master had lost the battle. Chapter 1492. His name is well known in the universe. Chapter 1492. His name is well known in the universe. Lost? Seven-planet palace master, a real god, lost? More than 1 million cultivators at the scene were dumbfounded by the outcome. When Jian Wushuang defeated Ling Dan with one stroke, they were already astonished. But then, Jian Wushuang had defeated a real god directly, a true real god. Top 20. Fighting power of a top 20 on Universe God ranking list. Definitely do. Only experts in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list have the power to fight against a real god face-to-face and be at an advantage, and even defeat a real god. This Jian Wushuang turns out to be a super genius that is qualified to be listed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. He's a superb expert. Everyone at the scene, there was a commotion stirred in the bottom of their heart. Universe God ranking list was full of experts. However, to be listed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list, every one of them were monstrous monsters. Such a monster, they didn't normally get a chance to witness. But then, the cultivators on the spot saw him and witnessed the battle of a rising monstrous expert. They saw Jian Wushuang's thundering manner and how he had defeated Ling Dan with their own eyes. They also witnessed how he had defeated the real god expert, seven-planet palace master. They could only imagine Jian Wushuang's name would definitely be famous all across 10 cultivation sanctuaries and across the entire eternal chaotic world. In the void, Jian Wushuang stood coldly and Blood Mountain sword was sheathed in his scabbard. His gaze was cold as he glanced at Seven-Planet Palace Master from afar and said, "Seven-Planet Palace Master, this is a lesson for you. If there is a next time, you'll suffer Lineage of Star's true rage. The dignity of Lineage of Star definitely isn't something that anyone could provoke." Jian Wushuang's voice reverberated in the universe and didn't disperse until much later. Seven-Planet Palace Master forcefully recovered the churning vital energy and blood in his body and stole a glance at Jian Wushuang. He heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had lost to Jian Wushuang before everyone, and he had been discredited, the incident came to an end regardless. At least, Lineage of Star wouldn't find trouble with him in the future. Discrediting in exchange of Seven-Planet Palace. In exchange for his life, Seven-Planet Palace Master was grateful for Jian Wushuang. Seven-Planet Palace Master immediately bowed politely before Jian Wushuang to show his respect. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly at his action and didn't bother with Seven-Planet Palace Master, but walked towards Elder Qiu and Hu Feng. "Elder Qiu, it has been done. I shall return." Jian Wushuang stood before Elder Qiu. Elder Qiu nodded, his gaze full of admiration. Then, Jian Wushuang immediately left without giving a second look to the surrounding spectators. At the end, Jian Wushuang took another look at Hu Feng. Hu Feng was still in amazement. Until Jian Wushuang had walked far away, he finally came back to reality. He said in surprise, "Elder Qiu, Jian Wushuang." "No, Senior Jian Wushuang, how can he be that strong?" Lineage of Star. One speaks with his power. They were both disciples of Star Palace. Jin Wushuang's power was obviously not something he could compare to favorably. He naturally had to refer him as Senior Jin Wushuang. Strong? Why didn't you look up to him earlier then? You even commented that he wasn't your match. Why? Your attitude has changed entirely, Elder Chiu said playfully. Elder Chiu, don't tease me. How should I know? Senior Jin Wushuang broke through and became Universe God in the third heaven not too long ago. Plus, he isn't famous at all, but he is so strong. I reckon even Elder Chiu didn't expect it yourself, right? Hu Feng said. Previously, he had really held Jin Wushuang in contempt. However, he had his reasons. After all, Jin Wushuang really did have too short of a time for growth. Forget about him. Among disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven in lineage of Star, he reckoned not many would be bothered about Jin Wushuang's power. That's true, Elder Chiu nodded. She admitted that although she believed in Hall Master Yuan's arrangement, she was in doubt of Jin Wushuang's power. Until then, she had only understood when Jin Wushuang revealed his true power. Oh yeah, how's Ling Dan? Is he dead? Elder Chiu looked down into the ruin that Heavenly Fire Summit had become. Long Dan was still in the ruin, not knowing if he was alive or dead. Humph, he had the guts to provoke Lineage of Star. Who cares if he's alive or dead? Hu Feng smirked coldly, but Senior Jin Wushuang is really amazing. He defeated Hu Feng with one stroke and defeated a real god head-on, a true real god. If not mistaken, with Senior Jin Wushuang's power, he is already qualified to be listed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. Elder Chiu smiled and replied, on Universe God ranking list, only geniuses in the top 20 are capable of defeating a real god. When Jin Wushuang was fighting against 7-Planet Palace Master earlier, he was on the winning side the whole time. With such power, he definitely can be listed in the top 20. Vientiane Tower should receive the news very soon. Then, they'll amend the ranking on Universe God ranking list. This young man will also be well known in the universe. Fame was based on absolutely compelling battle achievements. Just like 4,000 years ago in the Boundless Void, when Jin Wushuang had met Zhao Han and they had had a vigorous fight. Not many people saw the fight, and the fight was too close to call. Those who watched the battle couldn't determine if Zhao Han had used all his power too. Hence, even if the news traveled, no one could determine if Jin Wushuang possessed the fighting power of one on Universe God ranking list, let alone putting Jin Wushuang on Universe God ranking list after the battle. That was why Jin Wushuang still wasn't famous after the battle. However, it was different then. Then, there were 1,000,000 cultivators. Before 1,000,000 pairs of eyes, Jin Wushuang defeated Ling Dan with one stroke, and he was also on a winning streak and had defeated 7-Planet Palace Master who was a real god. Everyone approved of Jin Wushuang's battle achievements, and his power naturally could be determined. Just as Elder Chiu had said, on the day Jin Wushuang defeated 7-Planet Palace Master, Vientiane Tower received the news and there were even images of the battle. Vientiane Tower covered all manifestations of the universe. It held an extremely special position in 10 cultivation sanctuaries. The Universe God ranking list and Real God ranking list were created by Vientiane Tower. Then, after they had obtained the image of Jin Wushuang in the battle, the higher-ups in Vientiane Tower watched carefully and determined that Jin Wushuang really did possess the fighting power of one in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. Hence, very soon, a brand new Universe God ranking list appeared. The brand new Universe God ranking list listed Jin Wushuang as the 20th member. Along with the announcement of the brand new Universe God ranking list, Jin Wushuang's name spread across every single corner of 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Jin Wushuang became truly well known in the universe because of this. Chapter 1493, Number 20 of the Universe God ranking list. Chapter 1493, Number 20 of the Universe God ranking list. Inside a cave created by special gems in the lineage of Star. Hall Master Yuan and the 10 deacons of the lineage of Star had gathered together. Everyone, this is the most updated Universe God ranking list by the Vientiane Tower. Please take a look. Hall Master Yuan smiled and passed down a ranking list. The deacons looked through the ranking list. After some time, they focused their attention on the name in the 20th position of the Universe God ranking list. Jian Wushuang is ranked 20 on the Universe God ranking list. Jian Wushuang? That little kid in our lineage of star? Number 20. How can this be? After the deacons had seen the rankings, none of them were able to remain calm. Jian Wushuang. During the previous battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace, we saw him display his outstanding talent among the disciples who were universe gods of the second heaven. After he made a breakthrough and became a universe god of the third heaven later on, we thought that he would still need a period of time before he could get into the universe god ranking list. But now, in less than 5,000 years, he got into the universe god ranking list. Moreover, he got into the 20th place straight away. According to our information, Jian Wushuang defeated the 7-planet Palace Master. We know that although the 7-planet Palace Master belonged to the lowest end of the real gods, he was still a genuine real god. Haha, top 20 of the universe god ranking list. How long has it been since a genius disciple who could get into the top 20 of the universe god ranking list appeared in the lineage of Star? The previous appearance of such a disciple was 3 million years ago. When Elder Wu was still a universe god, he got into the top 20 of the universe god ranking list before. I remember that Elder Wu was ranked 19th back then, one rank above Jian Wushuang now. That Elder Wu remained universe god of the third heaven for a total of 300,000 years. Moreover, it was only because of him obtaining many opportunities and treasures that he got into the 19th position of the universe god ranking list. However, how long has it been since Jian Wushuang made a breakthrough to the universe god of the third heaven? Comparing talent, it is obvious that he is more talented than Elder Wu. This little kid has an unimaginable future. Many deacons were gasping with admiration, and the whole cave was filled with delighted laughter and cheerful voices. As for Hall Master Yuan, who was the leader, he was also over the moon. Previously, he knew that Jian Wushuang had killed 10 real gods in the Sky Sword prison and thought that Jian Wushuang had fighting capabilities to get into the top 30 of the universe god ranking list. However, looking at it then, Jian Wushuang was obviously stronger than he had thought. It is rare for such a genius to appear in the lineage of Star. This is great news. However, keep in mind that we must always protect Jian Wushuang. After all, although the 10 cultivation sanctuaries at moment look peaceful, they have actually been doing something behind the scenes. The lineage of Star also has some dangerous enemies. Hence, there is no guarantee that they will not lay their hands on the geniuses of our lineage of Star and, naturally, Jian Wushuang will be the first to be affected, Hall Master Yuan warned. Naturally, all the deacons present nodded their heads in succession. The lineage of Star had always paid great attention to their disciples, especially the most outstanding Star Palace disciples. Hence, there should be no problem in terms of protection. By the way, Jian Wushuang himself might not even know the news about him making into the 20th position of the universe god ranking list. Let me send him a message. Hall Master Yuan chuckled and sent this piece of news to Jian Wushuang, who had just returned to the lineage of Star. Inside a secret room in the Sword Star, the complete list of the universe god ranking list was floating in front of Jian Wushuang. In particular, he was looking at his own introduction. Jian Wushuang. In the Heavenly Sky Summit, he defeated Ling Dan, who was ranked 39th on the universe god ranking list, with one stroke. Afterwards, he had an intense battle with the 7-planet Palace Master, a real god expert. He pushed back the 7-planet Palace Master throughout the whole battle and finally defeated him in the end. Such powerful abilities have allowed him to get into the top 20 of the universe god ranking list. However, as he has never fought with the other top 20 experts, he will be ranked in the 20th position in the universe god ranking list temporarily. Ranked 20th temporarily? Jian Wushuang felt strange. Jian Wushuang, with the abilities that you displayed, you should be able to get into the 16th or 17th position of universe god ranking list. However, you have never fought with an expert in the 16th and 17th position. In addition, the Vientiane Tower has always been conservative when it comes to the ranking of the universe god ranking list. Hence, they only placed you at the 20th position. After all, If they had placed you in the 16th or 17th place based on your fighting results, they would be unable to get the trust of everyone. However, by placing you at the 20th position, no one will say anything. As for the temporary part, the Vientiane Tower probably hope that you will come across experts that are of a higher rank and, after going through a fight, they will raise your ranking. The king of venomous worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's head. I see, Jian Wushuang understood. Back then, when he had fought with the seven-planet palace master, he had more or less used his full power. Although he still had trump cards remaining, there were not many of them. If he had shown all his trump cards, there might be a chance that his fighting capabilities would bring him into the top 15 of the Universe God ranking list. However, top 15 was his limit. He still lacked the power to get into the top 10. According to the information on the Universe God ranking list, the top 10 experts of the list have accomplished the feat of killing a real god. Jian Wushuang clicked his tongue. He had also killed real gods. However, the real gods that he had killed were those whose divine power was restricted, and they were unable to display their full prowess. Hence, it was different. As for the real gods that the experts in the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list had killed, all of them were able to release their power to its full extent. However, they were still killed in the end. Therefore, it could be seen how frightening the 10 people in the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list were. The Universe God ranking list had also named them the 10 monsters. Compared to the 10 monsters in the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list, I am still quite a distance away right now. Moreover, I am merely a universe god of the second heaven. There is still room for my abilities to rise, Jian Wushuang laughed. He was extremely confident in his own abilities. The Jian Wushuang of the very moment was under the restriction of being a universe god of the second heaven. Hence, his unique skills could no longer be improved. Otherwise, he might be able to compete with the 10 monsters. Moreover, as soon as he got past the third heaven's inverse cultivation test and become a real universe god of the third heaven, he would be able to go against the 10 monsters easily. My journey is still long. Let me continue to train. Jian Wushuang giggled and put the universe god ranking list away. As for that Lingdan, previously, after taking one stroke of Jian Wushuang's, he was seriously wounded. However, he did not die. Due to the fact that he had fought a few times previously, the audience took note of him. The experts of the Vientiane Tower also felt that Lingdan had the fighting capabilities to get into the top 40s of the Universe God ranking list. Hence, he was ranked 39th. For the next period of time, be it the lineage of Star or the movements in the outside world as a result of getting news about Jian Wushuang did not bother about them. He stayed on the sword star to meditate in seclusion so that he could train. In the blink of an eye, another 400 years passed. The battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace in the lineage of Star had arrived. Chapter 1494, not in the least bit suspenseful. Chapter 1494, not in the least bit suspenseful. The battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace was held at Titanic Star located in the middle of the Milky Way. The rules of the battle were the same as they had been previously. It was segregated into two parts. The first part was to go through Supreme Tower. The second part was to fight rotation battle. It first began with the disciples who were universe gods in the first heaven. Lineage of Star, where many geniuses gathered. The battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace among disciples who were universe gods in the first and second heaven went extremely ferociously. It lasted for more than half a day's time until it ended. Then, it was finally the disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven. Walala! There was a large number of figures that appeared on Titanic Star. In Lineage of Star, disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven were obviously many more compared to universe gods in the first and second heaven. Among the disciples, there was one who was extremely conspicuous. It was Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. That senior Jian Wushuang. The superb existence of a top 20 member of the Universe God ranking list. Outside of Titanic Star, many universe gods in the first heaven and second heaven looked over at Jian Wushuang in admiration and reverence. While surrounding Jian Wushuang, The disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven were staring at Jin Wushuang. Hu Feng, when Jin Wushuang fought against Ling Dan and Seven-Planet Palace Master, you were there too. Is he really strong enough to deserve being placed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list? A brawny man in red armor asked. The brawny man was the one who was previously in the first place among disciples in lineage of Star, Longya. He was also an expert on Universe God ranking list, and at number 51, he was widely recognized as the top member in lineage of Star. However, due to the rise of Jin Wushuang, the top place in lineage of Star had naturally fallen to Jin Wushuang. How can I put this? Senior Jin Wushuang should be even stronger than his given ranking on Universe God ranking list, Hu Feng said solemnly. I watched the fight between Senior Jin Wushuang and Seven-Planet Palace Master with my own eyes. He, who is just a Universe God, cornered Seven-Planet Palace Master and caused him to be in a fix. He forced Seven-Planet Palace Master to perform his strongest unique skill. Even so, he was defeated by Senior Jin Wushuang head-on. If it wasn't for the fact that Senior Jin Wushuang has never fought against the top 20 geniuses on Universe God ranking list, he could even be on the 16th or 17th on Universe God ranking list. That amazing? Longya and Xianyi next to him exchanged a look, and both shook their heads in silence. Jin Wushuang only broke through and became a Universe God in the third heaven for less than 5,000 years, and he has already become this strong. In the future, he definitely has extremely great room for improvement. Who knows, he might stand a chance to stand side by side with the 10 monsters. Longya complimented. It's really possible. At least, he isn't someone both of us could match evenly, Xianyi agreed. The two of them were experts on Universe God ranking list too. However, they well understood the difference in the rankings of Universe God ranking list. The top 10, top 20 and those below rank 30 were three entirely different tiers. Jin Wushuang. Someone called. The elegant-looking Ling Feibai walked before Jin Wushuang. You amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. I asked you if you were confident about the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace previously, and you told me you were sort of confident. But in the end, you gained fame in one battle and got listed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. Ling Feibai complimented as he sighed emotionally in his head. When he heard the news previously about Jin Wushuang being listed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list, he had got a shock. One should know that he had fought against Jin Wushuang during the last battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace. Then, both of them had broken through and became Universe God in the third heaven. Ling Feibai thought that although Jin Wushuang would become stronger, he thought the distance between them wouldn't be so vast. But who knew that Jin Wushuang would amaze the world with his great achievements? Ling Feibai, I finally understand your feelings when you participated the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace 5,000 years ago, Jin Wushuang joked. Ling Feibai raised his eyebrows and teased. How is it? A great feeling, huh? SOSO, Jin Wushuang shrugged. In the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace 5,000 years ago, out of disciples who were Universe God in the third heaven, Ling Feibai was widely recognized as the number one. His power made the rest of the disciples who were Universe Gods in the second heaven hopeless. They didn't blindly strive to keep up with Ling Feibai. Things was lonely at the top back then. But Jin Wushuang was at the same state as Ling Feibai then. Compared to the other disciples who were Universe God in the third heaven around him, he was at a totally different level. No one had the intention to compete with him. Even Longya and Xianyi had no intention to contest and see who was better. To me, the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace is meaningless. It'd be best if it ends sooner, Jin Wushuang thought to himself. Very soon, the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace for disciples who were Universe God in the third heaven started. The disciples took turns to enter Supreme Tower, and Jin Wushuang naturally went in too. In the end, Jin Wushuang stayed in Supreme Tower for a total of 103 breaths before he came out. Compared to Longya, who was second, he had stayed for 40 extra breaths. There's a difference of 40 breaths. The distance is too vast. Longya shook his head in silence. Hall Master Yuan outside of Titanic Star in Milky Way, and the other deacon elderlies saw the scene of Jian Wushuang going through Supreme Tower clearly. They were all astonished by the sight. This Jian Wushuang is impressive when it comes to close combat. Yes, not only that, his techniques are very amazing. Most importantly, his comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine is too high. If I'm not mistaken, his comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine should already be able to pass through the first level of Doctrine Palace. He's really amazing. After passing through Supreme Tower, it was followed by Rotation Battle. The Rotation Battle ended in merely 4 hours. Jian Wushuang naturally won 9 out of 9 battles and took first place. No one was shocked by the result. Everything was natural, not in the least bit suspenseful. In the cave dwelling, Jian Wushuang stood before Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang, according to the rules and lineage of Star, those who performed outstandingly in the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace will receive an extra bonus. During the previous battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace, I gave you the exquisite mirror as a reward to help you pass through the second inverse cultivation test. This time, your reward is a month's cultivation time in Real God Hall. What do you think? Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang. Sure, Jian Wushuang nodded without hesitation. A chance to cultivate in Real God Hall was hard to come by in Lineage of Star. Previously, when I completed the Ultimate Disciple task, I received 3 months cultivation time in Real God Hall. In addition to this 1 month's time, I have a total of 4 months. It is not a short time at all. Maybe I can head to a Real God Hall for cultivation. Jian Wushuang was beaming with joy. After he left Hall Master Yuan's, Jian Wushuang came to Real God Hall directly. The deacon elderly guarding Real God Hall had already received Hall Master Yuan's message and knew that Jian Wushuang would be qualified to enter Real God Hall for cultivation. He naturally didn't stop Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1495, The Mysterious White Fruit. Chapter 1495, The Mysterious White Fruit. Jian Wushuang was sitting with his legs crossed in the vast Heavenway River in the Real God Hall. He could feel that his surroundings were filled with a tremendous amount of the power of Heavenway. The Supreme Four Doctrine and the 9 Heaven God Doctrine were all within the Heavenway River. Previously, I only stayed at the Real God Hall for a month, and I comprehended a portion of the reincarnation power. Hence, my abilities skyrocketed. This time round, I have 4 months, which is a lot more time. In these 4 months, I cannot even waste a second. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing brilliantly. He closed his eyes soon after and began his comprehension with great concentration. During his comprehension, time passed by. The eternal chaotic world was boundless and had no limits. Hence, it contained all kinds of wonderful things. Within this far-reaching land, an extremely valuable treasure was hidden. The Red Dragon Sanctuary of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. There was a vast sea with waves surging forward with great momentum. This sea was a big, perilous place in the Red Dragon Sanctuary, and it was known as the Wind-Fire Sea. The Wind-Fire Sea was extremely dangerous, and even the sea water was dyed the color of blood. At that moment, within a normal island that no one was aware of in the middle of the Wind-Fire Sea, boom! A piercing voice burst forth fiercely, and the whole island shook violently, as if the universe was shaking. Under the tremendous shaking, whiz, 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 3 shadows plunged out from the deepest part of the island, and it was only until they were in the void millions of miles away from the island that they stopped. Among the 3 of them, there were 2 men and 1 woman. At that very moment, they were puffing and panting. At the same time, they were also looking in the direction of the island with an extremely horrified look. Too frightening. That place is too frightening. Among the 3 of them, the red-clothed woman, who was the only woman, muttered. 3rd sibling, 5th sibling, and the 6th sibling have died. Only the 3 of us walked out alive. The slim, bald young man clenched both his fists tightly. His face was filled with sorrow. This is all my fault. I underestimated how dangerous that place was. Previously, I thought that was only a cave left behind by a normal expert, but who could expect that, among the 3 of them, the old man, who was the leader of the group, was wearing silver armor, and he had the ghastliest expression. Both the red-clothed woman and the bald young man looked at the silver-armored old man. However, they could only shake their heads. They knew that this matter was decided by the three of them, and it was not the idea of the silver-armored old man alone. Since things have already become as such, there is no use regretting it. Second brother, didn't you get a fruit just now? Take it out and let us have a look, the red-clothed woman said. The bald young man's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, he took out a sweet-smelling white fruit. The white fruit was extremely delicate and pure. It's this fruit that got the three of them killed. The bald young man stared at the white fruit and his eyes were glowing fiercely. We have never seen nor heard of this fruit before. However, I have a feeling that this fruit is special, the silver-armored old man said. I have this feeling as well, the red-clothed woman nodded her head as well. First brother, what do we do with this fruit? The bald young man looked toward the silver-armored old man. The silver-armored old man muttered to himself for some time and spoke after that. We have no idea what this fruit is, nor its uses. Hence, it would be a waste to keep it with us. Therefore, we should sell it to someone who knows about it. Someone who knows about this fruit? Both the red-clothed women and the bald young man each revealed a puzzled expression. The Vientiane Tower. The silver-armored old man's eyes were glowing brilliantly. In a secret room of the Vientiane Tower, the silver-armored old man took out the mysterious white fruit and handed it over to the branch owner of the Vientiane Tower for inspection. However, even the owner did not know about the background of the mysterious white fruit. My guests, please wait a moment. I will send the information of this fruit to the higher-ups, and the high-level experts of the Vientiane Tower will appraise the fruit personally, the branch owner of the Vientiane Tower said. Understood. The silver-armored old man pocketed the mysterious white fruit and waited at his position quietly. After an hour, the branch owner of the Vientiane Tower took out a token and broke it into pieces. Boom! A strong aura burst forth and became a big and dim shadow. Next, a pair of sharp eyes which could pierce through everything appeared. This is Tower Master Chi Fu of the Vientiane Tower, the second in charge of the Red Dragon Sanctuary? The branch owner himself who took out the token was surprised as well. The second in charge of the Red Dragon Sanctuary? Tower Master Chi Fu. He was an expert of the highest level of the Vientiane Tower, and his consciousness had actually come down personally. Greetings to Tower Master Chi Fu. The branch owner bowed and greeted him immediately. Where is that fruit? An extremely dignified voice could be heard from the enormous shadow. My lord, the fruit is with me. The silver-armored old man took out the mysterious white fruit, and his voice was very respectful. He could tell that the big shadow was a super expert who could shake the world. As expected, it's that fruit. When the big shadow saw that mysterious white fruit, his eyes glowed with a substance-like light immediately. After that, he shot a glance at the silver-armored old man and frowned. A universe god? Yes, the silver-armored old man felt a bit fearful. He was indeed a universe god. However, he was a universe god who stood at the peak of the third heaven. However, he was still very far away from the universe god ranking list. A mere universe god can actually find such a treasure? After muttering to himself for some time, the big shadow said with dignity, I will give you two choices now. Firstly, hand this fruit over to the Vientiane Tower. In addition, tell us everything you know about this fruit, including how and where you obtained it. After that, the Vientiane Tower will give you 200 million chaos gems. As for you, you must forget everything you know about this fruit from today onward. Secondly, the fruit will still remain in the Vientiane Tower, but you refuse to say anything. The Vientiane Tower will not blame you for that. However, after you leave, I guarantee you that countless experts from the 10 cultivation sanctuaries who stand at the top will think of all kinds of ways to find you and get you to spit out information of the fruit, even if they have to hack you into pieces. Among these two choices, pick one of them. My lord, I choose the first choice. The silver-armored old man picked the first choice without hesitation. He could also tell how important the fruit was. Hence, he would naturally not dare to withhold any information. Even though he knew that the fruit was extraordinarily valuable and it could not be compared to a mere 200 million chaos gems, he agreed without hesitation and dared not bargain at all. 200 million chaos gems is more than all the family keepsakes and valuables of a real god. For a universe god like me to obtain so many chaos gems is more than enough. If I were to ask for more, I would just be asking for death. The silver-armored old man was clear about this point. Speak. Chapter 1496, Emergency Summon. Chapter 1496, Emergency Summon. After he had shared everything he knew about the mysterious white fruit, the silver-armored old man took the 200 million chaos gems and left. After that, he and his two brothers found a concealed place to hide. For 100,000 years, they would be off the trail. In a lofty tower, Tower Master Chi Fu, who had only revealed his consciousness shadow in Vientiane Tower's sub-branch previously, was standing there in person. White blaze fruit. It's really white blaze fruit. According to what the universe god said earlier, the place where he got the white blaze fruit is most likely a cave dwelling that was left behind by an expert. There was light shimmering in Tower Master Chi Fu's eyes. He thought for a while, and he took out one token after another. Holy Emperor Juyu, weren't you looking for a white blaze fruit all this while? Vientiane Tower found one for you. Emperor Chi Yun, let me tell you good news. It's about white blaze fruit. Owner of Sky Sword Mountain, Tower Master Chi Fu sent out a dozen messages in a short while. The people that he sent messages to were all top experts on high positions in Eternal Chaotic World. For instance, Holy Emperor Juyu, Emperor Chi Yun, owner of Sky Sword Mountain. They were all almighties. After they received the messages, the dozens of almighties were all excited. The news has spread. Vientiane Tower has already received enough advantages. As for how the almighties want to fight for it, that is their concern. Tower Master Chi Fu smiled maliciously. Go ahead and fight. The fiercer the fight, the more ferocious the fight, the better. Vientiane Tower will be here watching all of you fight. Haha. In Lineage of Star, after the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace ended, Jian Wushuang entered Real God Hall to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 4 months' time flew past. The door of Real God Hall opened and Jian Wushuang walked out slowly. When he walked out of the Real God Hall, Jian Wushuang was obviously smiling and he was rather delighted. At first, during the time of comprehension of 4 months, I wanted to improve my comprehension level of reincarnation doctrine. Who would have guessed? I didn't improve much on reincarnation doctrine but achieved beginner level in space-time doctrine. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Back when he had entered Real God Hall to comprehend the doctrine for the first time, he could feel that his response towards reincarnation doctrine was the clearest. It was also the easiest to comprehend. Hence, he had fully concentrated and comprehended reincarnation doctrine for 1 month. In turn, he had mastered a slight bit of power of reincarnation. However, besides reincarnation doctrine, the other clearest response he had received was towards space-time doctrine. During the 4 months' time of comprehension, he was finally at the beginner level of comprehension of space-time doctrine, and he had mastered a slight bit of power of reincarnation. In other words, he then understood both reincarnation and space-time doctrines simultaneously. He had mastered 2 power of heaven way at the same time. Space-time doctrine is about space-time. It is unfathomable. Although I have only mastered a slight bit of power of space-time, and it is far behind my understanding towards reincarnation doctrine, the slight bit of power of space-time is sufficient to increase my moving speed, swordsmanship, and many other aspects tremendously. Even in terms of power, when the 2 power of heaven way are amplified together, it will also increase madly. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. Comprehension of an extra doctrine no doubt brought about a huge improvement in his overall power. Space-time doctrine could cover many different areas and lead to an increase in power in various aspects. Previously, I was not confident enough to compete with the 10 monsters in the top 10 on Universe God ranking list. But now, Jian Wushuang lifted the corners of his lips while he gave a chilly smile. Jian Wushuang. A hoary voice was heard, and the one who spoke was the deacon elderly who guarded Real God Hall. Hall Master Yuan sent me a message earlier and commanded me to inform you to see him immediately after you came out of Real God Hall. He is looking for you for an urgent matter. Oh, Jian Wushuang was surprised. For the past 4 months, he had stayed in Real God Hall for cultivation, and Hall Master knew about it. Hence, Hall Master Yuan didn't send any messages to him or bother him, but told the deacon elderly to inform him instead. Jian Wushuang, of course, didn't delay any further, but immediately departed to the cave dwelling that Hall Master Yuan resided in. In the cave dwelling made of unique crystals. Jian Wushuang, how did the cultivation in Real God Hall for 4 months go? Hall Master Yuan smiled and asked Jian Wushuang. Not bad. My power has increased compared to before, Jian Wushuang replied. Your power increased again? Hall Master Yuan looked delighted, and he continued, That's great. There's something that I need you to do. The stronger you are, the higher the chance. Hall Master Yuan, what is it about? Jian Wushuang asked. The story starts from a unique treasure. The treasure is a fruit named White Blaze Fruit. Have you heard of it? Hall Master Yuan looked down. White Blaze Fruit. Jian Wushuang shook his head, but King of Venomous Worms in his body was caught by surprise. White Blaze Fruit? There's a White Blaze Fruit? King of Venomous Worms, you know about White Blaze Fruits? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, it is a very precious and rare treasure. King of Venomous Worms sounded excited. Hall Master Yuan continued, This White Blaze Fruit is very precious. Even to Almighties, it is rather useful. There are countless genius treasures in eternal chaotic world, but out of all of them, White Blaze Fruit is absolutely in the top 10. What? Jian Wushuang was astonished. One that could be in the top 10 among all genius treasures in the entire eternal chaotic world. Extremely useful to Almighties. The White Blaze Fruit was so precious. The more precious and the more useful a treasure is, the more difficult it is to nurture. During an ancient time that was far away, there was once a White Blaze Fruit tree. The White Blaze Fruit tree ripened and fell in various corners in eternal chaotic world. Later on, the White Blaze Fruit tree was destroyed. Since then, White Blaze Fruit has been near to extinction. Over the years, we found 1 or 2 occasionally, but very rarely. A few thousand years ago, in a unique environment, there was a brand new White Blaze Fruit tree, and it was only a sapling. Once the news spread, it immediately attracted a large amount of experts, including many Almighties. They participated in the fight for the sapling of the White Blaze Fruit tree. After a ferocious battle, the sapling of the White Blaze Fruit tree was won by Real God Wu Bei in the end. Real God? Jian Wushuang was shocked. A battle among many Almighties, but the sapling had fallen into the hands of a real god? How was that possible? If he was an inverse cultivator? Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang and said. Jian Wushuang stunned. Inverse cultivation was beyond comparison with one on the same level. A real god who was an inverse cultivator taking the treasure from the hands of many Almighties. It wasn't impossible. Real God Wu Bei happens to be an inverse cultivator on the real god level. He was extremely strong and no weaker than the Almighties. After the battle, he took the sapling of the White Blaze Fruit tree under the watch of all Almighties. The Almighties couldn't do anything to him, Hall Master Yuan said. Chapter 1497, Wu Bei's Cave. Chapter 1497, Wu Bei's Cave. After acquiring the sapling of the White Blaze Fruit tree, Real God Wu Bei went into hiding and no one knew where he was. Naturally, no one knew what had happened to the sapling of the White Blaze Fruit tree either. It wasn't until later on that a great battle broke out, and it lasted for a long period of time. Real God Wu Bei lost his life in this great battle, and the information regarding the sapling of the White Blaze Fruit tree was gone. Up until now, when millions of years have passed, no one knew where that sapling of the White Blaze Fruit was. However, a month ago, the Vientiane Tower obtained a White Blaze Fruit. At the same time, they found out that the White Blaze Fruit was found in a cave that was concealed cleverly. There is a high possibility that that cave was left behind by real god Wu Bei. As soon as the news got out, many almighties in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries were astounded, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang could imagine the situation. The white blaze fruit was already so precious. Hence, the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree was more than enough to cause many almighties to fight for it crazily. Since the cave left behind by real god Wu Bei had been discovered and the sapling of the white blaze fruit might be inside, it would be strange if the almighties were not shaken up. Since so many almighties had been shaken up, the fight for the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree would definitely be between them. Hence, how is this related to us? Jian Wushuang said doubtfully. So many almighties were participating in the fight for the sapling, and he was merely a universe god. Hence, why would he head to the cave and fight with the almighties? This matter is not as easy as you think, Hall Master Yuan laughed and said. I have just said that real god Wu Bei's abilities are extraordinary and he has many tricks up his sleeve. Now, it has been confirmed that the cave was left behind by him. However, he set up a very special seal. The seal is extremely high class and it is not known where it came from. Moreover, the almighties in the eternal chaotic world are completely helpless against the seal as they cannot break it. Due to the presence of the seal, almighties and real gods are unable to enter the cave. Only real gods and below, meaning universe gods like you, are permitted to enter. Only universe gods are permitted to enter? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Why did real god Wu Bei leave behind this kind of seal? Who knows? Since the almighties are blocked off from the cave, they have no choice but to allow universe gods like you to enter the cave and fight for the white blaze fruit. The most important thing is to fight for the white blaze fruit tree, Hall Master Yuan said. Understood. Hall Master Yuan, you looked for me this round as you wanted me to enter real god Wu Bei's cave and fight for the white blaze fruit, Jian Wushuang said. That's right. White blaze fruit is very useful to almighties. My family's palace master has some use for it as well. Since there is an opportunity to obtain it, we would naturally not miss it, Hall Master Yuan chuckled. Also, even if there were no white blaze fruits in the cave that real god Wu Bei left behind, you would still have to make a trip there. You're right, Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Real god Wu Bei was an inverse cultivator. By relying on the inverse cultivation methods, he had achieved the peak of a real god and could even compete with the almighties. As for Jian Wushuang, the inverse cultivation method heavenly creation skill that he possessed could only be honed to the level of the universe gods. He had never possessed training methods higher than that of the level of universe gods. Without the method, even if his abilities were enough, he would forever be unable to make a breakthrough and become a real god. Previously, Jian Wushuang had already made plans. After making it through the third heaven's inverse cultivation test, he would depend on the lineage of Star and the Vientiane Tower to find the cultivation method for the heavenly creation skill of the real god's level. At that very moment, real god Wu Bei's cave was in sight. Inside the cave, Jian Wushuang might have a chance to obtain what he wanted. All right, if there is nothing else, you should make a move immediately, Hall Master Yuan said. Understood, Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Without any delay, he made a move and headed toward Wu Bei's cave. The Wind-Fire Sea of the Red Dragon Sanctuary. The cave, which was originally unheard of, was filled with people at that moment. Many experts gathered in the island. Those experts include a great number of real gods and a decent number of almighties. However, it was a pity that Wu Bei's cave had only allowed universe gods to enter. Hence, even though the real gods and almighties possessed exceptional abilities, they could only stay outside the cave and watch. The most they could do was send some universe gods into the cave and help them fight for the white blaze fruit. Russell. When Jian Wushuang arrived at the island, he was surprised by the situation on the island. So many experts. Jian Wushuang spread his soul power and he could feel that in the island. Hundreds of real gods had gathered. In addition, most of the real gods were extremely strong. As for the almighties, Jian Wushuang's soul power was still unable to sense the existence of the almighties. Aside from being filled with admiration, Jin Wushuang focused his attention on a space passage in the deepest part of the island. That is the entrance to enter Wu Bei's cave. After mumbling to himself, Jin Wushuang flew up and plunged toward the entrance. Quite a number of people on the island had noticed the arrival of Jin Wushuang. Another universe god has come. By the looks of this universe god, it seems to be Jin Wushuang, who is ranked 20 on the universe god ranking list. Yes, it's Jin Wushuang, a Star Palace disciple of the lineage of Star. Hehe. The lineage of Star is far away at the Purple Moon Sanctuary. However, they are also interested in Wu Bei's cave. Previously, they sent Longya and Xian Yi, the two disciples who have made it onto the universe god ranking list. At the very moment, they have also sent Jin Wushuang over. Could it be that they are not scared that the three of them will die in this fight? Some of the experts on the island were sighing. However, they were not too concerned. This fight for the White Blaze fruit involved many almighties. With these almighties taking action, many experts on the universe god ranking list were invited. Although Jin Wushuang was ranked in the top 20 on the universe god ranking list, among the experts of the universe god ranking list who were participating in this fight, there were a few of them with rankings higher than his. Buzz. After passing through the entrance in the deepest part of the island, Jin Wushuang arrived in a vast and independent space. The independent space was similar to the outside world. There was a sun in the sky. Mountains, forests, and water were present as well. Jin Wushuang, Longya, and Xianyi entered Wu Bei's cave a month ago. I have also tidied up some information and sent it to you. Please take a look. This information contains what happened to Longya and Xian Yi in Wu Bei's cave over the month, as well as the basic situation of this cave, Hall Master Yuan messaged. Also, Lei Chao is about to go to the island personally. At that time, he will pay attention to what is happening outside from time to time. This includes which experts of the universe god has come as well as the changes in the cave. He will also send all this information to you immediately. Understood. Jin Wushuang nodded his head and cut off the transmission. Although a special seal exists in Wu Bei's cave, communication with the outside world is not completely cut off. Within this cave, we are still able to communicate with the people in the outside world, Jin Wushuang muttered. Chapter 1498, Grand Banquet. Chapter 1498, Grand Banquet. Many mystery lands and some unique places, such as Sky Sword Prison, had sealed off connection with the outside world entirely. But Wu Bei's cave obviously hadn't. Jin Wushuang immediately started going through the information that Hall Master Yuan had sent over. Very soon, he had a rough idea about Wu Bei's cave. Firstly, regarding the experts. Since the news about Wu Bei's cave had spread until then, there were many almighties that were shaken by the news. However, the almighties couldn't enter Wu Bei's cave personally. Hence, they could only make use of their influence and send the universe gods under their command to enter Wu Bei's cave. Some almighties had even paid a high price to hire experts on universe god ranking lists, including universe gods who were extremely famous, to participate. Each and every force and sect in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries did the same too. Besides, there were even people passing a message that they had promised to give a real God Chaos unique treasure in exchange for White Blaze fruit. The real God Chaos unique treasure was not limited by category. In other words, one could also request a real God Chaos unique realm treasure with one White Blaze fruit. Many forces were willing to do the trade. As such, countless universe gods in 10 cultivation sanctuaries heard the news and came, including a large number of solo experts. Regardless of if they were famous or not, they all participated in the battle for White Blaze fruit. It had only been 1 month's time since the news had spread, but there were more than 100,000 universe gods who entered Wu Bei's cave. The 100,000 universe gods were not any ordinary universe gods. Every one of them was confident in their power. The weakest among them should be a peak universe god of the third heaven. As for the stronger ones, experts who were listed on the universe god ranking list, there were at least 60 of them in the place, and there were many who were on their way there. It could be described as a grand fight banquet of universe gods in 10 cultivation sanctuaries. An unprecedented grand banquet. Almost 100,000 top universe god are gathered here, and there are many more universe gods on their way here. Jian Wushuang looked around and sighed in amazement. In the eternal chaotic world, probably only when the involvement of the Almighties and also the temptation of real God chaos unique treasure could attract so many top universe gods. If I'm not mistaken, some of the universe gods aren't here for white blaze fruits, but for fame. This grand banquet attracted half of the experts on universe god ranking lists that are hard to meet on normal days. With all eyes watching, with all experts gathered, one only need to slightly reveal their power to be famous all over the universe. Plus, some might even be looked upon by real gods and almighties outside of the cave dwelling and become their disciples. To many universe gods who aren't famous, it is a great attraction for them, King of Venomous Worms said. If I have never joined lineage of star and I am not famous, I'll definitely participate in this grand banquet without hesitation. After all, it is the grandest banquet for universe gods level in eternal chaotic world. If one were to miss the grand banquet, it would be a chance hard to come by again in the future, Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang, you're quite famous now. As you came to Wu Bei's cave, I'm afraid many people might eye you. It is inevitable that there will be people who come to challenge you. You'd better be prepared, King of Venomous Worms. I prepared long ago. Tell them to bring it on, Jian Wushuang smiled. Almost 100,000 universe gods. It was a large number, but they were then scattered all over Wu Bei's cave. The universe gods were scattered all around the cave dwelling to look for an exotic beast, Iron Wing Beast. The exotic beast was very rare in Eternal Chaotic World too. However, there was quite a large number of them in Wu Bei's cave. No one knew how real god Wu Bei had got them. In the Iron Wing Beast's body, there were very few who had a Qian Kuren ring with them, and there was white blaze fruit in the Qian Kuren ring. The universe gods in Wu Bei's cave was then looking for those Iron Wing Beasts wantonly and trying to kill them to get the Qian Kuren ring in the Iron Wing Beast bodies. He put white blaze fruits in the stomach of those Iron Wing Beasts. On top of that, not every Iron Wing Beast carries them. Real god Wu Bei is quite strange, Jian Wushuang muttered. Then, he started searching the cave dwelling too. Virum. A boundless soul power spread recklessly and permeated the surrounding 10,000-mile range. The 10,000-mile range that he had covered appeared before Jian Wushuang clearly. Within the 10,000-mile range that I covered, there are 8 universe gods. It is so crowded, Jian Wushuang frowned. Although the cave dwelling was spacious, it was naturally crowded when 100,000 people were scattered all around. In such a crowded environment, even if I found an Iron Wing Beast first, the very moment I launch an attack, my movement will definitely attract the surrounding universe god. By then, a fight will be inevitable. That'd be a little troublesome, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. In the independent space, he was at an extremely great advantage. His advantage was because of his soul power. According to the information that Hall Master Yuan had sent, the aura of Iron Wing Beast was unique. One would not notice them if they only covered the area with consciousness and only probed inch by inch with consciousness carefully. However, the process of probing inch by inch was very slow. Just like back then in Sky Sword Prison when Blood Emperor had invited Heartless King to help to look for Jian Wushuang within the 1 billion-mile range. Even Heartless King, who was a real god and good at consciousness attacks, required a long time to probe a 1,000,000-mile range inch by inch. It was naturally even more difficult if the universe gods in the independent space wanted to probe inch by inch. Hence, even though there were more than 100,000 of universe gods who had stayed for more than a month, but they didn't probe many places. Many Iron Wing Beasts remained hidden. On the other hand, if Jian Wushuang were to probe using soul power, it would definitely be easier by 1,000-fold for him than the other universe gods. It was a pity that in the situation where the experts were scattered and so densely populated, even if he was the first who found the Iron Wing Beast, it wouldn't be easy to get the Qian Kuan ring in the Iron Wing Beast. Regardless, let's find an Iron Wing Beast first. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and immediately started searching wantonly in the independent space. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang's figure pierced the void like a flowing light. While he plunged through the void, His soul power probed the surrounding thousands of miles, and he confirmed that there weren't any iron wing beasts. While Jian Wushuang traveled at such terrifying speed, universe gods that he flew by were shocked. Such a swift speed. This person can't be looking for iron wing beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't be traveling at that speed. The universe gods didn't know that when Jian Wushuang flew past them, he had already swept through their surrounding area. Chapter 1499, Iron Wing Beast. Chapter 1499, Iron Wing Beast. At the island where Wu Bei's cave was situated. Swoosh! A red-robed woman with a bewitching figure arrived. The red-robed young girl was carrying a giant black sickle. After taking a glance at the entrance of the cave, she plunged into it immediately. On the island, many experts revealed a shocked expression after seeing the red-robed young girl. That's demon girl Ling Luo. It's her. She actually came as well? Those experts sent a message to the universe gods in the cave immediately. Jian Wushuang also received Lei Chao's message in a split second. Demon girl Ling Luo? The monster ranked number 3 on the universe god ranking list? Jian Wushuang's eyes twinkled slightly. When the news of Wu Bei's cave got out, many universe gods came in succession. Even the 10 monsters in the top 10 of the universe god ranking list were attracted as well. From the start, 4 of the top 10 of the universe god ranking list had come. Demon girl Ling Luo had the highest ranking as of the very moment. The person ranked 3rd has come. I wonder if the 2 monsters ranked 1st and 2nd respectively will come? Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently. He was filled with a bit of anticipation. On the 4th day after Jian Wushuang entered Wu Bei's cave. Jian Wushuang stopped on a void. The soul power that he had released had detected the presence of an iron wing beast that was 10,000 miles away in front of him. After entering this cave, I have been using soul power to search. In 3 days, the distance that I have covered has already exceeded hundreds of millions of miles, and finally, I have discovered an iron wing beast. Jian Wushuang laughed apathetically. He wanted to check if the body of the iron wing beast still contained a Qian Kuren ring. However, before his soul power was able to permeate the iron wing beast, it was blocked by a special power. I can't check it now, Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. As his soul power was unable to seep into the body of the iron wing beast, he was unable to determine if the body of the iron wing beast still contained the white blaze fruit. Moreover, Jian Wushuang also realized that in the surrounding area, there were 7 other universe gods apart from him. Among the 7 universe gods, the one furthest away from him was more than 30,000 miles away, while the one closest to him was less than 5,000 miles away. In such a close vicinity, as soon as he attacked the iron wing beast, the 7 universe gods would realize immediately and rush over rapidly. Although it's troublesome, there's no other way. I have to do it. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone fiercely. In the next moment, his body had already made a beeline for the iron wing beast that his soul energy had marked. The iron wing beast had got its name due to the fact that its whole body was filled with completely black scales like pieces of iron. The scales covered its whole body just like a layer of iron armor. However, it did not have wings. The iron wing beast had a small body and 4 hooves. At that moment, there was an iron wing beast strolling about in a thick forest. Jian Wushuang hid his own presence and showed up in the forest quietly. As he looked at the iron wing beast, which was only hundreds of meters away from him, he took out the Blood Mountain sword and headed over silently. Jian Wushuang naturally covered the hundreds of meters in an instant. However, when Jian Wushuang was 10 miles behind the iron wing beast, which was taking a walk leisurely, became terrified abruptly and turned vigilant instantly. Die! Jian Wushuang stopped concealing his aura. His frightening sword essence burst forth, and the Blood Mountain sword on his hands became crimson lightning instantly. His divine power was released as well. Real God's unique skill, Crimson Light. Roar! The iron wing beast gave off a furious and loud roar. It then turned its body swiftly. While it was turning its body, one of its front claws attacked quickly as well. Likewise, its front claws were composed of the pitch-black scales. In spite of that, it was exceptionally sharp like a saber. Clang! The sounds of metals colliding with one another could be heard. The black scales on the front claws of the Iron Wing beast were cut off. The crimson lightning that Jian Wushuang unleashed paused for a short moment and struck the Iron Wing beast's body soon after. Roar! A shrill neigh could be heard from the Iron Wing beast, and this voice was very unconventional. With its small body, the Iron Wing beast retreated immediately. It's actually not dead? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned grave. Previously, he had obtained some information. Hence, he knew that the Iron Wing beast had strong defense. Moreover, they were very agile. As such, a normal peak universe god of the third heaven would be helpless against them, even if they were to come across one. However, Jian Wushuang did not expect the Iron Wing beast's defense to be so strong. He had released all his divine power, which was combined with reincarnation power. With that, he unleashed the Crimson Light. However, he still didn't manage to kill the Iron Wing beast. Swoosh! A black, glittering light appeared quickly. It was the Iron Wing beast. Trying to escape? Jian Wushuang's expression turned cold. He unleashed his speed and at the same time, the blaze quicksand gourd flew over and used all its power to prevent the Iron Wing beast from escaping. This Iron Wing beast's speed is faster than that of a normal universe god of the third heaven. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly, and the first stage of the secret skill of Dragon Blood was already activated. At that moment, when Jian Wushuang attacked the Iron Wing beast, his shocking sword essence and vast divine power started to spread around. Within tens of thousands of miles of Jian Wushuang, the seven universe gods sensed the sword essence and divine power at the same time. What a strong sword essence! Someone is fighting in this area. Over there. Could it be two cultivators fighting? Or could it be someone has found an Iron Wing beast? No matter what, I have to head there straight away. The seven universe gods did not hesitate and hurried over to the forest instantly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two figures, one in front and one behind, plunged out of the forest in a flash. However, the distance between the both of them was closing at an amazing speed. It's an Iron Wing beast. Haha, I have finally come across one. One person alone is actually able to push back the Iron Wing beast to the point that it is trying its very best to escape. The seven universe gods who rushed over had already realized the existence of the Iron Wing beast. Previously, the Iron Wing beast stayed inside the forest. If they had not passed by the forest or done a thorough check, they would definitely be unable to discover the existence of the Iron Wing beast. However, at that moment, the Iron Wing beast had dashed out of the forest and trying its best to escape. As a result, they found the Iron Wing beast immediately. I wonder if the body of this Iron Wing beast contains a white blaze fruit. I hope there is. The seven universe gods' eyes were burning with excitement, and they were also approaching Jian Wushuang and the Iron Wing beast at an amazing speed. At that moment, Jian Wushuang, who had unleashed the first stage of the secret skill of Dragon Blood, which would increase his speed by tenfold, had already caught up with the Iron Wing beast. Die! This time around, Jian Wushuang did not hold back. The same sword principle Crimson Light had been used, and it was completely filled with reincarnation power. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had also activated the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. Rustle! Sword light erupted, and with just one attack, the layer of black scales on the body surface of the Iron Wing beast was shattered into pieces, and this caused a bloody wound to appear on the body of the Iron Wing beast. What followed after was another stroke which went along the bloody wound and penetrated the body of the Iron Wing beast. Chapter 1500, The First White Blaze Fruit. Chapter 1500, The First White Blaze Fruit. The moment the Iron Wing beast died, the layer of black scales on its surface lost its spirituality and its defense power was reduced tremendously. Jian Wushuang flipped his wrist and his divine power shattered the body of the Iron Wing beast. After the body of Iron Wing beast shattered into pieces, a Qian Kuren ring hidden in his body revealed itself. Qian Kung ring? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He quickly picked up the Qian Kuan ring and swept it with consciousness. He then saw a white blaze fruit floating in the Qian Kuan ring quietly. White blaze fruit. Jian Wushuang gripped tightly, and there was light in his eyes. I'm quite lucky. The very first iron wing beast that I came across had a white blaze fruit in it. Only some of the iron wing beasts in Wu Bei's cave carried a white blaze fruit. Most of them didn't have one. It led to a situation whereby some universe gods found an iron wing beast and went through the trouble to kill it, but all the effort was in vain. From how it seemed, Jian Wushuang was quite lucky. Just then, swoosh, 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 swoosh. A few figures plunged over simultaneously and appeared around Jian Wushuang. They were the 7 universe gods. He killed the iron wing beasts. I was the closest to him earlier. I saw clearly that he really did take out a Qian Kuan ring from the iron wing beasts. In other words, he has a white blaze fruit with him. The 7 universe gods naturally fixed their gazes on Jian Wushuang. Crimson robe, carrying a sword. This look, you're Jian Wushuang. One of the blue-haired old ladies recognized Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang? A top expert in the top 20 on universe god ranking list? A white blaze fruit is in his hands. The few universe gods' faces grew grave. If it was an ordinary universe god who had gotten the white blaze fruit, they definitely would take action to fight for it without hesitation. However, the one who had the white blaze fruit was Jian Wushuang. He was in the top 20 on universe god ranking list. A person's name could protect them, just like a tree's shadow could shelter one from heat. The few universe gods naturally were reluctant. Humph, so what if he's an expert on universe god ranking list? We are all universe gods, and I don't think these people on universe god ranking list are stronger. They could kill peak universe gods in the 3rd heaven easily, and I can do that too. Plus, there are 7 of us. What's there to be afraid of? A middle-aged man with dark skin bellowed. Hearing what he had said, the other universe gods looked at each other in surprise and started hesitating. If you want to take action against an expert on universe god ranking list, it's your choice. I'm not interested, the blue-haired lady said and retreated. That's great. We have one less person to fight with us, the middle-aged man with dark skin smirked coldly. He's just an expert on the universe god ranking list, and he is only at the 20th rank. He's not even a real god. With the 6 of us joining forces, why should we be afraid of him? The few hesitating universe gods suddenly shimmered with joy, and they nodded heavily after giving some thoughts. Jian Wushuang, give us the white blaze fruit, and we will let you off, the middle-aged man with dark skin roared. Pass us the white blaze fruit. Don't make us take action against you. The remaining 5 universe gods fixed their gazes upon Jian Wushuang and cornered him. Jian Wushuang smirked at the sight. He flipped and took out the Qian Kuan ring he had got from the Iron Wing Beast's body. The white blaze fruit is here. If you are capable enough, come and take it, Jian Wushuang said calmly. Looking at the Qian Kuan ring in Jian Wushuang's hand, there was madness in the 6 universe gods' eyes. The middle-aged man with dark skin sounded cold. As he is courting death, let us grant his death wish. After we kill him, we shall fight for the white blaze fruit with our own power. All right, the other 5 universe gods nodded simultaneously. Then, swoosh. The 6 figures plunged towards Jian Wushuang to launch an attack at the same time. There was a murderous intention that flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. His figure turned illusionary, and he appeared before the middle-aged man with dark skin, who was at the far front. Then, he wielded the Blood Mountain sword. Fast, too fast. At least to the middle-aged man, it was extremely unbelievable. He couldn't react at all, and his throat was pierced by Jian Wushuang's swordlight. How could it be that fast? Before he died, the middle-aged man's eyes were wide open. After he killed the middle-aged man with one stroke, Jian Wushuang's figures became illusionary again. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Jian Wushuang's figures appeared in 5 different positions creepily, and he performed the same sword principle when he appeared. It looked like an ordinary stroke, but because it contained a slight bit of power of space-time, The sword principle was so swift that the 5 universe gods were unable to respond in time. Pust, 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 pust. The sound of 5 blades piercing into bodies was heard. In an instant, the entire universe quieted down. The 6 universe gods who had coveted Jian Wushuang's white blaze fruit and taken action against him were killed by Jian Wushuang's quick attacks. After killing the 6 universe gods, Jian Wushuang slowly reined in his sword and stole a glance at the blue-haired old lady who had retreated far away. The blue-haired old lady, who was covered in fear and astonishment, noticed Jian Wushuang's gaze, and she immediately bowed politely at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't make it difficult for the blue-haired old lady. He moved and immediately left. The blue-haired old lady stood in the void as she watched Jian Wushuang leave. She then let out a breath of relief as she looked at the 6 dead bodies scattered on the ground. There was disdain in her eyes. These 6 idiots didn't even know who they were. They had the guts to take action against an expert in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. Just how stupid were they? The blue-haired old lady said, but she also knew that the 6 universe gods definitely belonged to those solo experts who weren't experienced. They cultivated to that point, and they might not see any true experts on Universe God ranking list. Usually, they would only hear legends about experts on the Universe God ranking list. But hearing legends and witnessing with one's own eyes were 2 different matters. Most of them didn't believe in legends. Naturally, they were in doubt of an expert on Universe God ranking list's power, to the point where they thought that even if they weren't as strong as the experts of the Universe God ranking list, they shouldn't be too far off. Just like the middle-aged man with dark skin earlier, who had reckoned so. She was different. She came from a medium-sized sect in Red Dragon Sanctuary. She once saw an expert on Universe God ranking list in action. The expert was only 70th on the Universe God ranking list, but he was extremely powerful. She felt totally hopeless and didn't have any intention to counterattack. The one earlier who had appeared before them was a superb existence from the top 20. Such an existence could match evenly or even defeat a real god. How could the few universe gods join forces and expect to be able to match evenly with him? The blue-haired old lady was glad that she hadn't taken action. Otherwise, she definitely would be the same as the other 6 people and have become one of the dead bodies scattered on the ground. She sighed with emotion. Then, the blue-haired old lady took out a token. Sect Master, there's a white blaze fruit here. Chapter 1501, The Owner of the Sky Sword Mountain's Message. Chapter 1501, The Owner of the Sky Sword Mountain's Message. The island that Wu Bei's cave was situated in was filled with experts. Atop the island at the highest point of the sky, there was a floating lofty golden hall that was concealed by the power of space-time. The big hall was filled with many strong auras, and every aura was strong enough to earn the respect of real gods. At the highest part of the big hall, there were a total of 20 long, narrow tables. Behind the table sat a figure. For these 20 figures, every single one of them was a super existence who could cause a sanctuary to shiver with fear with a stamp of their feet. These 20 figures were all almighties. Close to 20 almighties were present in the big hall. Apart from the almighties, the remaining people were experts who represented the big forces of every area. This included Lei Chao, who represented the lineage of Star. However, all the experts belonged to the lower part of the big hall. Many experts were drinking wine and having a conversation at the same time. At that moment, among the almighties, the expression of a red-haired old man with one horn on his forehead changed and he laughed. I have just gotten news that the 5th white blaze fruit has appeared, and it was obtained by Jian Wushuang of the lineage of Star. Ever since the news of Wu Bei's cave got out, many universe gods started to search for the white blaze fruit in the cave. To date, 4 white blaze fruits have been found, and adding the white blaze fruit that Jian Wushuang found, there were only a total of 5 fruits. The people in the big hall started a discussion immediately. Jian Wushuang? From the lineage of Star? I know about this Jian Wushuang. Previously, he had no reputation. However, 400 years ago, he defeated Ling Dan, who ranked 39th on the Universe God ranking list, with one stroke. After that, he defeated the 7-planet Palace Master of the 7-planet Palace. With this, he became famous. Indeed, he has the ability of a top 20 member of the Universe God ranking list. This little kid has only entered Wu Bei's cave for a few days. However, he actually obtained a white blaze fruit. His luck is not too bad. Lei Chao, Jin Wushuang is part of the lineage of Star. Since you are currently representing the lineage of Star, do you have anything to say? A good number of experts in the big hall looked toward Lei Chao. However, Lei Chao said indifferently, "There's nothing for me to say. If one wishes to get a white blaze fruit in Wu Bei's cave, it is highly dependent on their luck." On the surface, Lei Chao said that Jin Wushuang had obtained the white blaze fruit due to luck. However, in actual fact, he knew very well that the fact that Jin Wushuang was able to obtain a white blaze fruit was not merely due to luck. After all, he knew Jin Wushuang's real identity, where Jin Wushuang was an inverse cultivator. For an inverse cultivator, it was much easier for him to search for iron-winged beasts in Wu Bei's cave as compared to the other universe gods. Hence, his chances of getting white blaze fruits would naturally be higher. I heard that when Jin Wushuang obtained the white blaze fruit, he was seen by a few universe gods. Those universe gods overestimated themselves and wanted to snatch the white blaze fruit away from Jin Wushuang. In the end, they were killed by Jin Wushuang. The red-haired old man and a few almighties who were in the highest part of the hall talked and laughed. That Jin Wushuang has some connections to me. He has stayed in my Sky Sword prison for a period of time. The owner of the Sky Sword Mountain, who sat with the almighties, spoke. Oh? A few almighties around the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain looked toward him with interest. It was Hall Master Yuan of the lineage of Star, who requested me to imprison him in the Sky Sword prison. The lineage of Star even paid a price for this. However, that little kid is indeed quite talented. When he was first imprisoned in the Sky Sword prison, his abilities were normal within the Sky Sword prison. Despite that, in just 4,000 years, he relied on his own abilities to kill 10 real gods and came out from the Sky Sword prison. He is indeed a genius, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain said. In a mere 4,000 years, his improvement speed is so fast. The almighties also knew about the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain's Sky Sword prison. Hence, they knew very well how frightening Jin Wushuang's improvement speed was. However, they were only slightly surprised and not too concerned. To them who stood at the top, Jin Wushuang was just a little kid at the level of Universe God. No matter how talented he was, he would be unable to draw their attention unless it was someone under them. They only mentioned Jin Wushuang at that moment because they were having a random conversation to pass time. Lei Chao, the eyes of the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain, looked down. "Your lord," Lei Chao greeted him with a bow immediately. Previously, Jin Wushuang requested me to release an expert who was imprisoned in the Sky Sword prison, but I declined. However, now, tell him that he can release whoever he wants as long as he brings me 2 white blaze fruits, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain said. Lei Chao's expression changed. The almighties around the area looked toward the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain in succession. Sky Sword, isn't that too much? That's right. Could it be that you imprisoned a real god of the second stage in the Sky Sword prison? Even if that were the case, a real god of the second stage is not worth 2 white blaze fruits. At best, 1 white blaze fruit should be enough. Sky Sword, you are a bit too greedy. A few almighties spoke in succession. Everyone, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain, looked at everyone around him and said with a laugh, "Everyone should be able to tell that the fight for the white blaze fruit this time round is not as simple as we think. It has only just begun, and 5 white blaze fruits have appeared already. If I'm not wrong, when the fight ends, at least 50 or even more white blaze fruits will appear." For so many white blaze fruits to appear in such a short period of time, the price of the white blaze fruit will naturally not be as shocking as it was in the past. That makes sense. The almighties around the area agreed in succession. Items were only expensive as they were rare. Previously, it was extremely rare to come across a white blaze fruit even after many years. Hence, the white blaze fruit would naturally be extremely precious. However, If tens of white blaze fruits were to appear in a short period of time, the white blaze fruits would naturally be not worth as much. Even though the white blaze fruits were not worth as much, they were still very valuable, and it was enough for almighties like them to have their eyes on it. Lei Chao, send a message to that little kid as per what I have said. Of course, in the end, it will depend on how many white blaze fruits that little kid obtains. In short, no matter how many white blaze fruits he obtains in Wu Bei's cave, I only need 2 of them, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain said with a laugh. That's more like it. All the almighties beside him agreed in succession. Lei Chao nodded his head and started to transmit a message to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. Lord Lei Chao, Jian Wushuang, who was in Wu Bei's cave, replied immediately. I heard that you already obtained your first white blaze fruit? Lei Chao questioned. Yes, I have obtained it. Lord Lei Chao, you managed to get this piece of news so quickly? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Haha. At the moment, the experts of many big forces of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries are all gathered together, including many of the almighties. As soon as a new white blaze fruit appears, we will get the news immediately, Lei Chao said with a laugh. I see, Jian Wushuang understood. Jian Wushuang, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain, is among the almighties who have come, and he requested that I pass you a message. Chapter 1502, The Second Iron-Winged Beast. Chapter 1502, The Second Iron-Winged Beast. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain? Jian Wushuang was surprised. The owner of Sky Sword Prison said that you wanted him to release someone from the Sky Sword Prison once, but he didn't agree. Now, he has promised you that you can release anyone with 2 white blaze fruit, Lei Chao said. Oh, Jian Wushuang found it strange. Humph, to release a real god, 1 white blaze fruit is more than enough. He asked for 2? King of Venomous Worms humped in Jian Wushuang's head. You act at your own discretion. The 2 white blaze fruits are not definite. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain himself said it could be discussed, Lei Chao said. I understand. Jian Wushuang understood the situation. In Sky Sword Prison, Fiery King was still imprisoned. If possible, Jian Wushuang would figure out a way to bail Fiery King out. As for the white blaze fruit, it depended on the amount of white blaze fruit that he got after the grand fight banquet. He could decide then. Jian Wushuang, let me remind you that as we have received the news of you getting a white blaze fruit, various universe gods in Wu Bei's cave definitely will have received the news too. They know that you have a white blaze fruit with you, so it is inevitable that there will be an expert who wants to take it away from you. Hence, be careful. In Wu Bei's cave, there is quite a number of universe gods who are at a higher rank than you are. If you were to really be at a critical junction, give up white blaze fruit and save your own life, Lei Chao exhorted. Jian Wushuang nodded. He wasn't stupid either. He wouldn't really sacrifice his life for a white blaze fruit. After they cut off the connection, Jian Wushuang continued to wander around the cave dwelling. On the island where experts had gathered, the entrance to Wu Bei's cave was still wide open. There were universe gods from everywhere in 10 cultivation sanctuaries that entered one after another. At that very moment, there was a young man in a white robe carrying a saber on his back that had appeared on the island. The young man in the white robe had long brown hair, a pair of drowsy eyes, and a handsomely cold face. He was a man with a remarkable appearance. That's the entrance to Wu Bei's cave? During the years in 10 cultivation sanctuaries, I have been challenging experts from all over. However, the strongest that I've met is one who was close to Universe God ranking list. He didn't even make me have to give my all. But in Wu Bei's cave now, more than 80% of experts on Universe God ranking list are gathered here. This is a battlefield for true experts. It's a battlefield that belongs to me. The young man in a white robe looked at the cave dwelling below as his eyes shimmered with joy. I heard that Jian Wushuang is in Wu Bei's cave too. I hope I can meet him. With a faint smile, the young man in a white robe plunged down and entered Wu Bei's cave. There were many experts on the island who were astonished. Such swift speed. This speed seems to surpass ordinary real gods. Who was the person who went in just now? I don't know. He isn't an expert on Universe God ranking list. He should be a solo expert who isn't quite famous. The birth of Wu Bei's cave has led to the appearance of many universe gods who aren't famous before but very powerful. The person earlier was one of them. In Wu Bei's cave, the fight over the white blaze fruit was still ongoing. On the fourth day Jin Wushuang entered the cave dwelling, he found a white blaze fruit. But in the following 10 days, Jin Wushuang didn't even find one iron-winged beast. On the 11th day, Hong! A vigorous roar spread. Although it was very far away, Jin Wushuang heard it at the very first instance. That direction. Jin Wushuang immediately locked into one direction and rushed over in an explosion of speed. When he appeared in the battlefield, he saw four universe gods joining forces to hem the iron-winged beast in to kill it. The four universe gods besieged the iron-winged beast, and there were already wounds on it. Then, Jin Wushuang joined the battlefield straightaway without hesitation. His participation shocked the other four universe gods, and they immediately recognized Jin Wushuang. It's Jin Wushuang. Top 20 on universe god ranking list. Shit. Jin Wushuang dashed into the battlefield, and the four universe gods didn't have the ability to stop him. They saw the eruption of Jin Wushuang's sword principle, and his thunder-like techniques instantly killed the iron-winged beast. However, after Jin Wushuang had killed the iron-winged beast, he didn't see the existence of Qian Kuren ring like the previous dead body. No white blaze fruit. The effort was in vain. Jin Wushuang smiled bitterly, but he had no choice. The iron-winged beast in Wu Bei's cave, not every one of them carried a white blaze fruit. After killing an iron-winged beast, it depended on luck if there was a white blaze fruit or not. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A bunch of figures caught up with them. They were universe gods who rushed over due to the fighting. In addition to the four universe gods who had besieged the iron-winged beast, there was a total of 10 people. The 10 of them scattered as they stared at Jin Wushuang. The four of us joined forces, and we finally did injury to the iron-winged beast with great difficulty. However, Mr. Jin Wushuang, you killed the iron-winged beast on your own in an instant. You live up to your name as an expert in the top 20 on the universe god ranking list. I admire you. One of the four universe gods who besieged the iron-winged beast earlier, a brown-haired elderly said. There's no use if I killed it. There isn't any white blaze fruit in the iron-winged beast's body, Jin Wushuang replied. The surrounding universe gods exchanged a look. They saw it themselves. Jin Wushuang really didn't get a Qian Kuren ring from the dead body of the iron-winged beast. Although this iron-winged beast doesn't have it, from what I know, Mr. Jin Wushuang killed an iron-winged beast alone previously and took out a white blaze fruit from it, the brown-haired elderly suddenly said. Yes, Jin Wushuang nodded faintly and smiled. Why? Unless you're interested in the white blaze fruit that I got previously? I dare not. I am only casually bringing it up. I do not have the guts to take anything away from Mr. Jin Wushuang. Farewell, the brown-haired elderly said, then turned to leave. The other universe gods took another glance at Jin Wushuang, but they didn't have the courage to fight him. They left one after another. Most of them had received a reminder from the higher-ups of their sections. If they were to come across experts in the top 30 on the universe god ranking list, unless there were tens of universe gods to launch an attack together, or if there was another expert on the universe god ranking list to join the fight, they should leave immediately. Without sufficient formation strength, fighting over a white blaze fruit with a top 30 expert on universe god ranking list was simply courting death. 10 universe gods, there were 9 who left very quickly, but there was one who didn't leave. It was an ugly young man with dark skin. The young man carried a strange crimson saber on his back, and the aura that he gave out was quite wicked too. With a tinge of a chilly gleam, his gaze was fixed on Jin Wushuang. Chapter 1503, Fight. Chapter 1503, Fight. Do you still have something for me? Jin Wushuang looked at the ugly-looking man. Jin Wushuang, the ugly-looking man spoke. I am Jiuqiu of the Purple Feather Palace. Purple Feather Palace? Jin Wushuang shook his head slightly. There were countless sects in the tin cultivation sanctuaries. However, Jin Wushuang had never heard of the Purple Feather Palace. Hence, it was obvious that the Purple Feather Palace was not considered a very powerful sect. You might not have heard of me before. However, from today onward, you will know me. This is because I will use you as a stepping stone and get into the top 20 of the Universe God ranking list. The eyes of the ugly-looking man Jiu Cho were burning with excitement. Oh! Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He understood that Jiu Chao's objective was not the white blaze fruit that he possessed. Instead, it was to fight him. Before meeting you, I defeated Shi Wang, who was ranked 58th, and Su Wang, who was ranked 31st in the Universe God ranking list, successively. Now, I only need to defeat you so that I can challenge the 10 monsters who are in the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list. Jiu Chao's loud voice reverberated across the area. After hearing what was said, Jin Wushuang's gaze turned serious and his expression also turned grave. If Jiu Cho had no fighting achievements previously and had only wanted to challenge him, Jin Wushuang would not be too concerned. However, at the moment, Jiu Cho had already defeated 2 experts in the Universe God ranking list consecutively. This included Su Wang, who was ranked 31st on the Universe God ranking list as well. Hence, Jin Wushuang could no longer take him lightly. Jin Wushuang, show me your full strength and let me see how strong the top 20 of the Universe God ranking list is. With a shout, Jiu Cho, who stood in front of Jin Wushuang, made a move. Whoosh! The void in front of Jin Wushuang was torn open and Jiu Chao's body appeared immediately. As soon as Jiu Cho appeared, a shrill crimson saber light struck. Fast. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Jin Wushuang's eyes shrank. During his course of training, he had met quite a number of experts. In particular, in the Sky Sword Prison, he had fought with many experts, which included a few real gods, and some of them wielded a saber. However, among those experts, not many of them could use a saber with speed like Jiu Cho. Himph! Jin Wushuang gave a cold himph, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hands changed into electricity and clashed with the crimson saber light with lightning speed. During the clash, 2 divine power collided with one another. Jin Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword and Jiu Chao's crimson saber were pushed back to the point that they retreated slightly. 10,000 shadows. Jin Wushuang gave a loud cry. Rustle, 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 rustle. Countless sword lights burst forth, and every one of them was terrifically fast. In addition, its power was frightening. Haha, take this. Jiu Cho laughed loudly. A great amount of horrifying saber essence, which could tear apart everything, rose and Jiu Chao's body changed into a sharp saber. The saber light was like ink and it attacked instantly. The saber light, which could cover the universe, was like a crimson saber river and it headed for Jin Wushuang. Clang, 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 clang. Countless sounds of weapons clashing with one another could be heard. At that instant, in less than a breath's time, both of them had already clashed with one another hundreds of times. In such an intense battle, the Crimson Saber River, which was originally very dense, became even more dazzling. The speed of his saber skills is actually faster than mine. Jin Wushuang was shocked and his body moved. Swoosh! 9 shadows appeared at the same time and Jin Wushuang's body had already appeared magically behind Jiu Chao's back. His shrill sword was like a crimson, glittering light which plunged across the void and headed straight for Jiu Chao's neck. Piss off! Jiu Cho turned his hand over and struck furiously. This stroke was strong. When it clashed with Jin Wushuang's sword principles, it actually forced Jin Wushuang to retreat 3 steps continuously. Jin Wushuang, as someone who is ranked 20th in the Universe God ranking list, your abilities are only as such? Jiu Chao's body was filled with murderous aura and an enormous amount of saber essence was locked on to Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang's eyes glowed with a fierce light. By activating his divine power crazily, his reincarnation power also activated the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. Ninth Heaven Stroke. A supreme sword essence burst forth in a great amount and shot up to the highest heavens. At that void, the Nemesis Sword, a towering sword shadow which could destroy the world, descended. A fearsome power was putting pressure on the void. Haha, good going. Ju Chao's face was filled with excitement. After laughing, the crimson saber on his hands became even redder. A tremendous amount of crimson mist was released, and the whole sky was dyed a scarlet color. Within the center of the crimson universe, Ju Chao looked as if he had become the emperor of the universe. Crimson saber. Rustle. A captivating, brilliant saber light appeared out of thin air. The saber light was so unusually bewitching that it caused people to be charmed. When it was launched, it was as if everything in the universe had lost its color. In no time, the unusually bewitching saber light collided head-on with the towering sword shadow that Jian Wushuang had unleashed. Bam! A loud sound which shook the universe could be heard. At that moment when the sound was heard, a vast amount of divine power had already become frightening shockwaves which swept past all areas. Within the enormous divine power storm, a glittering light appeared. Thud! The glittering light landed on the ground directly without any hindrance, and it created a big hole instantly. It was as if the land had completely subsided. However, with the release of powerful divine power from the bottom of the hole, a huge amount of crushed stone was smashed into pieces. A figure then stood up again. It was Ju Chao. Jiu Chou had an extremely red face, and his eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. As he stood on the ground, he looked at the void above. At the top, Jian Wushuang had a cold expression, and he was putting his blood mountain sword into its sheath slowly. You are indeed strong, and you will not have any problems getting into the top 30 of the Universe God ranking list. However, you are still a bit lacking if you wish to get into the top 20. After finishing talking, Jian Wushuang did not care about Ju Chao's reaction. He turned his body straight away and left. Ju Chao stood at his position. His body was shaking a little, and he did not refute Jian Wushuang's words. He was very clear that the clash moments ago had decided the outcome of the match between him and Jian Wushuang. He had lost. His sword principles were definitely not too strong. Compared to my saber skills, his sword principles are slightly more inferior. However, his divine power is unusually powerful and it is 1 grade stronger than mine. His comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei also seems to be stronger than mine. Powerful divine power combined with the power of Heaven Wei. Even though his unique skills are slightly inferior to mine, he still managed to push me back. I am not satisfied with this loss. Ju Chou muttered. However, he didn't know that Jian Wushuang's divine power was not stronger than his by much. It was because of the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor that allowed Jian Wushuang's divine power to rise to the next level. As for the comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei, Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the Reincarnation Doctrine could already allow him to clear the first level of the Doctrine Palace. As for Ju Chao's comprehension of the Heaven Wei, he was still lacking slightly. With the combination of these two factors, Jian Wushuang would definitely be stronger if the two of them fought one another. As expected, the experts in the top 20 of the Universe God ranking list would not go down so easily. Moreover, although Jian Wushuang has only just achieved the 20th position, he is this strong. Hence, those people, whose rankings are higher than his, are definitely stronger. With that, the distance between me and them is definitely still very big. Ju Chou shook his head and left soon after. Chapter 1504, Mighty Uproar. Chapter 1504, Mighty Uproar. In the void, Jian Wushuang was traveling forward slowly, but he was astonished. Ju Chou from earlier was really powerful, and he was very close to the top 20 on the Universe God ranking list. Such strong a Universe God, but he wasn't famous at all? Jian Wushuang complimented in silence. Jian Wushuang, you must understand that 10 cultivation sanctuaries is huge. There are so many experts and not every expert is famous. There are experts who possess amazing power but have kept a low profile and hardly revealed their true power. Such experts remained unknown to the public. There are tons of them in 10 cultivation sanctuaries. The birth of Wu Bei's cave gathered most of the universe gods who were not famous here. Hence, Don't belittle anyone just because he isn't famous or not listed on the universe god ranking list, King of Venomous Worms said. True. Jucho, who popped out of nowhere, has the fighting power of one in the top 30 in universe god ranking list. Among the experts who are not famous but in Wei Bei's cave, there must be some who are stronger than Jucho. I reckon some experts who could be compared favorably with the top 10 monsters might appear too, Jian Wushuang muttered. He could imagine that the universe god ranking list would definitely go through an unprecedented, radical shakeup after the grand fight banquet. After making the fact known, Jian Wushuang became more careful and cautious with every action he took in Wu Bei's cave. The time flew past. Although Wu Bei's cave was extremely spacious, after the universe gods probed inch by inch, one iron wing beast was found after another and then killed. Even though most of the iron wing beasts had no white blaze fruits in their bodies, there were a few that had one. Once a white blaze fruit appeared, it would cause a fight. On the 13th day after Jian Wushuang had entered Wu Bei's cave, someone found the 6th white blaze fruit. The one who found the white blaze fruit was a universe god in the top 10 on universe god ranking list. Even though there were many universe gods around him who saw when he got the white blaze fruit, there was no one who had the guts to fight for it. Hence, the 6th white blaze fruit didn't cause a great commotion. On the 18th day, the 7th white blaze fruit appeared, and the white blaze fruit was in the hands of an ordinary universe god. The universe god just got it out of the iron wing beast's body, and the others killed it very soon. Then, it transformed into carnage immediately. After a ferocious battle, the white blaze fruit fell into the hands of an expert in the 27th place on the universe god ranking list. There were more than 100 universe gods who had died from the battle. Among the dead, there were 2 experts on universe god ranking list that passed away. It was extremely mad. On the 20th day after Jian Wushuang had entered Wu Bei's cave, Lei Chao sent him updated news. The monster on the 2nd place on universe god ranking list, King Jin Wu, came. Since then, the 10 monsters on the universe god ranking list, there were a total of 7 that were there. After Jian Wushuang had wandered in Wu Bei's cave for a month, shocking news suddenly spread. Demon girl Ling Luo, who was on the 3rd place on universe god ranking list, was challenged by a mysterious man in Wu Bei's cave, and she was defeated and killed on the spot. When the news spread, it immediately stirred a mighty uproar in Wu Bei's cave. The top 10 on the universe god ranking list, also known as the 10 monsters. They were widely recognized as the scariest 10 people out of all of the universe gods. To be able to be in the top 3 on the universe god ranking list, they were surely the monsters of the monsters. Such monsters could easily kill a real god, and their power made one hopeless. However, the monster on the 3rd place on universe god ranking list had lost to a person who wasn't famous at all. It was naturally astonishing. Outside the island, in the lofty palace, where many almighties and representatives of each forces and sects had gathered. Compared to a month before, there was obviously more experts in the palace. Even almighties. There were about 25 almighties on the scene. At that very moment, the experts were all discussing demon girl Ling Luo being defeated. The superb genius in 3rd place on universe god ranking list, she lost just like that. We guessed earlier that there would definitely be a radical shakeup on the universe god ranking list. However, the monsters in the top 10 shouldn't change much, especially the top 3. Who would have guessed that before the opening of Wu Bei's cave in 2 months' time, one of the top 3 would already be defeated? The mysterious man who defeated demon girl Ling Luo, who was it? Any names? No. According to the news I heard, the mysterious man didn't announce his name when he challenged demon girl Ling Luo but instantly took action. He uses a knife as his weapon. His knife principle is so terrifying. He comprehended darkness doctrine and massacre doctrine of 9 heaven god doctrine at the same time. His darkness doctrine definitely possesses the ability to pass the 1st level of Doctrine Palace. Although his comprehension towards massacre doctrine has not reached the 1st level, it's about there. TSK comprehended 2 powers of Heaven Wei at the same time, and with such a high comprehension level. He's so impressive. From the opening of Wu Bei's cave until now, there have been quite a number of experts who weren't famous before that revealed surprising power in the cave. There were many who possessed the fighting powers of one on the universe god ranking list. However, the mysterious man who used a knife should be the strongest. Real gods from each force were chatting among themselves. In a higher place in the palace, the 25 almighties scattered around. Tower Master Chifu, the latest universe god ranking list, have you sorted it out yet? A red-haired elderly with a unicorn on his forehead asked casually. Don't be in a hurry, Tower Master Chifu shook his head and smiled. The grand banquet has just started. A ferocious fight leads to a radical shakeup of universe god ranking list. It isn't easy for Vientiane Tower to tidy them up. Plus, although there are some people who have revealed their powers, Vientiane Tower has yet to find out their true identity. Just like the young man who defeated Ling Luo, Vientiane Tower has yet to find out who he is. How do we announce the list? That's true, the red-haired elderly nodded faintly. Wait a little while more. When the list is sorted, we naturally will announce it, Tower Master Chifu said. In Wu Bei's cave, Jian Wushuang had already received the news of demon girl Ling Luo being defeated. Awesome guy. He could even shake the monster on the third place on Universe God ranking list. Out of the Universe Gods who came to Wu Bei's cave, there are so many hidden talents, Jian Wushuang complimented in silence. He knew long ago that many experts who weren't famous would come to join the grand banquet. Just like the few people he had found out from Lei Chao previously. Although they weren't listed on the Universe God ranking list, they were suspected to possess fighting powers like one in the top 10 of Universe God ranking list. But the person who had appeared then was the most eye-catching one. He plunged into the top 3 on the Universe God ranking list with one attack. It seems that if I hadn't cultivated in real God Hall for 4 months and mastered a slight bit of power of space-time, my position as the 20th on the Universe God ranking list would be quite difficult to maintain, Jian Wushuang muttered. Just then, Chapter 1505, Rescue. Chapter 1505, Rescue. Jian Wushuang, where are you now? Lei Chao sent a message abruptly, and it was obvious that his voice was filled with anxiousness. I am at this place. Is there something wrong? Jian Wushuang informed Lei Chao of his location immediately. Quick, head toward your northwest. Longya is in that direction, and he is currently being pursued by someone. Please go over to save him at once, Lei Chao said continuously. Longya is being pursued? Jian Wushuang was stunned. In the fight for the White Blaze fruit this time round, all 3 disciples of the lineage of Star who had made it into the Universe God ranking list had come. However, in Wu Bei's cave, the 3 of them were separated. Jian Wushuang had been acting alone, and it seemed that Longya, as well as Xianyi, had been doing the same. Could it be that Longya has obtained a White Blaze fruit? Jian Wushuang questioned. That's right. In a stroke of luck, he managed to get 1 White Blaze fruit. However, he was targeted by quite a number of experts, and he is currently using the secret skill of Dragon Blood to escape with all his might. However, the secret skill of Dragon Blood uses up divine power at a very fast rate, and it will not last long. Xianyi has also made his way over. However, you are the closest to Longya. I will inform Longyu to escape in your direction, and he might still make it, Lei Chao said. All right, I will head there straight away. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, and he unleashed his speed. Even he himself unleashed the first stage of the secret skill of Dragon Blood and plunged toward the direction of Longya. In a vast void, swish, a glittering light was escaping with an amazing speed. However, a short distance behind him, there was a black, dim light giving chase, and its speed was quite fast as well. Jerk! There were many bloodstains on Longya, and he looked very miserable. After he shot a glance at the black, dim light behind him, his expression turned extremely ugly. Previously, his luck was good, and he had managed to get a White Blaze fruit during a fight that many universe gods had participated in. After getting the White Blaze fruit, he used the secret skill of Dragon Blood to escape straight away. Initially, he had thought that by relying on the secret skill of Dragon Blood, he would be able to lose all the universe gods. However, he totally did not expect to come across a fearsome guy while escaping. At that moment, Long Ya's divine power was being used up rapidly. By relying on the second stage of the secret skill of dragon blood, his speed had already risen by more than 100 times. Yet, he was still unable to lose the black dim light behind him. He was not like Jian Wushuang, who had the king of venomous worms attached to him to help him replenish his divine power. Since Long Ya's divine power was being depleted at a very fast rate, he would not be able to maintain his speed for much longer. I have exhausted 70% of my divine power, and I only have 30% left. At best, I can only last for 1/8 of an hour more. Long Ya clenched both his fists tightly. For a normal, intense battle, 1/8 of an hour was considered long. However, to Long Ya, who was escaping, it was too short. Long Ya's expression changed abruptly. He had already received Lei Chao's message and got the information that Jian Wushuang was rushing over. At the same time, he also got to know Jian Wushuang's location. Great! Long Ya was delighted. He did not hesitate and immediately escaped in the direction of Jian Wushuang. As for that black, dim light, it followed him persistently like before. As time passed, his divine power decreased rapidly. Previously, he had already used up 70%. Eventually, it became 80% and then 90%. When he had depleted 90% of his divine power, Long Ya finally started to panic. He's not here yet. Jian Wushuang is not here yet? Long Ya's body was shivering. He felt that he had exhausted all the divine power in the body. I cannot last any longer. Long Ya felt helpless. He then turned his head and shouted, Universe God Xiong Fu, I will give you the white blaze fruit. Please stop chasing me. Ha ha, a loud and earth-shaking laugh could be heard from the black, dim light. If you had given me that white blaze fruit from the start, I would not have made things difficult for you. However, you are about to run out of steam. Lowering your head now is too late. By killing you, that white blaze fruit will still be mine. Moreover, I can also get all the treasures you possess. Why wouldn't I do it? After all, I won't need to use too much effort. Bastard, I am a disciple of the Star Palace, Long Ya bellowed. Don't use Star Palace disciple to frighten me. My Heaven Axe Divine Palace is not afraid of your lineage of Star. Universe God Xiong Fu, who was within the black light, sneered. Long Ya's expression turned even paler. He had already reached the state where the divine power in his body was completely used up. Without sufficient divine power to last, Long Ya's speed decreased greatly. Haha, Long Ya, die. Cruel laughter resounded across the horizon and the black light appeared behind Long Ya. Long Ya's gaze turned serious. With a flip of his palm, the white blaze fruit appeared in his hands. What followed after that was him tossing the white blaze fruit in a random direction without hesitation. The white blaze fruit? The expression of Universe God Xiong Fu, who had reached the back of Long Ya, changed slightly. After that, he immediately changed his direction and plunged toward the white blaze fruit. In no time, Universe God Xiong Fu caught up with the white blaze fruit, and he grabbed it with his hands. Emph, do you think you can escape from me just like that? After keeping the white blaze fruit into a Qian Kuan ring, Universe God Xiong Fu's icy cold eyes locked onto Long Ya, who was continuing his escape. With a flash of murderous intent, he gave chase again. It was obvious that Universe God Xiong Fu would only let the matter drop when he had killed Long Ya. However, at that moment, in the void in front of Long Ya, a black dot appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the black dot was getting bigger with a shocking speed. Jian Wushuang. Long Ya was over the moon, and he relied on his last bit of divine power to head toward Jian Wushuang. The two of them finally met. Russell. Jian Wushuang stood in front of Long Ya straight away. Long Ya had collapsed completely, and his aura had become extremely weak. Swoosh. The black light which had followed behind Long Ya stopped as well. The dim light dissipated, revealing a cruel-looking man who wore black armor. The cruel-looking man's hands were carrying one big axe each. At that moment, he was looking toward Jian Wushuang with interest. Long Ya, are you all right? Jian Wushuang shot a glance toward Long Ya, who was behind him. This is not enough to make me die. I have merely exhausted my divine power. Also, the white blaze fruit has fallen into the hands of universe god Xiong Fu, Longya said in a low voice, and his eyes filled with flames of fury. I have some elixirs with me. Take them immediately to regain your divine power. Jian Wushuang tossed a few elixirs over to Longya. The elixirs were obtained by Jian Wushuang from the real gods who he had killed back in the Sky Sword prison. The effects of the elixirs were impressive as well. All right, Longya nodded his head seriously. Without hesitation, he swallowed the elixirs with one gulp and started to recover his divine power at once. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, and he looked at the cruel-looking man who was wearing black armor. Universe God Xiong Fu. Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted slightly. Universe God Xiong Fu was ranked 9th on the Universe God ranking list, the most outstanding genius disciple of the current generation in the Heaven Axe Divine Palace. He was also acknowledged as one of the 10 monsters by the Eternal Chaotic World. To date, this was the very first expert in the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list that Jian Wushuang had come across. Chapter 1506, Soft Persimmon. Chapter 1506, Soft Persimmon. In the void, as the breeze howled, the air seemed to freeze. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold as he fixed his eyes upon Universe God Xiong Fu. In Wu Bei's cave, many universe gods were fighting one another madly for white blaze fruits. The one who was killed in the fight could only blame himself for being weak. He can't blame anyone else. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. Universe God Xiong Fu, if Longya were to seize the white blaze fruit and be unwilling to give it to you, I could understand if you were to kill him. However, Longya gave you the white blaze fruit, but you're still coming after him to kill him. Isn't this a little ridiculous? Ridiculous? Universe God Xiong Fu lifted the corners of his lips and smiled. In this world, there's no right and wrong. There's only strong and weak. As I am stronger than him, so what if I am being ridiculous? Jian Wushuang, you should be glad that your ranking on the Universe God ranking list isn't low. I am not confident that I can kill you. Otherwise, not only Longya, but also you, with a white blaze fruit, will have to die here today. Universe God Xiong Fu knew Jian Wushuang had a white blaze fruit too. However, Jian Wushuang wasn't weak. Although he was at the 9th place on Universe God ranking list, it was not definite if he could kill Jian Wushuang. If so, I am really lucky. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly and his gaze turned cold too. But I'd really like to know just how amazing the 9th place on Universe God ranking list is. Why? Want to try? Universe God Xiong Fu smirked and looked at Jian Wushuang in disdain. He wasn't sure if he could kill Jian Wushuang, but in terms of power, he didn't see Jian Wushuang as his match. After all, between the top 10 and the top 20 on Universe God ranking list, there was a vast difference. Just as the two of them were going to launch an attack, there was a huge crowd that appeared in the void before them. Those people were the universe gods who were fighting over the white blaze fruit with Longya earlier. But as their speed wasn't fast enough, they only caught up then. Including the universe gods who were attracted by the chase, there was a total of almost 100 people. With almost 100 universe gods, although there weren't any experts on the universe god ranking list, if they were to join forces, it would still be a rather fierce fighting force. Universe God Xiong Fu and Jian Wushuang. The universe gods who caught up looked at the two of them in astonishment, especially when they saw Jian Wushuang. The universe gods looked shocked. Jian Wushuang was holding a white blaze fruit. Then they noticed Longya, who was extremely weak, standing behind Jian Wushuang. Longya, pass us the white blaze fruit. Pass us the white blaze fruit. Otherwise, you have to die. Continuous roars were heard one after another. The universe gods locked gazes on Longya. Longya clenched his teeth and roared, "The white blaze fruit that I've gotten is in universe god Xiong Fu's hands." Huh. The universe gods looked at universe god Xiong Fu again. He's right. I do have a white blaze fruit in my hand. Universe god Xiong Fu smiled maliciously. However, I'm not the only one with a white blaze fruit on hand. Jian Wushuang has one too. So, you'd better think it through if you want the white blaze fruit in my hand, or the one in Jian Wushuang's hand. Or maybe you can figure out a way to make the both of us stay back. Universe God Xiong Fu obviously sounded bold in his speech. The surrounding 100 universe gods immediately drowned in deep thoughts. One-on-one, they definitely weren't Jian Wushuang or Universe God Xiong Fu's match. They definitely had to join forces. Even if they were to join forces, 100 peak universe gods in the third heaven joining forces, although their fighting power would be fierce, it would be unrealistic to make both Jian Wushuang and Universe God Xiong Fu stay. Hence, they could only choose one. Universe God Xiong Fu and Jian Wushuang. One was 9th on the Universe God ranking list, and the latter one on the 20th. Even an idiot would know how to choose. Jian Wushuang, give us the white blaze fruit, an elderly in a red robe, who obviously had a stronger aura compared to the other universe gods, roared. The other universe gods looked over at Jian Wushuang at the same time, and their gazes were cold. On the other hand, Universe God Xiong Fu looked at the sight with interest but didn't intend to get involved. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. It seems that they are treating me like a soft persimmon, Jian Wushuang muttered. Well, Universe God Xiong Fu is in the 9th place on Universe God ranking list, which is a higher rank than mine. Under normal circumstances, his power should definitely be stronger than mine. Jian Wushuang, give us the white blaze fruit, and we will let you leave with Longya. Otherwise, both you and Longya have to die here. The elderly in red robe continued. With all of you? Jian Wushuang stole a glance at the elderly in red robe. You're courting death. The elderly in red robe was raging with anger. He bellowed, go, kill him. Kill. The surrounding 100 universe gods instantly erupted with a terrifying murderous intention, and the figures plunged forward simultaneously. Normally, if only a few of them ran into Jian Wushuang alone, they definitely wouldn't dare to make a plan on Jian Wushuang's white blaze fruit. But then, they weren't afraid. After all, there were almost 100 of universe gods, and they were all peak universe gods in the third heaven. Although there weren't any experts on universe god ranking list, with them joining forces, even Universe God Xiong Fu, who was on the 9th place on universe god ranking list, could only avoid them, let alone Jian Wushuang. Die. These universe gods were soaring with murderous intention. But then, Jian Wushuang's face was extremely cold. I do not want to carry out a massacre, but this time, you are the one courting death. Jian Wushuang gave a chilly glare, and a boundless soul power swept out instantly. The bolt of soul power turned into a crimson phoenix in the void directly. The crimson phoenix flapped its wings, then it turned into flowing lights and rained. As the crimson phoenix's feather turned into crimson flowing lights, they immersed into the almost 100 of universe gods' bodies without hindrance. Then, they pierced through the universe god's sea of consciousness like sharp thorns. Almost 100 universe gods were soaring with murderous intention earlier, but then, more than half of them revealed a terrified expression. Then, their gazes grew dim. Walala. Just like rain, out of almost 100 of universe gods, 60 of them fell to the ground straight away. There was over 30 remaining universe gods. Although they forcefully endured the soul attack, they could feel the piercing pain from their consciousnesses. Then, Blood Mountain Sword already appeared in Jian Wushuang's hand. Looking at the remaining 30 universe gods before him that were still in astonishment, there was a flash of murderous intention in Jian Wushuang's eyes as his figure suddenly became illusionary. Chapter 1507. Universe God Xiong Fu. Chapter 1507. Universe God Xiong Fu. Rustle. 9 shadows appeared at the same time. Jian Wushuang's body became like a ghost's, and he appeared in front of the red-robed old man instantly. The red-robed old man was the strongest out of the universe gods, and his fighting capabilities were almost comparable to that of the experts in the universe god ranking list. However, he was attacked by Jian Wushuang's soul attack. Before his consciousness was able to settle down, Jian Wushuang did a random stroke. The sword cut open the air and swept past the nape of the red-robed old man. The red-robed old man's head was sent flying. Following that, Jian Wushuang's body moved again, and he shuttled back and forth within the crowd. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. While shuttling back and forth, icy cold sword lights were unleashed one after another, and every sword light was so chilly that it was fearsome. In a split second, a breath's time had passed, and among the remaining 30 universe gods, 16 of them had been killed by Jian Wushuang. The remaining universe gods, whose numbers made up to less than 20, were dumbstruck by the crazy massacre occurring in front of them. Run, run. Run away quickly. He's too scary. He's not human. He's a demon. The universe gods escaped with all their might. In just a short amount of time, apart from Jian Wushuang and Longya, universe god Xiongfu was the only person still alive and standing at his location. Clap, clap. Clapping sounds could be heard. Universe god Xiongfu was clapping his hands and walking toward Jian Wushuang at the same time. Brilliant, really brilliant. Universe god Xiongfu giggled. I did not expect you, Jian Wushuang, to actually be proficient in consciousness attacks. Moreover, your way of using the consciousness attacks is so impressive. This has really widened my perspective. Jian Wushuang was squinting his eyes slightly. Although he was proficient in consciousness attacks, this information was not in the universe god ranking list. Hence, there were not many people in Wu Bei's cave who knew about this trick of his. If not, the universe gods from before would not have the guts to find trouble with him. After all, numbers were the least concern of experts who excelled in consciousness attacks. Jian Wushuang's force of soul had achieved the highest level of a universe god. By using Crimson Phoenix, a soul attack, with his full strength, unless the consciousness of his opponent had also reached the highest level of a universe god, he would be unable to block it. As for those universe gods numbering close to 100 previously, over 60 of them were killed in a short while, and only 30 of them, whose consciousnesses had reached the highest level of a universe god, survived. However, there were merely 30 universe gods. With Jian Wushuang's martial art motion, there was only room for them to be massacred. In addition, Blood Phoenix of the Five-Beast Soul Manipulation Knack was an attack to attack a large group of people. In a one-to-one match, if Jian Wushuang had used the soul attack with his full power, even a consciousness which had reached the highest level of a universe god would be unable to block it, unless the consciousness of the other party had achieved the level of a real god. The people in the way have been taken care of. Now, it's your turn. Jian Wushuang looked toward universe god Xiongfu. You wish to fight? Bring it on. Universe god Xiongfu had nothing to fear. Long Fu, please stay to one side, Jian Wushuang said. Understood. Longya nodded his head and retreated far away immediately. In the huge void, only Jian Wushuang and universe god Xiongfu remained. I wish to see exactly how strong a person like you, who is ranked 9th on the universe god ranking list, is. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold and 9 shadows appeared at once. At that moment when he moved his body, Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed with a dense crimson light. The crimson light was like a crimson sun. Its scarlet color was dazzling and extremely charming. Even universe god Xiongfu could not help but be captivated by the crimson sun. All of a sudden, the 18 Azura hell descended. A phantasmagoria? Universe god Xiongfu frowned. He was already in the phantasmagoria. Break? With a shout, universe god Xiongfu broke out of the phantasmagoria immediately. His consciousness had already reached the level of a real god. Although Jian Wushuang's phantasmagoria was strong, it was unable to affect him. However, the moment he got out of the phantasmagoria, he realized that Jian Wushuang's body had already appeared in front of him. At the same time, scarlet sword light headed toward him like crimson lightning. It was the real god's unique skill that Jian Wushuang had created, crimson light. Humph! Universe god Xiongfu gave a cold hum. He swung his right hand abruptly, and a giant axe shadow brought the power of the universe around the area. The power was so enormous and mighty, it was as if the whole universe was being oppressed. Clang! With a loud sound, a great force caused Jian Wushuang to shake and stagger. In the end, he retreated a few steps continuously. Haha. Universe God Xiong Fu laughed sardonically. He then used both his hands and swung the two giant axes at the same time. The two giant axes were swung continuously and endlessly, with every swing containing terrifying power. Jian Wushuang had already activated the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. He had also released his divine power fully. With that, he swung his long sword continuously to fight. However, as he clashed with the giant axes time after time, the horrifying strength shook Jian Wushuang to the point that his arms felt some pain. What great power! I have already activated the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. However, I actually cannot match him in terms of strength? Jian Wushuang was shocked. When his divine power was combined with the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor, his divine power would not be inferior to that of a genuine real god by much. However, he was actually unable to match Universe God Xiong Fu. Jian Wushuang, are your abilities only as such? The eyes of Universe God Xiong Fu, who was swinging his giant axes crazily to push back Jian Wushuang, shone with a fierce light. You actually dare to fight me with this kind of strength? You are really overestimating yourself. Buzz. Blood chi burst forth from Universe God Xiong Fu's body all of a sudden. His aura became even more fierce and violent. In addition, the power that his giant axes contained increased as well. Universe God Xiong Fu had gotten his name due to his ferocity. His axe skills were absurd and fierce. However, at that moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. He then displayed the small portion of the power of space-time that he had comprehended. Buzz. Initially, Jian Wushuang relied on martial art motion to create the 9 shadows. However, at that moment, with the addition of the small portion of the power of space-time, Jian Wushuang had created a total of 18 shadows. Secret skill Flowing Light Phantom, Stage 3. This martial art motion secret skill was directed against space-time. At the first stage and second stage, there were not much requirement of the space-time doctrine. However, at Stage 3, the practitioner had to possess a small bit of the power of space-time in order to use it. Jian Wushuang had grasped a small portion of the power of space-time. When he was moving around alone in Wu Bei's cave previously, he did not come across any opponents who were exceptionally strong. His strongest opponent was Zhu Chou. However, Zhu Chou only possessed fighting capabilities to get into the top 30s of the Universe God ranking list. Hence, he was unable to force Jian Wushuang to use the power of space-time. It was until the very moment where he fought Universe God Xiong Fu that Jian Wushuang did not conceal any of his abilities. Instead, he unleashed his full power. By using the power of space-time, a total of 18 shadows were created. His martial art motion and the speed that he could move in an instant were brought to a new level at that moment. This speed. Universe God Xiong Fu was astonished. He was also surprised by the speed that Jian Wushuang had unleashed all of a sudden. Universe God Xiong Fu, aren't you powerful in terms of strength? I shall not compete with you in strength. Instead, I will rely on speed to kill you. Jian Wushuang was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 1508. Fight a Pitched Battle. Chapter 1508. Fight a Pitched Battle. Wow! A total of 18 shadows, and every one of them was as swift as a ghost. Jian Wushuang's figure instantly appeared before Universe God Xiong Fu, and a crimson sword light slashed at his skull. The speed was really too fast. One who was as strong as Universe God Xiong Fu could only swing out the huge axe in a flurry to block. Dang! A loud noise and the 18 shadows were cast out again. Jian Wushuang appeared behind Universe God Xiong Fu again and wielded his sword at lightning speed again. Jian Wushuang's speed and martial art motion exploded. He moved around Universe God Xiong Fu and constantly performed sword principles to attack Universe God Xiong Fu's vital parts. Although Universe God Xiong Fu was powerful, dealing with such creepy martial art motion at such speed, he could only think of ways to block Jian Wushuang's sword principle attack for the time being. He looked like he was in a fix. Bastard! There was an angry roar, and there was fire churning in Universe God Xiong Fu's eyes. However, there was a soaring rage that flowed from his body suddenly. He was like a living beast. An enormous amount of divine power concentrated in the huge axe in his hands. Suddenly, the two huge axes swung out, and the surrounding void was covered in the axe's shadow. He only wanted to pressure me with force. Humph! Jin Wushuang's gaze turned cold, and he wielded Blood Mountain sword suddenly. It collided with the two axes' shadows. Under the attack of the divine power, he took a few steps back. However, the moment he steadied himself, the figure plunged out again. Want to suppress me by relying on force itself? You must be dreaming. Jin Wushuang's gaze was cold. He used the power of space-time and burst his martial art motion entirely. Universe God Xiong Fu couldn't catch up to his speed at all. Hence, Universe God Xiong Fu wanted to rely on his strength to forcefully fight him off till he became heavily injured. Just like the saying, one force loses 10 strokes. However, Universe God Xiong Fu didn't know that Jin Wushuang might not be able to compare favorably with him in terms of power, but they weren't too far apart. Merely a small difference in power, and he intended to suppress Jin Wushuang. It was impossible. Plus, even if Jin Wushuang were to be fought off, he would plunge forward again the very next moment. Your martial art motion, speed, and even close combat power are far behind me. You are only slightly stronger in terms of strength. How dare you behave so recklessly before me? Just stand here and be my living target. Jin Wushuang roared. His figure moved creepily and then appeared by Universe God Xiong Fu's side. Blood Mountain sword turned into a flowing light and stabbed into Universe God Xiong Fu's chest. Such a creepy martial art motion, such a tricky angle. Universe God Xiong Fu couldn't wield his huge axe to block, but the black armor covered his whole body and the black armor let out a dim light. Blood Mountain sword stabbed the black armor, and it only left a white mark on the black armor which disappeared really quickly. Real God Chaos unique treasure? Jin Wushuang frowned. He was a disciple of Star Palace from lineage of Star. He had completed the ultimate disciple task, and he received Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor as a bonus reward. On the other hand, Universe God Xiong Fu was Heaven Axe Divine Palace's most outstanding disciple. Heaven Axe Divine Palace wasn't much weaker compared to lineage of Star. It was only right and proper that he had a real God Chaos unique treasure on him. However, even with the black armor protecting his body, part of the force contained in Jin Wushuang's stroke spread to Universe God Xiong Fu's divine body and caused him some damage. Swoosh! Universe God Xiong Fu retreated at high speed due to the impact. As he retreated, he looked over at Jin Wushuang with eyes full of rage. Jin Wushuang, I belittled you. You already have the fighting power to be listed in the top 10 of Universe God ranking list. That's really impressive. Universe God Xiong Fu roared. You and I have not much difference in power. If we were to continue to fight, it'd be meaningless. Excuse me for not keeping you company. As he spoke, Universe God Xiong Fu turned into a cloud of black light and prepared to leave. But he had yet to move, and he saw an enormous amount of blazing quicksand coming towards him. Although the formed realm wouldn't have much effect on him, his speed was affected. Jin Wushuang, you want to waste time? Universe God Xiong Fu had anger boiling in him. Waste time? I don't think so. Jin Wushuang's murderous intention soared. You have guts. You really thought I was afraid of you? Universe God Xiong Fu bellowed, and his figure shook. Suddenly, he grew to 3 meters tall. A boundless divine power soared in madness. Universe God Xiong Fu kept one of his huge axes and held another axe with both his hands. He raised it up. The moment he raised it up, there was immediately an imposing black axe shadow in the void above. The black axes formed one after another. With one glance, there were more than 100 of them. Hundreds of black axe shadows floated. Along with a chilly gleam from Universe God Xiong Fu, the hundreds of black axe shadows gathered. Serene Divine Axe. Walala. An earth-shattering stroke suddenly swung out. The moment the axe shadow appeared, the entire void quivered. There were cracks that formed on the ground from nowhere, just like a spreading spiderweb. Jin Wushuang could feel the power that the axe contained, and he didn't dare to act recklessly. Ninth Heaven Stroke. Both were eruptions of strongest divine power, but Jian Wuzhang was performing the most powerful Ninth Heaven Stroke out of the three real God unique skill that he had created. A Supreme Sword Intention Sword and Nemesis Sword from above Ninth Heaven appeared in the air. It then collided with the ferocious Black Axe Shadow directly. Rumble. There was a loud rumble, as though the sky was collapsing and the earth was shattering. The Black Axe Shadow contained a terrifying force, obviously a notch stronger than the sword principle that Jian Wushuang had cast, Nemesis Sword. Humph, to be able to die by my strongest unique skill. You should be proud. Universe God Xiong Fu looked a little pale. It was obvious that it wasn't easy for him to perform the technique. But then, swoosh, the black divine storm was suddenly pierced. A ghastly figure plunged out and suddenly charged before Universe God Xiong Fu in an instant again. How is it possible? Universe God Xiong Fu was shocked. He already saw the ghastly figure belong to Jian Wushuang, but he never thought that Jian Wushuang would be able to do such a thing. He wasn't injured at all? Universe God Xiong Fu looked on in disbelief. But he didn't know that Jian Wushuang also had a real God Chaos unique treasure protecting his body, and he had cultivated one of the secret skills of lineage of star, Xian Mia Golden Body. His divine body could be compared favorably with a real god's. After the earlier axe stroke broke Ninth Heaven Stroke, it had already expended half of its power. The remaining power pounded against Jian Wushuang's body. After the tremendous weakening via Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor, there was only a very slight bit of power left. Jian Wushuang blocked it easily with his divine body alone. Chapter 1509. A Taste of His Own Medicine. Chapter 1509. A Taste of His Own Medicine. Even your strongest move cannot kill me. Now, it's my turn to kill you. Jian Wushuang's roar resounded across the universe. His body was like a ghost, and he created 18 shadows. In no time, he appeared in front of Universe God Xiong Fu. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Swift, violent, and artful sword shadows appeared one after another. Under the influence of the power of space-time, the speed of the sword shadows was extremely fast. With Jian Wushuang's martial art motion, he attacked Universe God Xiong Fu again and again. Oh no! Universe God Xiong Fu's expression changed greatly, and he swung his giant axes to block. However, in terms of speed of martial art motion, he was unable to keep up, and he was pushed back by Jian Wushuang in no time. Jian Wushuang's sword light attacked one after another, and Universe God Xiong Fu used every ounce of his strength to block them. However, Jian Wushuang would find openings during a few instances and struck Universe God Xiong Fu with his sword principles. If one or two strokes struck him, he would not be too concerned. However, as time went by, the sword principles that landed on his body continued to increase. No matter how strong his defense was, he would be unable to take so many attacks. I have to escape as soon as possible, if not I will really be in danger. Universe God Xiong Fu understood this point, and he looked for an opportunity to escape immediately. However, it was a pity. Jian Wushuang's Blaze Quicksand Gourd's territory was present, and he had also used the secret skill of Dragon Blood. Hence, his speed would be many times faster than Universe God Xiong Fu's. Even if Universe God Xiong Fu were to use all his tricks, he would be unable to shake Jian Wushuang off. Jian Wushuang continued to attack time and again. He struck Universe God Xiong Fu's body repeatedly and caused his injuries to increase unceasingly. After some time, Jian Wushuang had over 20 swords attacking Universe God Xiong Fu's body head-on. After 20 strokes, blood flowed out from the corners of Universe God Xiong Fu's mouth and his body was on the verge of collapsing. Jian Wushuang, I admit that you are impressive. I will give you the White Blaze Fruit. Universe God Xiong Fu shouted. White Blaze Fruit? Haha. After killing you, won't the White Blaze Fruit still be mine? Jian Wushuang said coldly. Jian Wushuang, you are too much. Universe God Xiong Fu was extremely furious. You said it yourself. In this world, abilities earn you respect. Since my abilities are stronger than yours, even if I go over the line, what can you do? Jian Wushuang sneered, cut the crap, die. Damn you! Universe God Xiong Fu cursed loudly. At the same time, he was struggling against Jian Wushuang madly. He could only struggle. Escape. It was impossible for him to escape. Fight. The speed of Jian Wushuang's martial art motion had pushed him back completely and did not give him any chance to counterattack. He could only allow Jian Wushuang's sword principles to strike him repeatedly, making his injuries more fatal. As for going all out, he had already tried going all out, using his strength to stop his motion and even unleashing his strongest move. However, he was still unable to do anything against Jian Wushuang. In such a situation, what awaited him was death. No, no. Universe God Xiong Fu roared madly. He had already sensed death approaching him. Although he was struggling with all his might, he still had no way out. He could only look on as the number of injuries on his body continued to increase, his body gradually reaching its limit and finally collapsed completely. Bam! With a low, deep voice, Universe God Xiong Fu's life came to an end and he stopped breathing. Jian Wushuang stood in the void. As he looked at Universe God Xiong Fu's body, his eyes filled with coldness. Longya had given you the white blaze fruit just now. However, you still wanted to kill him. And now, I am merely letting you have a taste of your own medicine. Hence, you cannot blame me. You can only blame the fact that you deserve to die. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. After that, he swung his hand and plundered Universe God Xiong Fu's Qiankuan ring as well as all his treasures. While plundering his treasures, Jian Wushuang took a look quickly and he could not help but be amazed. Universe God Xiong Fu was indeed a top expert who ranked 9th on the Universe God ranking list. He had quite a number of treasures on him. All the pieces of armor that he wore were chaos unique treasures that were of the level of a real god. Even those 2 giant axes of his were chaos unique treasures of the level of a real god. Hence, it was no wonder that his strength was so powerful. However, it was a pity. With the death of Universe God Xiong Fu, all the treasures on him, including the white blaze fruit, had fallen into the hands of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. A voice could be heard. Longya, who was recovering his divine power at a void far away, had come over. As he looked at Universe God Xiong Fu's body, which had fallen to the ground, Longya's face was filled with astonishment. You actually killed Universe God Xiong Fu? That's a super expert ranked 9th on the Universe God ranking list. Ranked 9th? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and he wore an indifferent smile. Universe God Xiong Fu was indeed worthy of being ranked 9th on the Universe God ranking list. His abilities were certainly powerful. However, on the basis of the reincarnation doctrine, Jian Wushuang had managed to comprehend a small bit of the power of space-time. Hence, at the moment, he definitely had the fighting capabilities to get into the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list. Comparing real fighting capabilities, he was not very different from Universe God Xiong Fu. Even if he were stronger than Universe God Xiong Fu, he was only slightly stronger. However, the key point was that Jian Wushuang had overpowered Universe God Xiong Fu. I cannot say that I overpowered him. Instead, it's my martial art motion that is too strange and frightening. I reckon that most of the experts, including the Universe Gods on the Universe God ranking list, could only take a beating if they were to come across my martial art motion. The only exceptions are the Universe Gods who hone their martial art motions to an extremely high level as well and are able to match my speed. Jian Wushuang giggled. Universe God Xiong Fu had died in an oppressed manner. He was definitely not weaker than Jian Wushuang by much. However, as he was unable to keep up with the speed of Jian Wushuang's martial art motion, he could only take a beating continuously and defend continuously during the fight. Moreover, he was unable to block the attacks completely. Hence, he had died. Longya, how is the recovery of your divine power? Jian Wushuang looked toward Longya. The effects of the elixirs that you gave me are not bad. I have already recovered 10% of my divine power. Although I am unable to participate in a big battle, I will be fine if I am just moving around, Longya said. That's good. Jin Wushuang nodded his head. At that moment, he realized that a shadow was dashing over from the void that was not too far away. It's Xin Yi, Jin Wushuang revealed a smile. When they received Lei Chao's message that Longya was being pursued, both Jin Wushuang and Xin Yi hurried over at their fastest speed. However, as Jin Wushuang was closer, he would naturally arrive earlier. As for Xin Yi, he only managed to arrive at that moment. Jin Wushuang, Longya, are both of you all right? Xin Yi appeared in front of Jin Wushuang and Longya. I'm all right. I am lucky that Jin Wushuang arrived in the nick of time, Longya said. Okay. Xin Yi noticed the big pile of bodies on the ground, especially Universe God Xiong Fu's body. That's Universe God Xiong Fu? Xin Yi stared. That is indeed Universe God Xiong Fu. However, he is dead now. He was killed by Jin Wushuang, Longya said. What? Xin Yi looked at Jin Wushuang incredulously. All right, let's not talk about this now. Let's leave this place. That fight just now was not small. Quite a number of universe gods around the area are looking, Jin Wushuang said. Understood. Longya and Xin Yi nodded their heads simultaneously. After that, the three of them left at once. Chapter 1510, Top 5? Chapter 1510, Top 5. The battle between Jin Wushuang and Universe God Xiong Fu attracted many universe gods. The universe gods kept their distance and watched from afar. Some universe gods even took out a mirroring token to record the war scene. After Jin Wushuang and the other two disciples left, the spectators in the void immediately burst into an uproar. Universe God Xiong Fu died. The 20th on Universe God ranking list, Jin Wushuang, killed the 9th-ranked Universe God Xiong Fu. This is unbelievable. There was a great commotion. Very soon, the news about the battle spread like wildfire. In the Loft Palace where the Almighties gathered. Lei Chao, your people and lineage of Star have guts. The roar containing boundless anger reverberated through the entire palace. It was a stern-looking man who roared. The stern-looking man was from Heaven Act's divine palace. Humph. The one who has guts should be Universe God Xiong Fu from Heaven Act's divine palace. He was after a disciple from lineage of Star, Longya. Even after Longya gave him the white blaze fruit, he didn't stop. He wanted Longya's death. Now, Jin Wushuang has killed him, and he only has himself to blame, Lei Chao snorted. Has himself to blame? We, Heaven Act's divine palace, won't pretend as though nothing has happened. The stern-looking man bellowed. Regardless of what Heaven Act's divine palace wants to do, we, lineage of Star, will be accepting it, Lei Chao said at ease. Such a joke. The power levels of lineage of Star and Heaven Act's divine palace were very close. When Universe God Xiong Fu had intended to strike at Longya, he didn't worry about lineage of Star. So why would lineage of Star bother with Heaven Act's divine palace? The surrounding experts, including the Almighties, watched the two of them wage a tit-for-tat struggle engrossingly but didn't stop them. In the middle of the hall, there was a motion picture that appeared before long. The motion picture was the scene where Jin Wushuang and Universe God Xiong Fu were exchanging blows. Everyone in the hall was watching while exchanging comments. Jin Wushuang is quite powerful. He comprehended two supreme doctrine, reincarnation and space-time doctrine. Plus, his comprehension of reincarnation doctrine has already passed through the first level of Doctrine Palace. It's really rare. The most impressive thing about Jin Wushuang is his martial art motion. Yeah, his martial art motion is too creepy. Universe God Xiong Fu totally couldn't keep up. He could only take the hits and be on the defensive. The experts in the hall were highly experienced, especially the Almighties. Through the motion picture, they could clearly determine Jin Wushuang's power. However, they still couldn't tell Jin Wushuang's true level of power, let alone the fact that Jin Wushuang was an inverse cultivator. Jin Wushuang's martial art motion, I know about this, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain spoke. His martial art motion is created by a real god with high comprehension level on space-time doctrine from very long ago. It's called Flowing Light Phantom. The real God's power wasn't very strong and was quite a distance from getting listed on Universe God ranking list, but his martial art motion was widely recognized as the first in that era. Later on, the real God passed away, and the martial art motion was passed down to his descendants. Over the years of passing down, it ended up in the hands of a universe god named Long Xiu. Universe god Long Xiu was previously imprisoned in my Sky Sword prison, but when Jian Wushuang was wandering in Sky Sword prison, he killed universe god Long Xiu. Hence, he obtained the secret skill of the martial art motion. Oh, I see. The surrounding experts nodded. A real god could be widely recognized as the first in martial art motion and speed with the secret skill of flowing light phantom alone. From that itself, one could see how impressive the secret skill was. In terms of martial art motion alone, Jin Wushuang should be in the first place out of all experts on Universe God ranking list, an almighty said. He should be. Look at Universe God Xiong Fu. He wasn't much weaker compared to Jin Wushuang, but Jin Wushuang killed him straight away, relying on the martial art motion itself. With such a shocking martial art motion, Jin Wushuang's power is enough to be listed in the top 5 on Universe God ranking list, the red-haired elderly with a unicorn in between his eyebrows said. The surrounding almighties agreed. However, regardless of Jin Wushuang's ranking on Universe God ranking list, the almighties wouldn't bother. They were merely treating Jin Wushuang as a topic of discussion. In Wu Bei's cave, Jin Wushuang, you are the strongest. The white blaze fruit that Longya got earlier, keep it for yourself. You don't have to give it to Longya, Lei Chao sent a message. I understand, Jin Wushuang nodded. Then, he informed Longya and Xianyi about it. Longya agreed. There are many experts in Wu Bei's cave. It'd be the safest if white blaze fruits are with you. What are your plans after this? Jin Wushuang asked. My divine power has yet to recover entirely. Even if it recovers entirely, it is quite dangerous for me to wander around Wu Bei's cave alone. So, I plan to join forces with Xianyi and move around with him, Longya said. That'd be best, Jin Wushuang nodded too. Since Wu Bei's cave had opened to the public, there was a large number of experts that had gathered there. Many experts on Universe God ranking list, including those who weren't famous but possessed fighting power of one on Universe God ranking list. Longya and Xianyi weren't very high in ranking on Universe God ranking list. If they were to wander around alone, they might not be able to escape in time, even if they were lucky enough to find a white blaze fruit. If they were to join forces, they could at least coordinate. As for Jin Wushuang, it shouldn't be a problem for him to wander along with his power. If so, I shall leave. Be careful when you two move around, Jin Wushuang said. Then, Jin Wushuang left. The grand fight banquet for white blaze fruit continued and became even more insane. On the 8th day, after the battle between Jin Wushuang and Universe God Xiong Fu ended, there was a piece of news that was shared to every universe god in Wu Bei's cave. The first ranked on the Universe God ranking list, God-destroying King, was there. God-destroying King had conquered the first place on Universe God ranking list firmly 100,000 years ago. All those years, his position had been unshakable. The top 10 monsters on Universe God ranking list. If the monsters in the second and the third place could be challenged, God-destroying King, who was first place, was an unbeatable mythology, a legend. His power was so powerful that it made one feel hopeless. He was so powerful that Zidong Wang in second place and Demon Girl Ling Luo in third place didn't have the courage to compete with him. According to the introduction of God-destroying King to Universe God ranking list, God-destroying King had comprehended one of the 4 supreme doctrine, extermination doctrine. Also, he had only comprehended extermination doctrine. Unlike Jin Wushuang, Zidong Wang and Ling Luo, who had comprehended 2 heaven ways. However, because he focused entirely on extermination doctrine, his comprehension towards extermination doctrine was at an unbelievable level. There was a rumor in 10 cultivation sanctuaries that God-destroying King's comprehension towards extermination doctrine could pass through the second level of Doctrine Palace. Chapter 1511, Dim Shadow. Chapter 1511, Dim Shadow. A universe god's comprehension of the heaven way could clear the second level of the Doctrine Palace. When Jian Wushuang saw the information of the god-destroying king, he clicked his tongue. He had completely understood the Doctrine Palace from the king of venomous worms. He was very clear that the higher the Doctrine Palace, the harder it was to clear. Even among the real gods, there were not many of them who did it. Only those who stood at the top had the right to clear the second level of the Doctrine Palace. For a universe god to clear the first level of the Doctrine Palace, he would be considered a super monster. As for clearing the second level, it was almost impossible. However, the god-destroying king was that frightening. Even Zidongwang, who ranked second, and Ling Luo, who ranked third in the universe god ranking list, were extremely terrified of the god-destroying king. If I were to come across this god-destroying king, most likely there would only be room for me to escape miserably. Jian Wushuang gasped with admiration. He knew his own abilities inside out. If he were to come across Zidongwang and Ling Luo at the very moment, he could still try fighting against them. However, if he were to come across the god-destroying king, he would definitely be unable to compete against him. However, Wu Bei's cave was huge. Hence, the chances of him coming across that god-destroying king were not high. Jian Wushuang continued to roam around inside Wu Bei's cave and depended on his soul power to search for the Iron Wing beasts. However, perhaps it was due to there not being many Iron Wing beasts left in Wu Bei's cave. His chances of finding Iron Wing beasts were not as high as before. Moreover, even if he managed to find the Iron Wing beasts, their bodies might not contain the white blaze fruit. Time flew by. 3 months had passed since Wu Bei's cave opened. By relying on his soul power, which gave him an advantage, Jian Wushuang killed another Iron Wing beast, and he obtained his third white blaze fruit. Of course, during his process of obtaining the third white blaze fruit, there was no avoiding a massacre. A number of jealous universe gods tried in vain to team up and kill Jian Wushuang to get the white blaze fruit. However, they were all massacred by Jian Wushuang mercilessly in the end. In Wu Bei's cave, where massacres occurred all over the place as many universe gods fought madly for the white blaze fruit. Boom! All of a sudden, the whole cave shook. The frequency of the earthquakes increased continuously as well. What happened? What's going on? Could it be that this cave is about to close? Many universe gods in the cave were stunned. While they were stupefied, in the void in the highest part of the cave, a dim shadow formed slowly. The dim shadow was not big. However, they existed in each and every corner of the cave. When the great number of universe gods in the cave raised their heads in succession, they could see the dim shadow. However, they were unable to see the real appearance of the dim shadow. They were even unable to sense the presence of the dim shadow's aura. After the dim shadow appeared, an extremely magnanimous yet slightly evil voice resounded within the cave. Universe gods of the eternal chaotic world, welcome to my cave. The voice could be heard from all directions. For the universe gods in the cave, no matter which corner of the cave they were at, they could hear the voice clearly. However, after hearing the voice clearly, many of them were shocked. Welcome to my cave. Everyone knew that the cave was left behind by real god Wu Bei. Hence, could the person speaking be real god Wu Bei? Wu Bei. That madman. Even though he is already dead, he still left his consciousness behind in his own cave intentionally. As I guessed, this cave is not as simple as we think. Within the big hall in the sky of the island, many almighties knew about the changes in Wu Bei's cave. At once, the big hall became lively. What does that madman intend to do? It was obvious that the almighties did not dare to underestimate real god Wu Bei. Inside the cave, the voice of the dim shadow continued on. My cave has already been opened for 3 months. During the 3 months, the 15 white blaze fruits that I left behind in the first level of this cave have all landed in the hands of all of you. Next, it's about time that all of you enter the second level of the cave. The second level will have more white blaze fruits. There will be a total of 50 of them. As soon as the words left his mouth, the universe gods in each and every corner of Wu Bei's cave became excited at once. This cave has a second level? The first level has 15 white blaze fruits, while the second level has a total of 50 white blaze fruits. Gosh, many universe gods were extremely enthusiastic, especially those universe gods who had not obtained any white blaze fruits previously. Even the Almighties and the real god experts from many various powerhouses within the big hall became extremely excited at that moment. The second level has a total of 50 white blaze fruits. Is that true? How can there be so many? The Almighties found it unbelievable. It should be known that in the history of the eternal chaotic world, one white blaze fruit alone was extremely precious, and it was enough to make the Almighties yearn for it. During the 3 months on the island, the 15 white blaze fruits found in Wu Bei's cave had already caused the Almighties to be astonished. At the moment, the consciousness that Wu Bei left behind actually told them that there was a total of 50 white blaze fruits in the second level. Burning with excitement, the eyes of the Almighties in the big hall were burning with excitement. Of course, even though they were burning with excitement, they were still able to retain their senses. Inside the cave, I will give all of you a month's time to either rest or make preparations. After 1 month, the second level of the cave will open. Before that, I will give all of you a reminder first. The space of the second level of the cave is not as huge as the first level. Moreover, there are many white blaze fruits. Hence, perhaps the fight would be crazier? Haha. An evil laugh echoed in the universe, and what followed after that was the dim shadow dissipating slowly. However, the universe gods in the cave were unable to remain calm. After 1 month, the second level of the cave would open and the fight would become more intense. Jian Wushuang stood at the top of a lofty mountain, and he frowned slightly. King of venomous worms, do you think real God Wu Bei is speaking the truth? Are there really so many white blaze fruits in the second level of the cave? Jian Wushuang questioned. No idea. However, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to accumulate so many white blaze fruits from one white blaze fruit tree alone. Even after many years, the king of venomous worms continued speaking. Moreover, this real god Wu Bei is really a madman and he can do anything. Hence, you must really remain vigilant. No matter how crazy real god Wu Bei is, I have to go to the second level. Even if it is not for the white blaze fruit, I have to go for the sake of obtaining the training method for an inverse cultivator. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly and said in a serious tone. You're right. The king of venomous worms also understood. He gave all of you a month's time to prepare. Therefore, you should make your preparations. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and sat down with his legs crossed after that. Inside the cave, many universe gods stopped fighting temporarily and started to prepare. Chapter 1512, New Universe God Ranking List. Chapter 1512, New Universe God Ranking List. In the lofty hall, various almighties were casually chatting. Real God Wu Bei already died, but he is unwilling to remain out of the limelight. I really have no idea what he is trying to do. Humph, it's a pity that the restriction is too profound, even we have no way to resolve it. Otherwise, how could he make the decisions? I wonder who helped him in setting up the restriction. In any case, I also have attainments in formation and I am also an almighty. But I can't do anything about the restriction. In 10 cultivation sanctuaries, I reckon that only an existence of that level could possibly resolve the restriction. That level? There are only a few experts of that level in the entire cultivation sanctuaries. They are high above, and why would they bother with us? During a casual chat, the time flew past. 10 days later, among the almighties on the higher part of the hall, Tower Master Chi Fu from Vientiane Tower suddenly spoke. Everyone, according to various universe gods' performance in the cave for the past 3 months, we at Vientiane Tower have established a brand new universe god ranking list. Take a look at it. Tower Master Chi Fu waved, and a huge list immediately floated in the middle of the hall. A complete universe god ranking list recorded 100 universe gods who were powerful. However, compared to the ranking list before, there was obviously a drastic change. On top of the list, there were 10 eye-catching names. They were the top 10 monsters on Universe God ranking list, listed from top to bottom in order. The first place on Universe God ranking list, God-destroying king. The second place on Universe God ranking list, Zidongwang. The third place on Universe God ranking list, White-robed swordsman. The fourth place on Universe God ranking list, Demon Girl Ling Luo. The fifth place on Universe God ranking list, Jin Wushuang. The sixth place on Universe God ranking list, Xian Zhu. The seventh place on Universe God ranking list, Universe God Lu Ying. The eighth place on Universe God ranking list, Demon King Icefeather. The ninth place on Universe God ranking list, 7 Universe King. The 10th place on Universe God ranking list, Universe God Mo Show. That was the brand new ranking list for the top 10 monsters. Looking at the ranking list, the experts in the hall started discussing among themselves. Some were casually chatting, some were complimenting in silence, but most of them agreed with the rankings. The person on the third place on Universe God ranking list, because he didn't announce his name when he defeated Ling Luo, Vientiane Tower has yet to find out his true name. Hence, we replaced it with White-robed swordsman. If everyone agrees with this, we shall share the ranking list. Tower Master Chi Fu smiled faintly. In that instant, the ranking list spread across at terrifying speed. In less than half a day, it had spread all over Wu Bei's cave. The universe gods in Wu Bei's cave knew of the existence of the brand new ranking list. The brand new universe god ranking list put me on the 5th place? Jian Wushuang looked confused. His true power was actually not that much stronger compared to the previous 9th place universe god Xiong Fu. However, his martial art motion was terrifying. The introduction of him to the brand new universe god ranking list said that his martial art motion was number 1 among all universe gods. He was listed in the 5th place because of his martial art motion. The brand new universe god ranking list is so shocking. There are so many experts that popped up from nowhere. Besides myself, among the top 10 from the previous universe god ranking list, there are 3 people who are not famous at all. Jian Wushuang was surprised. In the top 10 on universe god ranking list, White-robed swordsman, Demon King Icefeather, and 7 Universe King were all unknown before this. They revealed terrifying powers at the fights during the 3 months in Wu Bei's cave. Among them all, the mysterious white-robed swordsman was the strongest. He had defeated Ling Luo face to face, and he was listed in 3rd place. Demon King Icefeather and 7 Universe King defeated Universe God Mo Show and then got listed in the 8th and the 9th place. Besides the top 10, the following ranking went through a drastic change too. For instance, Longya, who was in the 51st place previously, was then dropped to below 70 and Xian Yi to lower than 90th too. Out of the 3 of them from lineage of Star who were on Universe God ranking list, only he had proceeded to the front of the ranking list. It is only the 1st level of the cave. If there were to really be a 2nd level to the cave like real God Wu Bei said, there would be a total of 50 white blaze fruit. It definitely would stir up more carnage. By then, the ranking list would experience another drastic change again. Jian Wushuang smiled but didn't worry much about the ranking list. Very quickly, he closed his eyes again. However, in Wu Bei's cave, many universe gods were shocked by the brand new ranking list. In a spacious, barren land, a cold-looking purple-haired man sat. His facial expression was maliciously charming with a tinge of coldness. He was Zidongwang from the 2nd place on Universe God ranking list. At that very moment, he was paying close attention to the brand new Universe God ranking list. Still the same as before, God-destroying king is high above. No one could compare with him, even I couldn't. This God-destroying king is simply a monster. Zidongwang shook his head. He had no intention to compete with God-destroying king. Ling Luo, she lost to a mysterious swordsman who is unknown. That is quite surprising, Zidongwang frowned. According to the ranking list, the mysterious swordsman comprehended Darkness Doctrine and Massacre Doctrine at the same time. Plus, the comprehension level is extremely high and his swordsmanship is terrifying. Ling Luo already gave her all, and even performed her strongest technique but still lost. The mysterious white-robed swordsman is really powerful and he didn't seem to be interested with white blaze fruit. He came to the cave purely to challenge experts. Now, He has already defeated Ling Luo. So, I should be next. Humph, come on, come on. Among all universe gods in eternal chaotic world, besides God-destroying king, there is definitely no one else who could be my, Zidongwang's, match. Zidongwang was confident. On the top of a towering tree, a shadow in a black robe sat quietly. The figure of the shadow in a black robe was scrawny, and his cold look was evil. He was giving out a unique aura. Most importantly, his eyes were a pair of extremely dark and creepy eyes that seemed to contain boundless magic power. Jian Wushuang, 5th place on Universe God ranking list. He didn't even fight with me in person. Just because he killed that idiotic Xiong Fu, he is listed in the 5th place directly. The people from Vientiane Tower made arbitrary decisions. The evil-looking man in black robe had a chilly gleam in his eyes. He was the 6th place on the current Universe God ranking list, Xianzhu. One should know that Xianzhu was previously in the 4th place on Universe God ranking list. But because of the white-robed swordsman and Jian Wushuang, he had dropped to the 6th place. The white-robed swordsman had defeated Ling Luo face-to-face, and it was unnecessary to be in doubt of his power. Hence, Xianzhu naturally wouldn't suspect nor complain. However, Jian Wushuang, he had only killed Universe God Xiong Fu, and he was listed on the 5th place directly, even higher rank than he was. Xianzhu was naturally upset about it. Chapter 1513, The Second Level of the Cave. Chapter 1513, The Second Level of the Cave. The second level of the cave is about to open. At that time, the fight will be even more intense. Hopefully, I would be able to come across Jian Wushuang. Xianzhu's eyes were filled with coldness. A month's time passed quickly. The dim shadow appeared again at the highest part of the void. At the same time, some space passage appeared in each and every corner of the cave. The space passage to enter the second level has been opened. If you wish to get more white blaze fruits and opportunities, please go in. Real God Wu Bei's voice was evil just like before, and it resounded across the whole cave. After hearing his voice, the universe gods who had finished their preparations a long time ago headed into the space passages that had appeared in their vicinities without hesitation and entered the second level of Wu Bei's cave. In the second level of Wu Bei's cave, there was a crimson sun high in the sky. The whole sky and earth were crimson in color, and even the air was filled with a thin crimson mist. Jian Wushuang was standing in the void in the second level of Wu Bei's cave. He had already spread his soul power across the area and discovered many figures within the range that his soul power had covered. There was a total of 18 universe gods. On the second level, the universe gods are spread closer to one another, Jian Wushuang muttered. However, he also understood that the second level was not as huge as the first level. Hence, the universe gods would naturally be placed closer to one another. For the universe gods to be spread so close to one another, as soon as white blaze fruits appear and a fight breaks out, tens or even hundreds of universe gods will be able to get to the battlefield in an instant. With so many universe gods, if they were to team up, even the experts in the top 20 and top 10 of the universe god ranking list would have to retreat. Moreover, how will the white blaze fruits in the second level appear? Will it be the same as the first level where it is inside the bodies of iron wing beasts? Jian Wushuang frowned. While Jian Wushuang was puzzled, real god Wu Bei's dim shadow appeared at the highest part of the cave, and his evil voice could be heard again. The 50 white blaze fruits have already been spread across the space of every area of the cave's second level. When the time is right, they will appear by themselves. However, it will be up to your own abilities if you wish to obtain the white blaze fruits. After that, the dim shadow disappeared again. Appearing in succession? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. After that, he moved his legs and started to move around the area slowly. While moving, a number of universe gods discovered him. That's Jian Wushuang, the super expert ranked 5th on the new universe god ranking list. It is said that Jian Wushuang obtained a total of 3 white blaze fruits in just the first level of the cave alone. 3 white blaze fruits? It's a pity that Jian Wushuang is too strong. Hence, it is totally impossible to snatch the white blaze fruits from his hands. Under such circumstances where experts were spread so close to one another, they had better not think of getting the white blaze fruits quietly. Take the 15 white blaze fruits on the first level of the cave as an example. The whereabouts of every fruit were known clearly. As for Jian Wushuang, he had obtained a total of 3 white blaze fruit on the first level, and everyone had known about it for a while. However, although the universe gods knew that, no one dared to lay their eyes on Jian Wushuang. Take those universe gods who did not have the right to get into the universe god ranking list as an example. Unless hundreds of them teamed up, trying to snatch treasures from Jian Wushuang was as good as suicide. In the space of the second level, the universe gods were searching carefully. At that moment, at a lofty mountain at a corner of the second-level space boom, a strong aura burst forth. The aura disturbed the wind and clouds. In an instant, they became many giant waves which spread across the area. With such great disturbances, even if one were to be millions of miles away, they would be able to sense the commotion clearly. In a jiffy, hundreds of universe gods who were within a few million miles became alarmed. This disturbance. The white blaze fruits have appeared. It's in this vicinity. Hurry there quickly. Quick, quick. Hundreds of universe gods moved their bodies at once and rushed over at their fastest speeds. Straight away after that, an extremely fierce, miserable fight began. What had appeared was indeed white blaze fruits. Moreover, it was not only one fruit, it was 2 fruits. The appearance of 2 white blaze fruits quickly attracted hundreds of universe gods over to compete for them. After some intense and tragic killing, the fight ended. As for the universe gods at the other areas of the second level, despite not being able to make it to the fight, they had managed to get the information hastily. At the same time, they also knew the results of the fight. 2 white blaze fruits appeared at the same time? Jian Wushuang exclaimed. According to the information that he had obtained, during the fight for the 2 white blaze fruits, more than 200 universe gods had died, and this included an expert on the universe god ranking list. More than 200 universe gods died in one fight. Moreover, all of them are practically universe gods who stand at the top of the 3rd heaven. This is really crazy, Jian Wushuang muttered. Actually, the white blaze fruits are useless to universe gods like us. Hence, there is no need for them to go to this extent. As soon as Jian Wushuang's words left his mouth, King of Venomous Worms sneered immediately. Jian Wushuang, that's easy for you to say. You are a Star Palace disciple of the lineage of Star, and the Star Palace treats you like a treasure. As soon as you have completed the ultimate disciple task, you will be awarded a real God-level chaos unique treasure. However, in the eternal chaotic world, not all the universe gods are treated the same way as you. For the majority of the universe gods, not mentioning real God-level chaos unique treasures, even getting top universe God-level chaos unique treasures is difficult for them. And this time around, every big powerhouse and many almighties have given their word that every white blaze fruit can be exchanged for a real God-level chaos unique treasure. Hence, how can those universe gods not be interested? Not mentioning universe gods alone, if real gods were able to enter the cave as well, you would see what reaction the real gods would have. They will definitely be as crazy as the universe gods. After hearing what had been said, Jian Wushuang could not help but be silent. Indeed, due to his identity as a Star Palace disciple, as well as his good luck, he had managed to get many opportunities. As a result of that, he had acquired and possessed many treasures. However, other universe gods were not as fortunate. One white blaze fruit could be exchanged for a real god-level chaos unique treasure. This was enough to make countless universe gods, as well as a few real gods, go crazy. After the first fight, white blaze fruits appeared again after some time. Just like before, 2 white blaze fruits appeared at the same time, and an insane fight took place as well. What followed after that was the 3rd appearance, where 3 white blaze fruits appeared at the same time. After 3 blood-soaked fights, many universe gods in the cave, as well as the experts in the outside world, firmly believed that there were indeed 50 white blaze fruits in the second level of the cave. Chapter 1514, Huge Movement. Chapter 1514, Huge Movement. For the birth of a white blaze fruit for the first 3 times, Jian Wushuang was too far away, and he couldn't rush there in time. However, the 4th time, Jian Wushuang managed to get there in time. There were 3 white blaze fruits that came to the world at the same time. When Jian Wushuang appeared at the birthplace, there was already a mad fight going on. There was a total of 100 universe gods that participated in the 5th battle. Out of the 3 white blaze fruits, 2 were taken away. The remaining 1 fell into the hands of a universe god. Jian Wushuang knew the universe god too. His name was Universe God Taizong. Universe God Taizong was in the 20th place on Universe God ranking list. He was considered one of the top experts. Even when he came across an ordinary real god, he could fight head-on. But then, Universe God Taizong was besieged by almost 100 universe gods. If it wasn't for him being extremely strong in defense, he would have been killed long ago. Jian Wushuang immediately got involved and cast 18 shadows simultaneously. Under the effect of power of space-time, he went through the crowd and appeared before Universe God Taizong. Universe God Taizong, pass me the white blaze fruit. Otherwise, die. Jian Wushuang's bellow traveled into Universe God Taizong's ears. You are Jian Wushuang? Universe God Taizong almost recognized Jian Wushuang. Even though he was unwilling to, he took out the white blaze fruit and threw it at Jian Wushuang. He was certain that Jian Wushuang would never come, and he could only opt to give up the white blaze fruit under the siege of almost 100 universe gods. As Jian Wushuang came, he decided to just give a favor at a little cost. Jian Wushuang extended his hand and took the white blaze fruit. The 4th. Jian Wushuang smiled delightedly. It's Jian Wushuang. The white blaze fruit is with Jian Wushuang. Kill him, kill him. The surrounding universe gods immediately redirected their focus and chased after Jian Wushuang in madness. Humph. Jian Wushuang humphed and he traveled like a ghost and went through the crowd recklessly. Everywhere he went, he wielded his blood mountain sword and immediately killed for universe gods who were blocking his way at the front. Then, he passed through the crowd. How could he? He charged out from our siege so easily. The martial art motion is too terrifying. The universe gods found it unbelievable. When they had besieged Universe God Taizong, he couldn't even struggle. However, Jian Wushuang dashed out from their siege in an instant. Jian Wushuang. A low bellow was suddenly heard. Jian Wushuang turned around and his gaze was fixed. Demon King Icefeather? Demon King Icefeather, the 8th ranked on the brand new Universe God ranking list. You have already gotten 3 white blaze fruits on the 1st level of the cave. Now, you want to get the 4th one? You are too greedy. Demon King Icefeather's voice shook the sky. His figure caught up at lightning speed, far faster than any other universe gods. Hee, if you were me, you definitely would be as greedy. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and wasn't in a hurry to leave, but he turned to walk towards Demon King Icefeather. As his figure plunged, Jian Wushuang's martial art motion was immediately revealed flawlessly. In a short period of time, haha, Demon King Icefeather, excuse me for not keeping you company. Jian Wushuang's voice was still reverberating in the void nearby, but his figure had already disappeared before everyone's eyes. Demon King Icefeather looked cold as he stood in the void. He watched the direction which Jian Wushuang traveled in, and he creased his eyebrows slightly. This Jian Wushuang should be around the same as me in terms of power. However, his martial art motion is too creepy. Demon King Icefeather recalled the instance when Jian Wushuang had fought against him earlier. It was mostly the speed of that instant and his martial art motion. Such a creepy and terrifying martial art motion. It could really be known as the #1 martial art motion among universe gods. Plus, he does qualify to be listed in the 5th place on Universe God ranking list. Demon King Icefeather said, and then left immediately. Very soon, on the 2nd level of the cave, many universe gods received the news and found that Jian Wushuang had obtained the 4th white blaze fruit. At the same time, they found out that Demon King Icefeather had fought. Although there wasn't victory or defeat in the battle, Demon King Icefeather admitted that Jian Wushuang had the fighting power of the 5th place on Universe God ranking list. A mad fight was still continuing. Occasionally, there would be white blaze fruits coming to the world. Every time the fruit came to the world, there would be a huge movement to attract all the universe gods. As time flew past, it already became the 10th day since everyone had entered the 2nd level of the cave. The breeze blew slightly, and it was piercingly cold. The originally crimson space became even more terrifying. In the air, there was even a faint roar. Jian Wushuang wore a red robe that transformed from blood feather reincarnation armor. He carried his sword on his back and walked forward slowly in the void. It has been 10 days, and it has been 12 times since the white blaze fruits came into the world. Every time, there have been 2 pieces, or even 3 pieces altogether. Then, out of the white blaze fruits that were found on the 2nd level, there were 29 pieces in total. In other words, there were 21 white blaze fruits that would be born one after another, Jian Wushuang muttered. 12 births and 12 fights. But in the 12 fights, he only managed to get 1 white blaze fruit during the 4th fight. As for the other fights, he didn't manage to get there in time. Then, the total of white blaze fruits in his hands was only 4. To get white blaze fruits in the cave, it doesn't only rely on one's power. Luck plays a great factor too. No wonder a lot of universe gods who aren't that strong still opt to enter the cave. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Just then, Hong, a fierce aura suddenly erupted. The bolt of aura shook the heavens and earth. Then, it suddenly formed into waves and spread terrifyingly. In a short time, it spread up to 100 million miles away. One should know that the birth of white blaze fruit during the past 12 times stirred a commotion each time. However, the largest scale only covered a range of 10 million miles. However, the movement covered 100 million miles this time, and it was spreading at lightning speed. This movement, Jian Wushuang suddenly lifted his head and looked at the source of the movement. There was an unprecedented joy shimmering in his eyes. It's there. It's very near to me. At most 100,000 miles away. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist and immediately plunged towards the source of the movement without hesitation. He gave full play to his speed. Not only was Jian Wushuang startled by the movement, all universe gods within the coverage of the 1 billion mile range were surprised. This movement is too great. Such a large movement. There must be a lot more white blaze fruits that come to the world. Let's go. Hurry and get over. Hurry, hurry. I must get there in time. Damn it, too far away. Countless universe gods flowed from every corner like wasps towards the birthplace. Since the 2nd level of the cave had opened, the so-called largest scale fight was going to happen. Chapter 15:15, Crazy Fight for the White Blaze Fruits. Chapter 15:15, Crazy Fight for the White Blaze Fruits. The commotion this time around was indeed too big. It was a lot greater than the commotion from the previous 12 times when the white blaze fruits appeared. Naturally, more universe gods were attracted as well. Among those universe gods, Jian Wushuang was part of the batch of people who was the closest to the point of appearance. He was less than 100 miles away. With such a short distance, by using his speed, Jian Wushuang managed to reach the location in a short time. However, after reaching the location, even Jian Wushuang was shocked by the scene in front of him. On a vast wasteland, the ground had split open due to an explosion. In the void above it, there were 8 floating, bright white lights spread across the area, and what was shrouded inside the white lights were the white blaze fruits. A total of 8 white blaze fruits. Gosh! Jian Wushuang could not help but opened his eyes big. During the 12 appearances previously, 2 fruits had appeared every time. At most, 3 fruits had appeared. However, just then, 8 fruits had appeared at once. It was crazy, really crazy. All the universe gods who rushed to the point of appearance at once went insane when they saw the 8 white blaze fruits. Even Jian Wushuang's eyes were burning with excitement. Snatch! With a flash of shrill light, Jin Wushuang unleashed his fastest speed instantly and 18 shadows appeared at the same time. In the void in the vicinity, there were 7 other people who charged toward the 8 white blaze fruits. All the eyes of the 7 universe gods were dyed scarlet in color, and they were using all their strength to head toward the 8 white blaze fruits. However, due to the differences in their speeds, 4 people were the fastest to arrive at the 8 white blaze fruits. Jin Wushuang was among the 4 people. Collect. With a swing of his big hand, Jin Wushuang put the 2 white blaze fruits that were the closest to him into a Qian Kuan ring with lightning speed. After that, his body appeared in front of the 3rd white blaze fruit in the blink of an eye, and he was about to collect it. "That's mine." A shrill voice could be heard. A purple-clothed youth with a strict expression had already lost his senses. With a swing of his hand, he snatched the white blaze fruit away. Moreover, he had also seized another white blaze fruit moments ago. This meant that he had also gotten 2 white blaze fruits at the same time. After seeing what had been done, Jin Wushuang's expression turned grave. His icy cold eyes shot a glance at the strict-looking youth, and he activated his soul power. "Ah!" The strict-looking youth gave a horrible shriek. While shrieking, his consciousness was completely destroyed. "A normal universe god dares to snatch my item. You are really courting death." Jin Wushuang was filled with murderous aura. With a wave of his hand, he took the strict-looking youth's Qian Kuan ring. By sweeping his consciousness past it, his eyes glowed brilliantly at once. This youth had just collected 2 white blaze fruits. In addition to the 2 white blaze fruits that he had collected as well, this meant that Jin Wushuang had gotten another 4 white blaze fruits. Moreover, it was obvious that the fight for the white blaze fruits had only just begun. "Continue snatching." Jin Wushuang locked on to a black-robed old married woman near him. His soul power had already noticed that the black-robed woman had also managed to get a white blaze fruit. 18 shadows appeared and Jin Wushuang appeared in front of the black-robed woman at once. "Jin Wushuang? Not good." The black-robed woman was shocked. "Die." Jin Wushuang was filled with murderous intent. His blood mountain sword was extended like a spiritual snake, and it was also filled with a small bit of the power of space-time. Hence, the black-robed woman had no time to block it at all, and the sword light struck her body. "Arg!" The black-robed woman spit out a big mouthful of blood on the spot, and her aura plunged down. "Not dead." Jin Wushuang's eyes squinted slightly. However, he was not too surprised. There were innumerable universe gods with impressive abilities. Although the black-robed woman looked normal and had no reputation, her abilities should be quite close to making it into the universe god ranking list. "Jin Wushuang, I will give the white blaze fruit to you. I shall not participate in this fight anymore." The black-robed woman suppressed her fear and anger. She then tossed out a white light. The white light was the white blaze fruit. Jin Wushuang extended his hand and caught the white light. The 5th fruit. Jin Wushuang was delighted. At that moment, an intense fight by the side attracted Jin Wushuang's attention. In particular, his attention was focused on a plump young man in the intense fight. The 6th white blaze fruit is with this young man. With the flash of a shrill light, Jin Wushuang prepared to head over to snatch the 6th white blaze fruit. However, all of a sudden, buzz. Quietly, the plump young man's eyes became dim. His body also became weak, and he started to fall downward. A consciousness attack? Jin Wushuang's eyes turned serious. The consciousness attack was not from him. Swoosh! A strange black shadow appeared beside the body of the plump young man. With a stretch of his hands, he grabbed the plump young man's Qian Kuan ring. As for the 4 universe gods who were originally fighting with the plump young man, they went on to attack the black shadow instinctively after seeing such a scene. However, in the end, the 4 universe gods' eyes turned dim quietly, just like before. What a strong consciousness attack! Jin Wushuang's expression turned grave. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Sounds of the wind being disturbed could be heard and many universe gods arrived. Although the fight moments ago could be said to be slow, in actual fact, it was completed hastily. In a short amount of time, the 8 white blaze fruits had all landed into the hands of someone. In particular, 2 people had managed to get 1 white blaze fruit each, and had they left a long time ago. As for the remaining 6 fruits, they were with Jian Wushuang and the black shadow which had appeared abruptly. It's Jian Wushuang, who is ranked 5th on the Universe God ranking list. As for the other one, it's Xian Zhu. Jian Wushuang and Xian Zhu, 2 experts who are ranked 5th and 6th in the Universe God ranking list respectively, are both here. When the Universe Gods who had just arrived saw the 2 of them standing opposite one another in the void, they were surprised. Naturally, they did not dare to make a move. Xian Zhu? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and stared at the black-robed young man in front of him. The black-robed young man was handsome and cold like a demon. Xian Zhu had an extremely infamous reputation in the eternal chaotic world. Before Wu Bei's cave appeared, among the universe gods, only the god-destroying king, Zi Dongwang, and demon girl Ling Luo could overpower him. Moreover, in the eyes of many universe gods, Xian Zhu was more frightening than the god-destroying king, Zi Dongwang, and Ling Luo. The god-destroying king was recognized as the number 1 of the universe gods. He was powerful, and in a 1-to-1 match, no one aside from real gods could be his opponent. However, if he were to be besieged by a large number of universe gods, say if there were hundreds of universe gods fighting him at the same time, he would also have no choice but to escape miserably. However, Xian Zhu was different. Xian Zhu was an expert who was proficient in consciousness attacks. And for those people who were proficient in consciousness attacks, numbers were the least of their worries. For example, since the 2nd level of the cave had opened, the white blaze fruits had appeared 12 times. There were 2 times where Xian Zhu had managed to make it, and he had acquired the white blaze fruit in front of countless universe gods. Moreover, he stood in his position openly and did not try to escape. As for the hundreds of universe gods near him, they could only watch him. No one dared to attack. Chapter 15:16, Xian Zhu. Chapter 15:16, Xian Zhu. The 6th place on the Universe God ranking list, Xian Zhu, who was previously in the 4th place. He's not a person to provoke, Jian Wushuang gasped with admiration. Jian Wushuang, I finally get to meet you, the cold, evil-looking young man, Xian Zhu said. He fixed his cold gaze on Jian Wushuang. But, you're quite a lucky man. There are so many universe gods who put up life-and-death fights in the cave, but couldn't even get 1 white blaze fruit, yet you alone got 9 of them. 9? Jian Wushuang has 9 white blaze fruits. He really has 9. He already had 4 white blaze fruits previously. The 8 white blaze fruits that came to the world earlier, he got 5 of them alone. Although the surrounding universe gods had only just rushed to the place, they had seen the fight scene earlier and knew that Jian Wushuang got 5 white blaze fruits in the earlier fight. In addition to the 4 that he had had before, he held a total of 9. A total of 9 white blaze fruits was on Jian Wushuang. The surrounding universe gods looked at Jian Wushuang with burning gazes. Jian Wushuang could feel the greed in the universe god's eyes clearly. I have to leave immediately. Otherwise, there will be more universe gods that gather here. In the end, there might be 100 or even 1,000 universe gods that besiege me. Plus, Xian Zhu is here too. Jian Wushuang's face grew dim, and he immediately made a decision. One must know just how great the movement was when the 8 white blaze fruits came to the world. There was a large number of universe gods rushing over from the surroundings constantly. Run! There was a flash, and Jian Wushuang performed the secret skill of flowing light phantom. There were 18 shadows created simultaneously. Jian Wushuang gave full play to his speed and retreated backwards at his maximum speed. Wanna run? Move, kill him. Let's do it together. Let's kill him. The surrounding universe god launched attacks one after another. There were bolts of fierce aura that exploded. Some universe gods charged towards Jian Wushuang to pound him, and some stood on the spot but launched an attack at Jian Wushuang from afar. The attacks flooded in at the same time at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang immediately made a huge black tortoise soar from his body as his body stealthily went through and dodged most of the attack. Even when the remaining few strikes hit him, it didn't cause him any damage. With that factor alone, they couldn't stop him. Jian Wushuang. There was suddenly a low bellow. The bellow was like a drumstick that hit Jian Wushuang vigorously. At the same time, Jian Wushuang could only feel the surrounding scenery began to change. Dreamland? Jian Wushuang's face changed, and he complimented Xianzhu's technique from the bottom of his heart. His back was facing Xianzhu with many universe gods obstructing in between. However, Xianzhu cast Dreamland on him directly through his voice. Break? Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth, and an enormous amount of soul power erupted. He instantly shook off the phantasmagoria with his strong mental state. He just shook it off, and Jian Wushuang immediately noticed a large number of figures hemming him in. There were about 20 universe gods who had gathered around him, and they were launching attack against him. Courting death. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. He poured out his soul power and formed into soul thorns. They were instantly immersed into the 20 universe gods' bodies. More than half of the 20 universe gods had their consciousnesses vanish. Although the remaining few endured it, their figures were hindered. Consciousness attack. Jian Wushuang is also good at consciousness attacks, and his consciousness attacks are so powerful. The remaining universe gods looked surprised. Virum. A fierce force suddenly exploded. Jian Wushuang immediately lifted his head, but he noticed that Xianzhu had appeared somewhere above him. At the same time, there were two tall figures that had substantiated. Jian Wushuang die. Xianzhu's voice was cold, and the two tall figures suddenly moved. The two tall figures were two huge headless warriors. They were in black armor, holding long speed in their hands as they dove downwards. When they appeared before Jian Wushuang, the two headless warriors stabbed with the long spears in their hands and pierced two big holes in the void. Jian Wushuang looked solemn, and he suddenly exploded his divine power. The power of Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor was given full play too. Wow! Wow! The two lightning-like strokes collided with the long spears in the two headless warriors' hands. There were two low thuds, and Jian Wushuang's figure shrunk by a dozen zhang. Such strong power! Jian Wushuang looked at the two headless warriors in astonishment. After one exchange, he could tell that the two headless warriors were not any weaker than a real god. The two headless warriors joining forces were like fighting power of two real gods. Hong! The two headless warriors continued to attack Jian Wushuang with soaring arrogance. Humph! Jian Wushuang harumphed coldly, and the 18 shadows moved at the same time, taking two simple turns in the void followed by a sprint. It was extremely creepy. It shuttled through the gap between the two headless warriors and appeared before Xianzhu. This martial art motion? Xianzhu's face grew grave. Jian Wushuang was staring at Xianzhu with his bright, sparkly eyes. Xianzhu flung himself into consciousness attack. Disregarding that it's a consciousness attack, his close combat skill is definitely not strong. 10,000 shadows. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The strokes of sword light swung out at the same time. The sky was filled with hundreds of sword shadows at that very moment, like a sea of swords. Then, it engulfed Xianzhu within. But then, Xianzhu gave full play to his strong consciousness powers, which combined with his divine powers flawlessly. Suddenly, walala! Strokes of black, flowing lights flashed like long spears and collided with sword lights that Jian Wushuang had cast. There was a clashing sound continuously. Jian Wushuang's 10,000 shadows were blocked by Xianzhu at ease. You live up to your reputation of the 6th place on Universe God ranking list. Very impressive, but I have no time to play around with you. Jian Wushuang smirked coldly. Then, his figure suddenly retreated. He turned around and plunged into the void far away. You can't run away. Xianzhu let out a roar, and then there was a pair of creepy black wings that appeared from nowhere. The pair of black wings were formed entirely by Xianzhou's consciousness power. His divine power spread, Walala. Xianzhou turned into a black flowing light and pierced the void to chase after Jian Wushuang. The speed that he was plunging at wasn't much slower than Jian Wushuang. The two figures, one running and one chasing, disappeared before everyone's eyes very soon. Chapter 15:17, Favorite Person. Chapter 15:17, Favorite Person. The speed at which Jian Wushuang and Xianzhou were fighting was too fast. Moreover, the two of them were very powerful. Although there were many universe gods near them, no one could interfere. After seeing one of them chasing the other, a big portion of the universe gods followed as well. However, some of the universe gods stayed behind and chose not to follow. Too strong. Be it Jian Wushuang or Xianzhou, they are not people that we can stop. Hence, it will be almost impossible to snatch white blaze fruits from them. There are so many universe gods. Even if Jian Wushuang is really killed in the end, the white blaze fruits will definitely not fall into my hands. Forget it. For the universe gods who did not give chase, most of them were shocked by the abilities of Jian Wushuang and Xianzhou. However, although they did not give chase, they sent a message at once to spread the case to the outside world. In no time, countless universe gods in the cave were astonished. On the island outside the cave, in the big hall, many almighties and the experts representing the various forces gasped continuously when they received the news. One person has obtained a total of 9 white blaze fruits. This Jian Wushuang is really greedy. This cannot be called greedy. We can only say that his luck is good. After all, how can one not take it when something good is placed in front of him? No matter what, this Jian Wushuang has now become a target of criticism of everyone, and he is also the favorite person of all the universe gods. Favorite person? Indeed, Jian Wushuang was a popular person. From the time that Wu Bei's cave had appeared to the current moment, quite a number of white blaze fruits had appeared as well. However, apart from Jian Wushuang, the luckiest person had only been able to acquire 3 white blaze fruits. However, Jian Wushuang possessed 9 white blaze fruits. Hence, it would be strange if the universe gods who did not acquire even 1 white blaze fruit were not envious of him. Lei Chao, your lineage of star has made it big this time round. A real god who was beside Lei Chao jeered. It is still too early to say this now. Although Jian Wushuang has obtained 9 white blaze fruits, we still don't know if he will be able to bring those white blaze fruits out, Lei Chao said earnestly. You're right, the real god shook his head as well. With 9 white blaze fruits, the universe gods in the cave will definitely try to kill him with all their might. Even the monsters in the top 10 of the universe god ranking list will want to kill him. Under such circumstances, it will be difficult for him to bring all 9 white blaze fruits out. If I were Jian Wushuang, I would be slightly smarter and give up a few white blaze fruits. With that, nothing would happen to me. Many experts in the big hall were having a discussion and most of them had a relaxed expression. Only Lei Chao was extremely anxious. Jian Wushuang. Lei Chao had sent a message to Jian Wushuang. Remember, if the situation is dangerous, you can give up on a few white blaze fruits. To the lineage of star, acquiring 2 or 3 white blaze fruits from this fight is considered good. We don't expect too many of them. Do not throw your life away for the white blaze fruits. I understand, Jian Wushuang nodded his head. He was very clear about that in his head. If there were no choice, he would give up what was necessary without hesitation. However, at that moment, he had not reached such a state. This Xianzhou is really persistent. Jian Wushuang shot a glance behind him. 10,000 miles away from him, Xianzhou was flapping a pair of black wings that he had created using his power of consciousness, and he was still giving chase. Although he was unable to catch up to Jian Wushuang also found it difficult to lose him. As for the other universe gods, Jian Wushuang had lost them at the back. I have already unleashed the first stage of the secret skill of Dragon Blood. However, this is only enough to ensure that he doesn't catch up to me. To lose him completely, I would need to use the second stage of the secret skill of Dragon Blood, Jian Wushuang muttered. However, the key point was that it was not easy to use the second stage of the secret skill of dragon blood. After all, it would deplete a huge amount of divine power. By maintaining it for just a short period of time, he would exhaust almost all of his divine power, and even the recovery ability of the King of Venomous Worms would be unable to recover his divine power in a short amount of time. In an environment like this cave, as soon as his divine power was completely depleted, it would definitely become a disaster for him. If it's just Xianju alone, it'll still be all right. However, the problem is, as Jian Wushuang was thinking, his eyes turned serious abruptly. He had sensed a powerful aura that had appeared within the detecting range of his soul power. That was a purple-haired young man with a stern face, and his aura was a lot more powerful than the universe gods, including Xianju that Jian Wushuang had seen previously. That's Zidongwang. Jian Wushuang's expression turned unusually ugly. Xianju alone was already very difficult to deal with. At that moment, Zidongwang, who was even more difficult to deal with than Xianju, had appeared. It should be known that Zidongwang was a super monster who ranked second on the universe god ranking list, and he was only second to the god-destroying king who ranked first. Haha, looks like my luck is not too bad. Zidongwang's hearty, loud laughter reverberated across the whole horizon. His eyes had already locked onto Jian Wushuang. There was also a purple, evil aura around his body which caused his speed to become very fearsome. When he unleashed his speed, it would be slightly faster than Jian Wushuang and Xianju's. Oh no! Jian Wushuang started to panic. He had seen Zidongwang's information thoroughly and knew very well that with his current abilities, he would be unable to compete with Zidongwang. To make matters worse, if Zidongwang and Xianju were to team up, he would have no choice but to escape shamefully. Zidongwang, Jian Wushuang started to speak. Let's do a trade. If I give you 3 white blaze fruits, you will leave straight away. Deal? 3 fruits. Zidongwang was astonished. He would be given 3 white blaze fruits if he left. Hence, Jian Wushuang could be said to be very generous. Jian Wushuang, you are smart. However, what I want is not merely 3 but 6 white blaze fruits. If you agree to this, I will leave straight away, Zidongwang said loudly. 6 fruits? Zidongwang, you are too greedy. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. He had finally acquired 9 white blaze fruits after risking his life in Wu Bei's cave. At that moment, Zidongwang didn't need to do anything but leave. However, for that, he asked for 6 white blaze fruits. This was not just greedy, it was absolutely crazy. No deal? Then don't blame me. Zidongwang laughed coldly. The distance between him and Jian Wushuang was becoming shorter. Zidongwang, Jian Wushuang is not weak. If you don't team up with me, you alone might be unable to kill him. Xianju's voice could be heard abruptly. Xianju, what are you trying to say? Zidongwang looked over. Very simple. If you and I team up, this Jian Wushuang will die for sure. After that, the 9 white blaze fruits shall be equally split between us. At the very least, you would get 5 and I would give 4, Xianju said. Himph, I have already said. I want 6 white blaze fruits. Zidongwang bellowed. You are really unreasonable. 6 white blaze fruits it shall be then, but give me the 3 remaining white blaze fruits. Xianju said. No problem, Zidongwang nodded his head. The 2 experts had reached a consensus. Chapter 15:18 White-Robed Swordsman. Chapter 15:18 White-Robed Swordsman. Jian Wushuang, you can't escape. Die! Zidongwang and Xianju had soaring murderous intentions, and Zidongwang was constantly approaching Jian Wushuang. Big trouble. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were tightly knitted, but suddenly, huh? Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and there was delight in his eyes. He could clearly feel that in the void within 10,000 miles of him was a figure in a white robe flying over. Through his soul power, he could see the features of the figure in white robe clearly. It's him. Jian Wushuang was delighted. and he immediately switched directions without hesitation. He plunged towards the figure in the white robe. Very soon, he appeared before the figure in white robe. "Haha, Duan Lingfeng, long time no see." Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. "Duan Wushuang, it's really you." The man in the white robe who carried a saber on his back lifted his head to look at Jian Wushuang. Then, the corners of his lips lifted into a smile too. Duan Lingfeng. He was a genius that Jian Wushuang had met in the dangerous ancient Star Sea on his way to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries back then, and they were quite close. Back in ancient Star Sea, Jian Wushuang had saved the two people that Duan Lingfeng was escorting while Duan Lingfeng joined had forces with Jian Wushuang to resolve Jian Wushuang's crisis once. They had given a favor from one to another, and they were both geniuses. Hence, they appreciated one another. After they passed through ancient Star Sea, they parted ways as they had their own agendas. After a few thousand years, Jian Wushuang never thought that he would meet Duan Lingfeng again in Wu Bei's cave, and they happened to meet at a time when he needed help. "You need help?" Duan Lingfeng stood there with a faint smile. He had already noticed the existence of Zidong Wang and Xian Zhu from behind. "Of course I do." Jian Wushuang broke into a smile, and he stopped next to Duan Lingfeng. The second place on Universe God ranking list, Zidong Wang, and the sixth place on Universe God ranking list, Xian Zhu. Duan Lingfeng fixed his gaze on the two people who were chasing them from afar. There was light glistening in his eyes, and at the very next moment, rumble, a terrifying sword intention suddenly erupted and soared up above ninth heaven. The surrounding heaven and earth was drowned in a sea of sword intention. Jian Wushuang stood next to Duan Lingfeng. He was clear about the feeling of the sword intention, and his pupils contracted. This bolt of sword intention. I see, Jian Wushuang understood then. Zidong Wang and Xian Zhu, who were chasing them, suddenly stopped. Such strong sword intention. This bolt of sword intention seems to be able to tear everything down in heaven and earth. It struck fear into me. Zidong Wang creased his eyebrows as he looked over at Duan Lingfeng. White-robed, carrying a saber on his back, a strong sword intention. Zidong Wang and Xian Zhu immediately knew the person's identity. "You're the white-robed swordsman on the third place on Universe God ranking list?" Zidong Wang sounded cold. "You are the one who defeated Demon Girl Ling Luo?" Xian Zhou's face grew unusually solemn. The birth of Wu Bei's cave had led to a fight and massacre among countless universe gods. There were also many unfamiliar experts who got listed on Universe God ranking list. Among the unfamiliar experts, the mysterious white-robed swordsman was the strongest. He defeated Demon Girl Ling Luo head-on and got listed on the third place on Universe God ranking list, right behind God-destroying King and Zidong Wang. However, it had been a while since the white-robed swordsman had defeated Ling Luo, and no one knew his real name. Even on Universe God ranking list, he was known as the white-robed swordsman. Then, the white-robed swordsman appeared before them in person. The third place on Universe God ranking list, Duan Lingfeng. "That's really impressive," Jian Wushuang teased. He knew that Duan Lingfeng was a true genius back when they were at ancient Star Sea, and even King of Venomous Worms admired him. After a few thousand years, Duan Lingfeng's power had obviously improved a lot more. "Aren't you in the fifth place yourself?" Duan Lingfeng smiled faintly. One should know that when he first met Jian Wushuang at ancient Star Sea, although Jian Wushuang had showed shocking talent, his wasn't strong in power. Back then, Jian Wushuang was only a universe god in the first heaven. But then, he was one of the top few among all universe gods in eternal chaotic world. In terms of improvement speed, Jian Wushuang was slightly faster than he was. "White-robed swordsman, the one that we want to fight is Jian Wushuang. It has nothing to do with you. If you want the white blaze fruit, wait until we kill Jian Wushuang and we will share them with you. What do you think?" Zidong Wang looked at Duan Lingfeng and said. Duan Lingfeng looked at Zidong Wang coldly. "Firstly, I am not interested in the white blaze fruit. I came to the cave simply to fight with other experts. Secondly, Jian Wushuang is my friend. Ever since cultivation, I have not had many friends but Jian Wushuang in one of them. If you want to kill him, it means that you want to kill me." The moment he said that, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and he felt touched. But Zidongwang and Xianzhu's faces grew grave. It seems like a lost cause. We can only fight. Zidongwang said in a low voice. You want to fight? Who's afraid? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly while Blood Mountain, sword in his hands, quivered vigorously. Previously, it had been only him alone. He could only run away when he was fighting against Zidongwang and Xianzhu. But then, he had Duan Lingfeng's assistance. He wasn't afraid of the two of them. I only came here with the intention to fight against experts. Xianzhu is only in the 6th place on the Universe God ranking list. I am not interested in him. My opponent will be Zidongwang, Duan Lingfeng said. If so, I shall leave Zidongwang to you and I shall take care of Xianzhu, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Duan Lingfeng nodded faintly. After they came to a mutual understanding, swoosh, Duan Lingfeng took action first. Rumble. A terrifying sword intention had flooded into the entire universe. Duan Lingfeng's figure turned illusionary and appeared before Zidongwang, while the saber behind his back was instantly out of the scabbard. The 11th. Heaven and earth grew dim. In the boundless darkness, a brilliant crimson sword light suddenly descended. Looking at the crimson sword light, even Zidongwang's pupils shrunk. He immediately brought out his divine power and concentrated on his palms. He was wearing a pair of purple gloves, and there was purple light soaring up into the sky. Purple glory sky collapse. Hong! A terrifying power suddenly exploded. As Duan Lingfeng was fighting with Zidongwang, Jian Wushuang moved too. Xianzhu, during the earlier fight, both you and I had scruples. Now, let's fight again. Jian Wushuang's voice reverberated. Humph! Who is afraid? I happen to want to take back my ranking, 5th place on the Universe God ranking list. It's mine. Xianzhu was raging in anger. A fierce consciousness swept out and suddenly became 2 tall headless warriors before him. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 headless warriors held long spears in their hands while they stepped in the void and charged towards Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1519, 1 against 2. Chapter 1519, 1 against 2. Boom, boom. 2 shocking noises could be heard. The 2 headless soldiers had already appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. They then extended their long spears. Its power was impressive. You're not the only one who knows consciousness attacks. Jian Wushuang gave a cold "Himph." A huge amount of soul power burst forth, and a giant golden divine ape rose up. Similarly, the golden divine ape carried a long sword. With a shrill roar, it moved toward the 2 headless soldiers. Piss off! The longsword swept past the area rashly. As the stroke contained a shocking amount of strength, it pushed back the 2 headless soldiers at the same time. After that, the golden divine ape took 1 step and plunged toward Xianzhu. If 2 headless soldiers are unable to stop you, how about 3? Xianzhu's eyes turned cold and gloomy. After his speech, another headless soldier appeared in the void in front of him. In addition to the 2 headless soldiers previously, there were a total of 3 headless soldiers. Rumble. The 3 headless soldiers gave off amazing power and surrounded Jian Wushuang's golden divine ape. They then attacked at the same time and gave Jian Wushuang more pressure. This Xianzhu is really powerful. Jian Wushuang could not help but exclaim. It should be known that every headless soldier had the fighting capabilities of a real god. Hence, 3 headless soldiers were equivalent to 3 real gods teaming up, which put Jian Wushuang under a lot of pressure. At that moment, haha, this place is really lively. Laughter could be heard, and a silver-armored young man could be seen speeding over from a distance away. Around this battlefield, there were a few universe gods present. However, those universe gods were observing from a distance, and they did not dare to go over. After all, the ones fighting were the monsters in the top 10 of the universe god ranking list. Without sufficient power, they wouldn't dare to participate in such a fight. And at that very moment, The silver-armored young man plunged over fearlessly. Naturally, he had absolute confidence in his own abilities. It's Universe God Luing. Jin Wushuang's eyes could not help but narrow. Luing, Xianzhu also looked toward him. Universe God Luing was ranked 7th in the Universe God ranking list, which was just after Jin Wushuang and Xianzhu. By including Duan Lingfeng and Zidong Wang, who were by the side, out of the 10 monsters who were in the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list, 5 of them were present. Luing, you must be here for the white blaze fruit, right? Xianzhu spoke. Of course, Universe God Luing laughed. Since that's the case, you and I should team up and kill this Jin Wushuang. As for the 9 white blaze fruits that he has, we shall split them among us after killing him. Deal? Xianzhu said. All right, Universe God Luing nodded his head without hesitation. At that moment, everyone in the cave knew that Jin Wushuang alone possessed 9 white blaze fruits. Hence, Universe God Lu Yang showed himself since his objective was also Jin Wushuang. Let's do it. Kill. Xianzhu was filled with murderous intent. Universe God Lu Yang also transformed into a silver, fluttering light and charged into the battlefield like lightning. Another one. Humph. Jin Wushuang's face turned cold. However, he was not fearful in the slightest bit. With a shift of his body, 18 shadows appeared immediately. His body also became abnormal. Haha, Jin Wushuang. The experts on the higher end of the Vientiane Tower believe that your martial art motion was #1 among the universe gods. However, I, Luing, am the first person to be dissatisfied with that. Today, I wish to see exactly how impressive your martial art motion is. Universe God Lu Yang gave a loud laugh. With a change of the silver, fluttering light that he had transformed into, the light transformed into many layers and countless silver, fragmentary shadows appeared in the universe. These shadows were also extremely strange. Martial art motion was what Universe God Lu Yang was the most proficient in. Before Jin Wushuang appeared, he was recognized as the #1 among the universe gods in terms of martial art motion. At that moment, he had come across Jin Wushuang. Firstly, he wished to get the white blaze fruits from Jin Wushuang. Secondly, he wished to have a showdown with Jin Wushuang. Bring it on. Jin Wushuang's eyes shone with harsh light. His body movements bypassed the small gaps between the 3 headless soldiers easily, and he headed toward the layers of silver light. He attacked with his blood mountain sword abruptly, and the golden divine ape which shrouded his body also launched an attack. As for Universe God Luing, his hands were each carrying a big, silver hammer, and he attacked with lightning speed. Bump, 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 bump. Intense sounds of thunder could be heard continuously. Initially, the sounds of collision had come from one part of the void. However, in the next moment, it came from tens of miles away from the ground, and this opened up a big hole in the ground. After that, the sound came from a mountain, and the mountain had also split open. It was too fast. Their movement speed was too fast, and their martial art motion was also extremely strange. Among the universe gods who were observing the battle from a distance, most of them revealed a shocked expression. They were totally unable to see Jin Wushuang and universe god Lu Ying's figure clearly. What they could see was the strange golden, fragmentary shadow left behind by the golden divine ape that shrouded Jin Wushuang's body. However, as number 6 on the universe god ranking list, Xianzhu could see everything clearly. Die! Jin Wushuang and universe god Luing had just clashed with one another head-on once. All of a sudden, they heard explosive sounds near them. The 3 big, headless soldiers had already appeared beside Jin Wushuang, and the 3 long spears headed toward him at the same time. Himph! Although your headless soldiers are powerful, their bodies are too big and they are too clumsy. Therefore, they are unable to touch me. Jin Wushuang laughed disdainfully. With a strange movement of his body, he circled around the 3 headless soldiers easily. The long spears of the 3 headless soldiers were totally unable to touch Jin Wushuang's clothes. Jin Wushuang was standing together with universe god Lu Ying like before. Jin Wushuang, you dare to underestimate me? Xianzhu's eyes were filled with flames of fury. After that, the three headless soldiers swung their arms with great strength. The long spears on their hands were thrown out at once, and they aimed at Jian Wushuang. The speed of throwing was a lot faster than the moving speed of the three headless soldiers. While Jian Wushuang was still fighting with Universe God Luing, the three long spears were thrown with lightning speed. What? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. His body then writhed strangely, and he avoided the paths of the three spears. However, the moment he avoided the long spears, Universe God Luing found an opening. "Ha, Jian Wushuang, eat my hammer attack." Universe God Luing was laughing loudly. At the same time, both his hands held a big hammer. Meteor Heavenly Hammer. Boom! A silver thunderbolt descended with lightning speed abruptly. Faced with the hammer attack, Jian Wushuang was unable to dodge. Moreover, he had also failed to use his sword principles in time to block the attack. Hence, he could only use the Blood Mountain sword to block. Bam! With a loud noise, Jian Wushuang's body was sent flying to the ground like a meteorite. In the end, he crashed into the ground, creating a big hole. However, not long after the big hole appeared, an enormous amount of crimson flames burst forth abruptly. The crimson flames had an astonishing temperature which burnt the ground to ashes. At the core of the crimson flames, a figure appeared. It was Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang just then was like an emperor of the Sea of Fire. Chapter 1520, Retreat. Chapter 1520, Retreat. Under my meteor heavenly hammer, he wasn't injured at all. Universe God Luing floated in the void as he looked at Jian Wushuang. He noticed that Jian Wushuang's, who was crowned among the crimson sea of fire at that very moment, aura had grown even stronger than before. Kill. Among the crimson sea of fire, a ghostly figure soared up and 18 shadows were cast simultaneously. 10,000 shadows. Jian Wushuang wielded his sword at lightning speed. The sword lights crossed wantonly and flooded in to engulf Universe God Luing. "Haha, come on." Universe God Luing let out a burst of hearty laughter, and his aura started churning. The pair of huge silver hammers burst out silver light. Suddenly, it continuously bombarded him with attacks. Bang, 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 bang. As they fought in madness, there were countless shadows left in the void. Jian Wushuang's speed and strength are much better than before? Universe God Lu Ying's pupils contracted. Previously, when he was fighting against Jian Wushuang head-on, they had been evenly matched. However, when Jian Wushuang had performed Scarlet Kingdom, he had felt the increase in pressure. Especially in terms of martial art motion, Jian Wushuang was really one notch faster. "Luing, step aside." There was suddenly a deep voice. Universe God Luing didn't hesitate but retreated immediately from the silver flowing light. Jian Wushuang quickly lifted his head, and he instantly noticed Xian Zhu, who had burst out a terrifying aura from afar. "Jian Wushuang, try to take this." Xian Zhu's face was distorted in agony. Before him, it was overcast with black fog. The entire heaven and earth were covered in boundless darkness. The black fog was like widely opened mouths that were going to swallow Jian Wushuang. The coverage of the black fog was too huge, and Jian Wushuang had no way to shake it off. Die! 9-weight destruction. Rumble. A terrifying consciousness charged towards Jian Wushuang. The consciousness attack was like a huge millstone that was crushing Jian Wushuang without any pattern. Plus, there wasn't only one millstone, but there was a total of 9 millstones, and one was stronger than the others. It was Xian Zhu's strongest move, 9-weight destruction. Jian Wushuang looked stony-faced, and the huge dark tortoise had already surfaced. Then, one millstone after another hit his body. Bang, 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 bang. The former 8 attacks, Jian Wushuang had forcefully withstood them with his strong yet tenacious soul power. In the 9th strike, which was the last strike, the most terrifying strike of consciousness crushed over. Ah! Jian Wushuang let out a shrill scream at the hit. He felt an unprecedented sharp pain in his soul, and it was as though his head was going to explode. However, the sharp pain only continued for a short while before it subsided. Jian Wushuang was still standing in the void, but his face was red and his body was covered in sweat. He lifted his head again after a good while. He then smirked coldly, "Xinju, your consciousness attack is really scary, but it's a pity that it can't kill me." Xinju remained silent and his face grew grave. "I performed 9-weight destruction with my all. Even one with ordinary real god's consciousness strength would find it hard to withstand, but Jian Wushuang withstood it forcefully. His consciousness is this strong?" But he didn't know that Jian Wushuang's consciousness couldn't be actually considered as strong. It was merely capped at the limit of a universe god. He had yet to reach real god's level. However, Jian Wushuang's consciousness had already transformed into soul long ago, and his soul power was at a much higher level and much more tenacious by a few folds compared to consciousness. His soul power was especially greater in terms of its tenacity. Xinju's technique could kill an ordinary real god's consciousness, but it couldn't kill Jian Wushuang's soul, which was only at the level of the limit of a universe god. "Xinju, universe god Luing, what other techniques do you have?" "Use them all." Jian Wushuang's imposing manner had recovered to its peak again. His gaze was cold as he glanced. Xinju and universe god Luing were standing side by side as their eyebrows tightly knitted. "Luing, I've performed my strongest unique skill, but I still can't kill him. How about you? Do you have any other techniques?" Xinju asked. "I do have it, but even if I perform it, it won't kill him." Universe god Luing shook his head and replied. "We're in trouble." Xinju and universe god Luing went silent. Just then, Hong, a terrifying roar suddenly burst into the void not too far away. At the same time, there were 2 bolts of earth-shattering power that spread. The 2 bolts of power struck fear into both Xinju and universe god Luing. Xinju and universe god Luing immediately looked towards the other side of the battlefield. Their pupils contracted the moment they saw the scene. On the battlefield, Duan Lingfeng and Zi Dongwang had already separated. However, Zi Dongwang at that moment, his hair was messy, he looked pale, and there was even blood at the corners of his lips. He was obviously in a fix. Duan Lingfeng, on the other hand, his status was still at his peak, and his aura was soaring into high sky. He was obviously in a better position than Zi Dongwang. "Zi Dongwang, you who are on the 2nd place on Universe God ranking list, your power is only at such level?" A cold voice was heard from Duan Lingfeng, and it reverberated through the universe. "Bastard!" Zi Dongwang clenched his teeth, but he could do nothing about it. Xinju and universe god Luing was at a loss for words. The scene before them was obvious. In the earlier battle, the one at a disadvantage was Zi Dongwang, but he was on the 2nd place on Universe God ranking list. Xinju Luing, they 2 of you joined forces but couldn't kill Jian Wushuang? Zi Dongwang noticed the outcome on the other side too, and immediately reprimanded. Xinju and Universe God Luing exchanged a look. Both of them felt bitter in their hearts. "Damn it!" Zi Dongwang cursed and glared at Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. "Let's go." Zi Dongwang left directly while Xinju and Universe God Luing didn't stay either but left immediately. Although the 3 of them had joined forces, they obviously couldn't do anything about the teaming up of Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. Hence, they could only leave. As the 3 of them walked away, the shocking battle that had involved 5 universe gods in the top 10 on Universe God ranking list finally ended. "Jian Wushuang, are you okay?" Duan Lingfeng kept his saber and appeared before Jian Wushuang. "I'm okay." Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and said, "Duan Lingfeng, congratulations. You defeated Zi Dongwang. From the looks of it, on the latest Universe God ranking list that Vientiane Tower just released, you could be in the 2nd place. I merely have the upper hand by a slight bit. If I really want to defeat him, I'm still a bit short." Duan Lingfeng shook his head. He was really stronger than Zi Dongwang, but not by much. "Regardless, thank you once again. I owe you one," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Chapter 1521. Satisfied. Chapter 1521. Satisfied. Indeed. If he hadn't come across Duan Lingfeng this time round, Jin Wushuang would be in big trouble. Perhaps he could think of a way to survive in the hands of Zi Dongwang, Xian Zhu, and Universe God Lu Ying. However, he would definitely need to give up his white blaze fruits. Duan Lingfeng, you are completely uninterested in the white blaze fruit? Jin Wushuang looked at Duan Lingfeng. That's right. Duan Lingfeng nodded his head indifferently. If that's the case, I shall not give you white blaze fruits. I have armor here with me and I obtained it from Universe God Xiong Fu previously. Please take it. Jin Wushuang took out some black armor. The black armor was a real God-level chaos unique treasure, and it was Universe God Xiong Fu's treasure to protect his body with. After seeing the black armor, Duan Lingfeng frowned. Jin Wushuang, you should know that I helped you not for the white blaze fruit, and not for this armor. I know, Jin Wushuang laughed. However, I still need your help from here on. The stronger you are, the greater your help will be to me. This armor should be able to raise your fighting capabilities slightly. Jin Wushuang could tell long ago that the divine weapons and defensive armors that Duan Lingfeng used were first-rate Universe God-level chaos unique treasures. In spite of that, he was still able to push back Zi Dongwang. If he had real God-level armor, his abilities would definitely rise considerably. You want me to team up with you? Duan Lingfeng looked over. That's right, Jin Wushuang did not hide the truth. I have 9 white blaze fruits with me now. Hence, I am definitely a popular target. Since so many universe gods in this cave want to kill me and I'm alone, if I were to come across a situation like just now, I would be unable to deal with it. However, if I were to team up with you, it would be different. Duan Lingfeng had been ranked 3rd previously. After his match with Zi Dongwang, it proved that he had abilities to rank 2nd on the Universe God ranking list. In the entire cave, probably only the God-destroying king was superior to him. Hence, if Jin Wushuang were to team up with him, he could move around the cave freely. In addition, during my match with Xian Zhu and Universe God Lu Ying just now, I benefited considerably. Next, I have no plans to continue moving around to fight for the white blaze fruits. Instead, I want to find a place to train for a period of time. During the process of my training, I will naturally need an expert like you to protect me. Jin Wushuang emphasized the word expert intentionally. I see. Duan Lingfeng nodded his head and took the black armor immediately. I shall accept this armor. After seeing that, Jin Wushuang revealed a smile. On the 2nd level of the cave, one of the greatest commotions was when a total of 8 white blaze fruits appeared at the same time. This piece of news spread through the whole cave in a moment, just like a hurricane. Other pieces of news that were spread included the shocking match between the 5 experts Jin Wushuang, the white-robed swordsman, Duan Lingfeng, Zi Dongwang, Xian Zhu, and Universe God Lu Ying. These 5 experts were part of the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list. In particular, Zi Dongwang and the white-robed swordsman were ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively. However, the end result was, during the match between Zi Dongwang and the white-robed swordsman, Zi Dongwang was at a disadvantage. Xian Zhu and Universe God Lu Ying had teamed up and they hoped to kill Jin Wushuang. However, both of them were unable to do anything to Jin Wushuang at all, even after demonstrating all of their tricks. As soon as the news got out, countless universe gods were astonished. In the vast hall outside the cave, many almighties, including the real gods from various forces, also got the news before long. After that, all of them gasped in admiration. This Jin Wushuang's luck is really good. Since he was targeted by Zi Dongwang and Xian Zhu at the same time, even if he didn't die, he would have to give up quite a number of white blaze fruits. That was what I thought at first. However, who could expect him to come across the white-robed swordsman at that critical moment? Moreover, the white-robed swordsman is actually good friends with him? Although Jin Wushuang is a disciple of the lineage of Star, he is good friends with the white-robed swordsman. Could the white-robed swordsman be in the lineage of Star as well? No. The white-robed swordsman is definitely not in the lineage of Star. This point has already been confirmed. Perhaps the both of them got to know one another while they were traveling in the outside world. No matter what, Jin Wushuang has teamed up with the white-robed swordsman. Hence, it will be difficult to get the white blaze fruits from him again. Many experts who were present understood. One was ranked 5th in the Universe God ranking list, while the other one was one of the top 3. Moreover, at that very moment, he had been acknowledged as the number 2. Since the two experts had teamed up, not many people in the cave would dare to provoke them. Lei Chao, seems like your lineage of star is destined to benefit greatly. I agree. Since Jin Wushuang and the white-robed swordsman has teamed up, probably no one in the cave will lay their hands on his 9 white blaze fruits. The real gods were also chatting and laughing wantonly. My lineage of star does not wish to have great benefits. However, since luck is at the doorstep, we cannot reject it. Lei Chao laughed apathetically, and he felt more relaxed. After that, he messaged Jin Wushuang and questioned, Jin Wushuang, what is your status now? I'm all right. The clash with Xian Zhu and Zi Dongwang did not result in any losses, Jin Wushuang replied immediately. How about your good friend, the white-robed swordsman? Lei Chao continued asking. He's with me, Jin Wushuang said. That's great. Lei Chao continued speaking. Jin Wushuang, listen up. Now, you have already obtained 9 white blaze fruits. To the lineage of star, this is already enough. Don't hope for too much. After all, you are now the target of everyone. Hence, for the time being, you don't need to travel around to fight other white blaze fruits. Please find a place and stay put until this fight comes to a complete end. Ideally, get your good friend to stay with you the whole way. If there is a need, give him a few white blaze fruits. Haha, Lord Lei Chao, don't worry. That good friend of mine has agreed to team up with me. Moreover, he is not the least bit interested in the white blaze fruit. Hence, I gave him the real god-level armor that I obtained from killing Universe God Xiong Fu previously. Jin Wushuang giggled. That's for the best. Lei Chao nodded his head and terminated the transmission. On the second level of Wu Bei's cave, Jin Wushuang was sitting down with his legs crossed in the deepest part of a cave, which was situated halfway up a mountain, and was storing Lei Chao's transmission token slowly. Even without Lord Lei Chao saying so, I have no plans to participate in the upcoming fights for the white blaze fruits, Jin Wushuang laughed indifferently. Since the moment of the opening of the second level of the cave to the current point in time, 37 white blaze fruits had appeared. Hence, there were 13 fruits that had not appeared yet. Therefore, the fight was still ongoing. However, Jin Wushuang had no plans to participate. He had already obtained a total of 9 white blaze fruits and was satisfied with that. For the remaining time, he would allow the universe gods to continue fighting for the white blaze fruits. He himself had planned to stay in the mountain all along. As for Duan Lingfeng, he was inside a neighboring cave, refining the real god-level armor. Chapter 1522. Zi Dongwang who was unwilling to accept defeat. Chapter 1522. Zi Dongwang who was unwilling to accept defeat. On the second level of Wu Bei's cave, Zi Dongwang stood side by side with Xin Zhu. As for Universe God Luing, he wasn't in the same troop as Zi Dongwang and Xian Zhu originally. Hence, after fighting a battle against Jin Wushuang, he left on his own. Zi Dongwang, did you know you would be defeated by the white-robed swordsman? Xian Zhu asked with his eyebrows tightly knitted. He has the upper hand just by a slight bit. To really defeat me, he doesn't have the ability. Zi Dongwang bellowed. Xian Zhu raised his eyebrows but didn't comment further. However, he sneered in his head. Regardless of if Zi Dongwang was willing to admit it, he wasn't the white-robed swordman's match. That was a fact. If the new Universe God ranking list were to be released, the white-robed swordman's ranking would definitely be before Zi Dongwang's. Humph, this won't end so easily, Zi Dongwang harumphed coldly. What are you planning to do? Xian Zhu looked at him. Isn't the white-robed swordsman strong? I can do nothing about him, but someone else can. When I was fighting against him, I left a tracing mark on him. He can't escape so easily. There was a gleam of light in Zidongwang's eyes. The very next moment, he plunged towards the void on the other side. Although Xianzhu was confused, he followed anyway. The fight for the white blaze fruits continued. Occasionally, there'd be births of white blaze fruits. There were only 2 pieces to 3 pieces at one goal, not like the previous time when 8 white blaze fruits had come to the world at the same time. Even so, the massacre was still mad and there were more deaths that followed. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. The 50 pieces of white blaze fruits on the second level of the save came to the world, and they had their respective owners too. Virum. In the void, real God Wu Bei's blurry image, which was formed by his consciousness, reappeared. The fight for white blaze fruits on the second level of the cave has already ended. I will give you another 1 month's time. A month later, the third level will be opened. On the third level, which is also the last level, there isn't any white blaze fruit, but there's a white blaze fruit tree. Then, the blurry image that had been formed by real God Wu Bei's consciousness vanished into thin air again. In the lofty palace in the cave, there was a great commotion. As expected, there is really a third level. This madman, he saved the white blaze fruit tree for the last level? White blaze fruit tree, that is the most precious thing in the cave. Those white blaze fruits were just fruits that were grown on the white blaze fruit tree. Various experts, including Almighties, were all hot with excitement. White blaze fruit made various Almighties drool, but a white blaze fruit tree made all the Almighties go insane. Many years ago, many Almighties had gotten into a crazy fight and bloody massacre to get the saplings of the white blaze fruit tree. However, it fell into the hands of real God Wu Bei in the end. But it was a mature white blaze fruit tree this time, and it was even more precious. 1 month. The universe gods in the cave started preparing themselves. The air was filled with the atmosphere of massacre. The chilliness in the void was bone-piercing. A scrawny, pale-looking young man who looked like a sickly person walked forward slowly. His appearance was extremely frail, but when he walked and passed by the countless universe gods, whoever saw him wanted to immediately run away without hesitation and shock. No one dared to be within 1,000-mile range of him, let alone block his way or challenge for a fight. Ever since the young man had come to Wu Bei's cave, he almost never took action, but he had got 3 white blaze fruits. Just then, the pale young man lifted his head. In the void before him, there were 2 figures charging towards him. Very soon, they stopped before him. The 2 figures that descended were Zidongwang and Xianzhu. However, Zidongwang, who normally assumed a haughty air, looked rather humble. The way he looked at the young man seemed to have a tinge of reverence too. God-destroying king, long time no see, Zidongwang greeted. God-destroying king, Xianzhu greeted too. God-destroying king. The young man who looked pale and extremely frail was the one in the first place on Universe God ranking list, God-destroying king. He was the number 1 among universe gods without a doubt in eternal chaotic world. Zidongwang, Xianzhu, what's up? God-destroying king glanced at both of them. Something's up, Zidongwang replied. I know that you came to Wu Bei's cave because of the Almighty behind incited you to, and the Almighty promised you something too on the premise that you would get sufficient white blaze fruits. But you only have 3 white blaze fruits on hand. It should have yet to reach the criteria that the Almighty requested, right? True, God-destroying king nodded. However, as long as I can get the white blaze fruit tree on the 3rd level, it'll do. White blaze fruit tree? Zidongwang smiled faintly. There's only 1 white blaze fruit tree, but there are so many universe gods who want to fight for it. God-destroying king. Although you are powerful and you are the number 1 among all universe gods, the other universe gods will not be passive. Most likely, the universe gods will join forces to force you out. Hence, the possibility of you getting the white blaze fruit tree, in the end, isn't high either. Don't beat around the bush. Get straight to the point. God-destroying king's gaze was cold. Let me be frank with you then. I'd like to invite you to join forces with the 2 of us to fight against Jian Wushuang and the white-robed swordsman. You only need to kill the white-robed swordsman. If you really can't kill him, just tie him down. As for Jin Wushuang, Xian Zhu, and I will take care of him. Jin Wushuang has a total of 9 white blaze fruits to hand, Zi Dongwang said. You lost to the white-robed swordsman, and you want to get rid of him with my hands? God-destroying king glanced at Zi Dongwang. Zi Dongwang's gaze faltered, but he didn't deny it. He had the intention of killing Duan Lingfeng. He was arrogant and boastful. He had no choice before God-destroying king. He could only submit to him. But besides God-destroying king, he wasn't willing to accept that there was another universe god who was stronger than him. 9 white blaze fruits. I want 5 of them, God-destroying king said straightforwardly. 5 pieces? Zi Dongwang's facial expression changed, but he nodded anyway. Deal. Do you know Jin Wushuang and the white-robed swordsman's current location? God-destroying king asked. Of course I know. We can get there in one day with our traveling speed, Zi Dongwang replied. If so, let's depart. God-destroying king sounded cool. Very soon, the strongest formation, made up of God-destroying king, Zi Dongwang, and Xian Zhu, was charging in the direction where Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng were at. However, Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng had no idea about it. Duan Lingfeng knew that Zi Dongwang left a tracing mark on him, and he started to remove it, but he still needed more time. As for Jin Wushuang, he was at his most critical period. Chapter 1523, Real God Level. Chapter 1523, Real God Level. Halfway up a mountain, inside a provisional cave which had been opened up, Jin Wushuang was sitting down alone with his legs crossed. On the surface, he looked impervious to desires and passions. However, within the sea of consciousness, his soul fire was burning furiously. The soul and consciousness were different from a cultivator's realm. A cultivator could be in the realm of a universe god. However, his consciousness could have reached the level of a real god's. As for Jin Wushuang just then, his force of soul was trying to break past the bottleneck to the real god's level. During his early days in the Sky Sword prison, his force of soul had reached the limit of a universe god's. After honing it for another 1,000 years, his soul had achieved the critical stage of making a breakthrough. However, he lacked an opportunity to make a breakthrough. However, a few days ago, during the match between Xian Zhu and universe god Lu Ying, the strongest attack, 9-weight destruction, that Xian Zhu had used, had given his soul an impact that he had never felt before. This impact had caused his soul fire to almost fall apart. However, it was such an instant of life and death that gave rise to an opportunity for him to make a breakthrough. After that fight subsided, he immediately started to meditate in seclusion in the provisional cave that had opened up. After a few days, he reached the critical moment. Whether I fail or succeed will depend on this moment. Jin Wushuang's eyes glowed with a brilliant light. The soul fire in his sea of consciousness was also burning furiously, and the soul power that had accumulated to the limit a long time ago started to try to go past its limit. Boom! With a fierce impact, the bottleneck was destroyed. With that, the soul fire in Jin Wushuang's sea of consciousness started to increase madly at once. I have made a breakthrough. Jin Wushuang was extremely delighted. The flowing soul power in his sea of consciousness also started to rise at an amazing speed. In no time, his transformation ended. Force of soul, real god level. Jin Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. It was not just the force of soul that had risen. It should be known that Jin Wushuang had always been proficient in soul attacks. When he had used his soul attacks previously, his consciousness had not achieved the level of a real god's. However, almost no one could block them. At that very moment, his force of soul had achieved the level of a real god's. If he were to unleash soul attacks again, let's try it. Jin Wushuang laughed nonchalantly, and his soul power surged at once. Roar! A furious roar that seemed to appear from an abysmal hell could be heard. A black and big demonic dragon, which released shocking murderous aura, appeared fiercely. This demonic dragon was very powerful. When its body flew past the void, it ripped open the void easily. This power, Jin Wushuang's eyes glowed brilliantly. Haha. That Xinju can use his consciousness to create headless soldiers which have the fighting capabilities of real gods. However, the power of the demonic dragon that I can create using my soul power now is also similar to that of a real god. As for the soul attacks, I have the 18 Azura Hell and secret skill of Tianyuan. In particular, if I use the secret skill of Tianyuan with my full power, the soul attack would definitely not be weaker than Xinju's 9-weight destruction. It might even be slightly stronger. Jin Wushuang was over the moon. Among the universe gods, Xinju was recognized by the eternal chaotic world as the universe god with the strongest consciousness attacks. However, at that very moment, Jin Wushuang believed that his own soul attacks were not weaker than Xinju's. In fact, they might even be stronger. Moreover, among his soul attacks, if he were to use the divine ape from the 5-beast soul manipulation knack, he could combine his soul power with his divine power beautifully. Real god-level soul power combined with his divine power. Jin Wushuang's abilities had definitely increased greatly compared to the past. If I were to fight against Xinju and Universe God Luing again, I would definitely not be in a difficult situation. Moreover, I might even be able to break both of them one by one. Jin Wushuang laughed apathetically. Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng were sitting by a stone table and drinking wine. Duan Lingfeng, what is the power of this black armor? Jin Wushuang asked casually. Not bad. With this armor, my abilities have risen considerably compared to the past, especially in the aspect of my divine power, Duan Lingfeng said. The black armor that Duan Lingfeng had obtained was a real god-level chaos unique treasure, and it was similar to Jin Wushuang's blood feather reincarnation armor. It also contained a secret skill which could allow one's divine power to rise. Previously, you were able to push back Zi Dongwang even without this piece of armor. But now, I am curious as to whether you have the right to compete with the god-destroying king who is ranked first in the universe god ranking list, Jin Wushuang jeered. No idea, Duan Lingfeng shook his head. I have heard that there is a huge gap between the first and second of the universe god ranking list. However, I have never come across the god-destroying king. If I don't fight with him personally, I will be unable to judge. That's true, Jin Wushuang laughed indifferently, and he lifted his wine cup up. Oh, Jin Wushuang frowned abruptly. He had already sensed the 3 shadows which were within the range of his soul power. Duan Lingfeng, our old friend is here, Jin Wushuang giggled. Old friend? Zi Dongwang? Duan Lingfeng shot a glance toward Jin Wushuang. He then had a dull expression. Duan Lingfeng could no longer feel interested in Zi Dongwang just then. It's him. However, he has brought us a big surprise this time round, Jin Wushuang chuckled. His soul power had already locked on to one person. That was a pale-looking young man who looked fragile. However, it was this young man that had given Jin Wushuang a great amount of pressure. Swoosh, swoosh. Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng plunged out from the cave immediately. They then appeared in the void on the upper end. In front of them, 3 shadows descended. Among the 3 shadows, there was Zi Dongwang and Xinju, who Jin Wushuang was familiar with. There was also that fragile young man, God-destroying king. Both of us were still talking about the God-destroying king just now. However, who would expect him to appear in front of us straight away? Jin Wushuang had an indifferent expression and he glanced at Duan Lingfeng. Looks like you have an opportunity to fight him. Yes, Duan Lingfeng nodded his head and his eyes shone brilliantly like never before. He had come to Wu Bei's cave in order to fight against experts. At the beginning, he had defeated demon girl Ling Luo, who was ranked 3rd in the universe god ranking list. Previously, he had also fought with Zi Dongwang and managed to push him back. At that very moment, he had obtained a real god-level chaos unique treasure and his abilities rose again. Hence, what he yearned for at the moment was to fight with the god-destroying king, the universe god who had been recognized as the number 1 among universe gods. Duan Lingfeng was filled with fighting intention. Jin Wushuang was the same as well. My force of soul has just made a breakthrough and my abilities have increased greatly. Thus, I am just about to find someone to test out my abilities. Just then, the three of you came. What a coincidence! Jian Wushuang stuck his tongue out and licked his lips. His eyes were also unusually cold. On the battlefield, swords were drawn and the battle was about to begin. Chapter 1524, Duan Lingfeng, All Out. Chapter 1524, Duan Lingfeng, All Out. In the void, there was a purple-haired elderly casually traveling forward casually, and he happened to pass the nearby void where Jian Wushuang and the others were at. That's it. The purple-haired elderly noticed the 5 figures in the void and suddenly looked surprised. Zidongwang, Xian Zhu, white-robed swordsman, Jian Wushuang. The last one it's God-destroying king. My God! The purple-haired elderly was astonished at the sight. He could tell that the 5 people in the void before him were obviously in 2 teams. God-destroying king, Zidongwang and Xian Zhu were in one. Jian Wushuang and white-robed swordsman were in another one. Breaking news! Breaking news! This is definitely the pinnacle of all the fights in Wu Bei's cave. The purple-haired elderly was excited, and he instantly spread the news. In an instant, the entirety of Wu Bei's cave was astonished. In the lofty palace in the outside world. I knew it. I knew Zidongwang would just give up easily. As expected. Zidongwang even invited God-destroying king? God-destroying king. He is widely recognized as the #1 universe god. He's supernatural. God-destroying king, Zidongwang, Xian Zhu teamed up. It is definitely the strongest team in Wu Bei's cave. White-robed swordsman and Jian Wushuang are really in danger this time. The experts gasped with admiration yet sighed emotionally. In the cave, countless universe gods received the news and were filled with all kinds of thoughts and emotions. Those who were near to the battlefield immediately rushed over at their fastest speeds. A team made of God-destroying king, Zidongwang and Xian Zhu against Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng, both could be known as the strongest team in Wu Bei's cave. Naturally, everyone was dying to witness the clash of the 2 strongest teams with their own eyes. In the void, the air was still and frozen entirely. After God-destroying king, Zidongwang and Xin Zhu appeared. They didn't speak. However, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng knew their purpose of their visit. Duan Lingfeng, as you are looking forward to fight against God-destroying king, I shall leave the chance to you. Jian Wushuang looked at Duan Lingfeng. Are you confident? No, but I can give it a try. Duan Lingfeng looked cold as he withdrew the saber from the scabbard behind his back. A terrifying sword in tension spread instantly, and it was growing more and more intense. Duan Lingfeng locked his gaze onto God-destroying king. You want to challenge me? Come on, let's do it. God-destroying king looked cold too. As he spoke, he took a huge stride forward and his aura instantly soared to the peak. Just like a primeval beast, he pounded Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. This aura is pretty impressive. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. As the aura burst out, a golden long spear appeared in God-destroying king's hands. The golden long spear was covered in unique golden dragon print. As he wielded it, there was a faint roar of the dragon that reverberated. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be under his feet. The golden long spear was called Bellicose Spear. God-destroying king had an overbearing manner. Fight! Duan Lingfeng's eyes were glistening with sharpness. He roared and took a sudden step. The void under his foot instantly cracked. The 13th. Duan Lingfeng gripped the saber in his hands tightly. Under the flow of divine power, vroom, one towering crimson shadow appeared in the void. A total of 13 crimson blade shadows appeared, and every one of them was ferocious. They were strong enough to strike fear into the experts in the top 30 on Universe God ranking list. But at that very moment, after the 13 crimson blade shadows appeared, they suddenly condensed and blended together. They formed a bright, glaring crimson moon. The crimson moon suddenly swung out in silence. Instantly, It spurred the entire heaven and earth to pressure God-destroying King. God-destroying King saw the scene, but his gaze was still as cold as before. Just as the crimson moon was slashing down against his body, the golden bellicose spear in his hands suddenly stabbed. It was a casual stab, but it was earth-shattering. Bellicose spear contained an extermination aura. Even Jian Wushuang, Zidongwang, and Xianzhu, who were standing far away, were palpitating. This is God-destroying King. Any casual move or technique brings about boundless extermination and tension. His level of comprehension of extermination doctrine is too high. Zidongwang and Xianzhu saw the scene and gasped in admiration, especially Zidongwang. He was arrogant and boastful, and he was never willing to admit defeat. However, before God-destroying King, he had no courage to compete at all. It wasn't because he didn't want to challenge God-destroying King, but because their difference was just too vast. Bang! A loud thud. The void where the vigorous battle was happening instantly shattered and formed a scary void storm. In the void storm, Duan Lingfeng shook his body, and at that moment, it was as though he became three people, and the three Duan Lingfengs were wielding his saber all at the same time. God-destroying King was still standing there coldly, but he gripped, and the bellicose spear instantly turned into a cyclone and flew out like lightning. Dang! 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 Duan Lingfeng moved backwards, but the power in his blade light also made God-destroying King take a step back. You can make me move backwards? With that alone, you are much stronger than Zidongwang, God-destroying King said coldly. Duan Lingfeng didn't talk nonsense, but looked at God-destroying King solemnly. Suddenly, vroom! A boundless divine power revolved and suddenly exploded from Duan Lingfeng's body. His body increased in size twofold. He was 3 meters tall, and there were faint black ripples spreading from him. The entire universe was engulfed in darkness. The originally ferocious aura in Duan Lingfeng went more intense by a notch at that very moment. Zidongwang was shocked by the sight. Bastard! When he was fighting with me previously, he never performed these techniques. Zidongwang's face was distorted in anger. When Duan Lingfeng was fighting against him, he suppressed him with only swordsmanship and his comprehension towards doctrines. He never performed the secret skills that he was seeing then. It was obvious that Duan Lingfeng held back some power when he fought with him. Swoosh! Duan Lingfeng launched another attack. The 14th. Virum. In the void covered in darkness, there was a total of 14 crimson blade shadows that appeared from nowhere. The 14 crimson blade shadows suddenly overlapped one another and straightaway slashed. With the flawless combination of massacre doctrine and darkness doctrine among the 9 heaven god doctrines, Duan Lingfeng already burst out his strongest fighting power. Duan Lingfeng, he is really powerful. Jian Wushuang looked at Duan Lingfeng, who was going all out, and gasped with admiration. Then, he immediately glanced at Zidongwang and Xianzhu before him. Duan Lingfeng and God-destroying King are fighting so ferociously. I can't be so relaxed. Jian Wushuang slightly lifted the corners of his lips. Blood Mountain Sword had already appeared in his hands. Chapter 1525, Jian Wushuang's Battle. Chapter 1525, Jian Wushuang's Battle. Shall we begin? At that moment, Zidongwang and Xianzhu looked toward Jian Wushuang. Let's not waste time and kill him now, Xianzhu spoke coldly. Of course, Zidongwang laughed ruthlessly. He then released thick purple light from the purple gloves that he wore. Let's fight, Jian Wushuang giggled and changed his body. Swoosh! 18 shadows appeared at the same time. Kill! Zidongwang's eyes glowed with murderous aura, and his body moved instantly. As for Xianzhu, although he was standing in his original position, he was releasing his power of consciousness. In no time, 3 big headless soldiers formed in front of him. Swish! 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 As the shadows glowed continuously, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of Zidongwang. Ninth Heaven Stroke. A great amount of sword essence materialized and a nemesis sword descended abruptly. As for Zedong Wang, with a wave of his big hand, purple light burst forth, and before it collided with the nemesis sword, he clenched his right fist fiercely. Break! An unreasonable amount of power was released, and the nemesis sword, which carried an enormous amount of sword essence, was dissipated at that moment. The absurd power also forced Jian Wushuang to retreat by a few steps. When Jian Wushuang's body had just regained its posture, rustle, rustle, rustle. 3 ear-piercing sounds could be heard and 3 dim lights appeared in Jian Wushuang's line of sight. The 3 dim lights were the long spears thrown by the 3 headless soldiers. The speed of the 3 headless soldiers was not fast. However, the speed of the spears that they tossed with their full power was shocking. Humph! Jian Wushuang gave a cold shout, and with a strange change of his body, the 3 spears passed his body. However, they did not touch any part of him. After that, Jian Wushuang's body turned back to normal in its original position. Jian Wushuang! A loud cry could be heard. Afterward, black mist filled the sky and headed toward Jian Wushuang like the ferocious mouth of a beast. The black mist also contained many consciousness attacks like big millstones with the intention of crushing Jian Wushuang completely. This move again? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned serious. However, he stood still in his position and allowed the 9 consciousnesses to attack him. After the 9 consciousnesses struck Jian Wushuang, he gave a groan and the black mist which filled the sky dissipated soon after. What? Xian Zhu was shocked. Previously, when he had teamed up with Universe God Liu Ying to fight Jian Wushuang, he also used this strongest move of his. In the end, Jian Wushuang was affected greatly and almost killed. However, when he used it again at that moment, Jian Wushuang had actually managed to block it so easily. Do you think that I will suffer under the same move twice? Jian Wushuang laughed coldly. This move of Xian Zhu was indeed fearsome. Previously, Jian Wushuang's force of soul was only at the peak of a universe god. Hence, it would be very difficult for him to block such an attack. However, at that moment, Jian Wushuang's force of soul had already achieved the level of a real god's. If he were to come across the same attack, he could block it easily. So what if you blocked it? You still need to die. Xian Zhu was filled with murderous intent. The 3 giant headless soldiers then stepped into the void and headed straight for Jian Wushuang. I am not interested in you. After shooting a glance at Xian Zhu, Jian Wushuang's soul power surged. Roar! 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 3 furious roars which shook the heavens could be heard. 3 black demonic dragons shrouded in murderous aura then appeared fiercely. The power of the 3 demonic dragons were astonishing. In an instant, they clashed with the 3 headless soldiers. I shall let them have fun with you. Jian Wushuang chuckled and his eyes locked onto Zedong Wang, who was in front of him. Zedong Wang, I heard that you were proficient in close combat fights. Today, let me have a showdown with you. As soon as the words left his mouth, a giant golden divine ape appeared from Jian Wushuang's body. At the same time, a tremendous amount of flames was released, forming a crimson sea of fire, and Jian Wushuang was the emperor of the crimson sea of fire. 5 beast soul manipulation knacks, strongest divine ape, and the Scarlet Kingdom were used at the same time. What was different from before was that Jian Wushuang's force of soul had achieved the real god level. Hence, when he unleashed the divine ape move, its power was a lot greater than before. At that moment, Jian Wushuang's divine power and soul power combined beautifully. Hence, his fighting capabilities were a lot greater compared to when he had fought Universe God Liu Ying and Xian Zhu. Kill! Jian Wushuang's body moved like lightning. As Zedong Wang was clad in armor, his body became slightly bigger and his aura was raised to its peak as well. At that moment, the 2 of them did not hold back. Both of them had unleashed their full power. In no time, both of them clashed head-on. Boom! It was another direct clash. However, Zedong Wang did not gain the upper hand this time around. His power has risen? Just now, he was inferior to me and I annihilated his sword principles with 1 palm. However, now, his power is actually equal to mine? Zi Dongwang's expression turned grave. However, his face was glowing with madness. Jin Wushuang, didn't you want to compete with me in a close combat fight? Today, I shall grant you your wish. Zi Dongwang bellowed. Haha, bring it on. Jin Wushuang's eyes were burning with excitement. In no time, both of them fought again. However, this time around, it was a close combat fight. Bump, 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 bump. Shocking sounds of collision echoed across the universe. Jin Wushuang's sword principles, Zi Dongwang's palm skills and fist skills, as well as both of their close combat abilities, were completely unleashed. As for their speeds, they were so fast that no one could keep their eyes on their figures. Boom! A lofty mountain at the side was split open. What followed that was a void that was collapsing 1,000 miles away. Next, many giant sword marks, which covered hundreds of miles, appeared on the ground. Intense, exciting, earth-shaking, their intense fight had reached the climax. Such a crazy clash continued for 10 breaths' time. With the sound of an explosion, the two shadows separated again. Both of them then stood in their respective positions with thousands of miles in between them. As for both of them at that very moment, Jin Wushuang's hair was slightly messy, and there were 2 clear palm prints on his blood feather reincarnation armor which were left behind by Zi Dongwang. Zi Dongwang was no better off. The armor on his body had 2 sword marks. Moreover, there was a bit of blood at the corners of his mouth. Haha, Zi Dongwang, is your close combat ability only like this? Jin Wushuang's hearty laughter could be heard. Imph, you left 2 sword marks on my body, and I have also left 2 palm prints on your body. Hence, we are the same. What is it that you are proud of? Zi Dongwang bellowed coldly. Indeed. However, my body defense is stronger than yours. Even though I have taken the full force of your 2 palms, my injuries are not obvious. But what about you? Jin Wushuang sneered. Chapter 1526, Terrifying Consciousness Attack. Chapter 1526, Terrifying Consciousness Attack. Zi Dongwang's face changed. The intense battle between him and Jin Wushuang earlier was actually too close to call. However, due to the difference in their defensive powers, he was injured, but Jin Wushuang was totally fine. It was something he couldn't accept. Previously, the white-robed swordsman. Now, Jin Wushuang? No. There's already God-destroying king above me. I definitely can't stand a second person above me, let alone a third. Jin Wushuang, you have to die. There was an unprecedented insanity twinkling in Zi Dongwang's eyes. The moment he roared, Hong! A boundless purple divine light flowed out from Zi Dongwang. He clasped his hands together, and fathomless divine power flowed into his palms. A terrifying power slowly condensed in his hands. Want to go all out now? Jin Wushuang concentrated. He could tell that the next move that Zi Dongwang was going to take wouldn't be insignificant. If not mistaken, it should be Zi Dongwang's staunchest unique skill. Unique skill. Jin Wushuang shook his head in silence. He knew that Zi Dongwang was going to perform his strongest unique skill, but Jin Wushuang couldn't give play to a matching sword principle to fight evenly. In terms of unique skill, he was really at an absolute disadvantage. No choice. He was only a universe god in the second heaven after all. Even if he were to have the ability to create a unique skill of a higher level, he still couldn't create one. He couldn't match evenly with his sword principle, but Jin Wushuang had another technique. Rumble. There was boundless divine power flowing in Jin Wushuang's body along with the ancient god power that he possessed. At that very moment, they were all flowing into his right index finger intensely. His index finger gave out an intense golden light, and a bolt of earth-shattering power continued to accumulate. After a good while, Jin Wushuang and Zi Dongwang were done preparing to launch their moves. Jin Wushuang. Zi Dongwang let out a roar, and his voice soared to the 9th heaven. Come on. Jian Wushuang let out a chilly glare. The next moment, both of them launched attacks at one another at the same time. Hong, a towering hand that was formed by purple divine power, appeared in the universe. The huge purple hand almost formed a substantiated purple crystal and covered the vast void. It slowly padded, and the space it passed constantly made explosive sounds. In the end, it shattered like a pane of glass. Before the huge purple hand, there was an ancient hand that extended. The ancient hand was dark gold and an enormous amount of divine power concentrated in one huge finger in the end. The finger in dark gold poked through the void. Zi Dongwang's strongest unique skill. Jian Wushuang also went all out to perform his strongest attack technique, Ancient God Fourth Finger. The power of both techniques shook heaven and earth. Suddenly, they collided head-on. At the beginning, there wasn't any vigorous noise, only two bolts of boundless divine power constantly compressing and clashing, as though there were two worlds constantly melting. But the melting only lasted for a short while. Virum, a shapeless shockwave, suddenly soared up from the middle where the two bolts of power collided. Then, it swept out with no mercy. Within the 100-mile range, Xianzhu was still standing there as he manipulated the three headless warriors to fight against the three demonic dragons. However, even with him manipulating the three headless warriors personally, they were only evenly matched with the three demonic dragons. Then, the shockwave swept out and glided against the three headless warriors and three demonic dragons like breaking dead wood. In silence, the three headless warriors and the three demonic dragons dispersed straight away. One should know that the three headless warriors and three demonic dragons possessed the fighting powers of an ordinary real god. They were merely hit by the shockwave caused by the collision of the two bolts of power, and they disappeared. It is that strong? Xianzhu, who was swept by the shockwave, was then gawking with his eyes wide open. In the divine power storm that was formed by the two bolts of power. Wow! A sharp swordlight forcefully tore all the obstacles before him. Jian Wushuang's figure directly pierced the divine power storm and appeared before Zi Dongwang. Zi Dongwang, take this. There was a chilly gleam in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and there was suddenly a black long spear that gave out unique aura in his hands. As his soul power flowed and covered the black long spear, it instantly turned into a bunch of black lights and suddenly shot out. The long spear didn't look very powerful, but in actual fact, the long spear contained the strongest soul attack that Jian Wushuang had performed with his all. The second stage of the secret skill of Tianyuan, inextinguishable light. The inextinguishable light with the support of divine spear was a divine power that was terrifying. Suddenly, the bunch of black light came before Zi Dongwang. Humph! Zi Dongwang harumphed coldly and slapped. The black long spear was immediately slapped away. However, the soul attack contained in the black long spear wasn't hindered but immersed itself into Zi Dongwang's body like lightning. A terrifying soul power suddenly descended. It's a consciousness attack. Zi Dongwang instantly alerted and immediately started a consciousness defense. However, the consciousness attack was like a sharp blade and forcefully tore his consciousness defense apart. In the end, it hit his consciousness without scruples. Ah! A shrill roar was heard from Zi Dongwang. Zi Dongwang couldn't stand the sharp pain in his consciousness, and he immediately knelt down. His face was flushed red and distorted in agony. The moment where Zi Dongwang drowned in acute pain, Jian Wushuang appeared before him, and his blood mountain sword showed no mercy, but turned into a crimson streak of lightning and slammed down at Zi Dongwang's head. The acute pain in Zi Dongwang's consciousness had yet to subside, and he couldn't withstand the stroke, but the armor on his body covered his entire body. Clang! Blood mountain sword slashed at Zi Dongwang's head, and a fierce divine power exploded. Even though Zi Dongwang's head didn't break apart because of the protection of his armor, the fierce power spread into Zi Dongwang's body through the armor. Then, it hit the internal organs of his body insanely. Poof! Zi Dongwang spat a mouthful of fresh blood, and his face instantly grew pale. He was dispirited by half, and his body started falling down after the hit. However, Zi Dongwang's body had yet to fall on the ground, but it suddenly stopped. His bloodshot eyes stared at Jian Wushuang, and there was fear in his eyes. So scary. Such a terrifying consciousness attack. Compared to Xianju's 9-weight destruction, it was much stronger. A consciousness attack like this? I can't block it. I definitely can't block it. Run, run. Ugh. Chapter 1527, God-Destroying King. Chapter 1527, God-Destroying King. Zidongwang escaped straight away. Although he was seriously injured, he still had the strength to escape. In an instant, he had completely disappeared from Jian Wushuang's line of vision. When Xianju witnessed such a scene, he was completely stunned at his position. How is this possible? Xianju's eyes was filled with dullness. The proud and ambitious Zidongwang has actually run away? He found it unbelievable. However, at that moment, Jian Wushuang looked at him. Xianju felt fearful. Since Zidongwang had escaped, what was going to happen to him? Run. Xianju did not hesitate, and he chose to escape at once. Humph, you have brought me inconvenience twice, and yet you wish to leave without paying the price for it? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. Although he was quite a distance away, he still used the same move. With the aid of the God-Destroying Lance, a light beam was shot, and it entered Xianju from the back of his body. When Zidongwang had been struck by this soul attack previously, he had ended up in a very tragic state, and Jian Wushuang had taken advantage of the opportunity to wound him fatally. However, as Xianju was proficient in soul attacks to begin with, his consciousness defense was stronger than Zidongwang. After taking Jian Wushuang's soul attack, Xianju's body paused and his expression turned pale. However, he managed to withstand the attack, and he disappeared from in front of Jian Wushuang quickly. Jian Wushuang had a cold expression. Even though he looked on as Zidongwang and Xianju left one after the other, he did not give chase. Instead, he looked toward a distant battlefield. On that battlefield, Duan Lingfeng was still fighting the God-Destroying King. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's body moved, and he appeared on the battlefield in a split second. When he arrived at the battlefield for real, he could not help but gasp in surprise as he looked at the battlefield. The big battlefield covered tens of thousands of miles. However, the ground below the battlefield had completely disappeared. What was left behind was a bottomless pit with a large circumference, as well as giant, boundless saber markings. Even the void was utterly dilapidated by the two frightening divine powers and looked as if it were the end of the world. Bam! A violent sound of collision could be heard from a part of the battlefield. Strong wind was also created from the power generated from the clash between the both of them, and it swept past the area. Jian Wushuang was hit by the strong wind, and this caused his hair and robe to be blown up. This is really intense. Jian Wushuang stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. His eyes were glowing brilliantly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two shadows finally separated from one another again, and the battlefield regained its peace for once. Jian Wushuang then looked toward the both of them, starting with Duan Lingfeng. The Duan Lingfeng of the very moment did not have his unyielding attitude, and he even looked a bit miserable. In addition, the corners of his mouth and his body had a few blood stains. Even if this were the case, Duan Lingfeng's fighting spirit did not become any weaker. As for the God-Destroying King, he remained powerful and unrivaled. Seems like Duan Lingfeng is the one in a slightly disadvantageous position. The first of the universe god ranking list really lives up to his reputation, Jian Wushuang gasped in admiration. In the void, the God-Destroying King wore a nonchalant smile, and the intimidating golden long spear in his hands pointed toward Duan Lingfeng. To be able to force me to this stage, you are indeed strong. However, if you wish to fight for my position, you are still not good enough. Duan Lingfeng's expression turned grave. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang appeared beside Duan Lingfeng. Duan Lingfeng, this is the first time I have seen you in such a miserable state. Jian Wushuang chuckled. Duan Lingfeng glanced at Jian Wushuang and nodded his head. Can't help it. This god-destroying king is really powerful. He is more powerful than any of the universe gods that I have met, as well as a few of the real gods. I have already done my best. However, I was still pushed back by him easily. Pushed back easily? Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. The word easy could mean that the god-destroying king had not shown his true power yet. The god-destroying king, who was in a distant void, also noticed Jian Wushuang's arrival. Jian Wushuang? What about Zidong Wang and Xian Zhu? The god-destroying king questioned with a deep voice. He had been fighting with Duan Lingfeng all the way, and he could not pay attention to the other battlefield. The both of them ran away a long time ago, Jian Wushuang giggled. Ran away? God-destroying king's expression changed slightly. Zidong Wang is known as the second of the universe god ranking list. Even with Xian Zhu, they are still unable to do anything to you. To make matters worse, they even had to escape from you? What trash. Since the both of them have escaped, why aren't you leaving as well? Could it be that you want the both of us to send you off personally? Jian Wushuang stared at the god-destroying king. I, the god-destroying king, can come and go anytime I want. Since when is it up to other people to decide for me? The god-destroying king bellowed coldly. Seems like we really will have to send you off. Jian Wushuang chuckled and looked toward Duan Lingfeng, who was beside him. Let's team up and fight the god-destroying king. Deal? 2 against 1? After muttering to himself for some time, Duan Lingfeng nodded his head. No problem. Duan Lingfeng was also certain that it would be very difficult for him to fight against the god-destroying king alone. Hence, it would be impossible to force the god-destroying king to leave. Therefore, both of them had no choice but to team up. Comparing attack power, I am inferior to you. However, your martial art motion and speed are inferior to mine. Hence, I will fight with him in close combat, and you will take advantage of any openings to put pressure on him. With the both of us teaming up, we can teach this god-destroying king a lesson, Jian Wushuang laughed. All right, Duan Lingfeng nodded his head earnestly. Immediately, whoosh, Jian Wushuang unleashed his martial art motion, and 18 shadows swept past the area. In no time, they appeared beside the god-destroying king and did not give him any time to use his sword principles. Buzz! An icy-cold golden light appeared abruptly. It was a golden long spear. The golden long spear was like a golden giant dragon, and it materialized in the void that Jian Wushuang's body had appeared from with lightning speed. A frightening destructive aura was also released at the same time. At that moment, Jian Wushuang only felt that he, as well as the void that he came out of, were about to be completely annihilated. What fast reactions! Jian Wushuang was surprised. With a change of his body again, he bypassed the intimidating golden long spear. After that, his body changed into a sharp sword, and the golden divine ape which shrouded his body also held the long sword in its hand tightly. Swordlight then whistled. 10,000 shadows. Rustle. A great amount of sword light burst forth abruptly. However, the god-destroying king's eyes were filled with a layer of coldness. The golden long spear in his hands swept across the area in an intimidating manner which could destroy the world. The numerous sword principles that Jian Wushuang attacked with were all dissipated without exception, and even he himself was forced to retreat. The 15th. In the void, 15 crimson saber shadows appeared abruptly. They were superimposed onto one another and released. Humph! The god-destroying king bellowed coldly, and he simply extended his terrifying golden long spear forward. Boom! All of a sudden, the thousands of miles of void in front of him exploded and collapsed. As for the giant crimson saber light that was within the void, it dissipated instantly. Chapter 1528, The Strongest Team, Battle of the Pinnacle. Chapter 1528, The Strongest Team, Battle of the Pinnacle. Roar! The dispelled divine power filled the sky. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng's figures retreated from the hit. Jian Wushuang, don't act recklessly. God-destroying King's reflexes are very shocking. Although your martial art motion is creepy, it'd be too forceful to create an opportunity relying only on your martial art motion. Plus, he is highly skilled in using his spear. He's fast and accurate, and he was unbelievably strong. If one were to be careless and got shot, he might lose his life instantly, Duan Lingfeng said solemnly. I can tell, Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. With only an instant of exchange, Jian Wushuang already knew why God-destroying King would be looked up to by countless universe gods. His strength wasn't merely on his absolute power of extermination. It also included his skill in using a spear and his terrifying insight and reflexes. God-destroying King's insight enabled him to lock Jian Wushuang's principal self among the 18 shadows in an instant, and his immediate reflexes allowed him to take action before Jian Wushuang. In other words, his martial art motion against God-destroying King was totally useless. The two of you, come on and bring it up. God-destroying King's face was cold as he held the sword with one hand and looked at Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng arrogantly. He had an overbearing manner. This is crazy, Jian Wushuang's face was cold. I'd like to see if you really have no weakness. Virum. There was a crimson light that suddenly burst out of Jian Wushuang's eyes like a crimson sun. 18 Azura hell descended. Dreamland? God-destroying King's eyes contracted and his body shivered as he roared, "Break! Break! Break!" He uttered the word thrice. God-destroying King had already shaken off the phantasmagoria. But Jian Wushuang revealed a smile at the sight. God-destroying King's consciousness strength is quite shocking. At least he is much stronger than Zidongwang, but he is at most about Xian Zhou's standards. If I were to perform the secret skill of Tianyuan with my all, I could definitely affect him. Jian Wushuang quickly made up his mind. Let me try. Jian Wushuang's figure moves and boundless divine power suddenly flowed towards his right index finger. Ancient God fourth finger. God's test. Jian Wushuang performed his strongest move again. When he performed the same move earlier to fight against Zidongwang's strongest unique skill, it was evenly matched. Rumble. The dark gold hand appeared again. A dark gold finger that looked like it had extended from ancient times was pointing towards God-destroying King. The power was earth-shattering. Humph! How can the light of a spark compete with the sun and the moon? God-destroying King looked at him in disdain. Then, the long spear in his hand suddenly let out a dragon roar. He waved, and a total of 9 golden dragon that contained extermination auras plunged out. The 9 golden dragon almost instantly shattered the gold finger. However, right at the moment when the gold finger collapsed completely, a ray of light burst out through the void. The light was transformed from the God-killing spear. In God-killing spear, it contained the secret of Tianyuan which Jian Wushuang performed with his all. Dang! God-destroying King waved God-killing spear casually and it flew aside. However, the soul attack hidden in the God-killing spear heavily hit his consciousness. God-destroying King's facial expression suddenly changed. As expected, Jian Wushuang's eyes were twinkling with joy. He could clearly feel that God-destroying King's aura had diminished sharply at that moment. Darkness region. Boundless darkness suddenly enveloped him while Duan Lingfeng was the king of the darkness. His eyes had a chilly gleam. As his figure turned illusionary, he pierced through the void and appeared next to God-destroying King. On the crimson saber in his hand, there was a flow of crimson light. Massacre shadow. Wow! The sword light glistened. It was different from any other techniques that Duan Lingfeng had performed. Not only was that stroke fast, but most importantly, the sharpness contained in the stroke as though it could cut through the entire heaven and earth. There was a layer of crimson shadow in the void that was cut open. God-destroying King's eyes contracted. A terrifying aura condensed, and he wanted to wield his spear. Another dark light hit again, and the soul attack within the dark light hit God-destroying King's consciousness. It caused a pause in God-destroying King's action, and he couldn't wield his spear in time. He could barely hold his spear before his body. Dang! The crimson shadow descended, and a fierce power spread. God-destroying King's body slouched and fell lower by a dozen zhang. However, before he steadied himself, there were two figures that appeared on each of his sides. Crimson Knight Arclight. Duan Lingfeng was like a statue of crimson rock. He wielded the saber in his hands and swung. 10,000 shadows. Jian Wushuang gave full play to his sword principle. Among this sword principle, it contained a strong soul attack. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, charged towards God-destroying King who was still falling. They continued to press him. The golden bellicose spear in God-destroying King's hand was moving crazily. It swept, it stabbed, it slashed, and ferocious power swept across and fought against Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng vigorously. Dang! 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 Metal clashing sounds were heard continuously as the universe roared. In the insane massacre, the three of their powers exploded almost perfectly. Although God-destroying King was powerful, he seemed to be at a disadvantage as he endured the attack from both of them simultaneously at such a close distance. In a few breaths, he was hit multiple times by both Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng's remaining swordlight. God-destroying King's gaze was cold, but there was anger raging in his heart. Go away. Hong. A terrifying extermination aura erupted, just like a war beast that could ruin heaven and earth. The power struck fear in both Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. They had no choice, and they could only retreat. But as they retreated, go! Jian Wushuang controlled his willpower and shot out God-killing spear at lightning speed again. God-destroying King blocked the attack of the divine spear easily, but he couldn't do anything about the soul attack contained in God-killing spear. Since the beginning of the fight, it was the fourth time he had been hit by Jian Wushuang's secret skill of Tianyuan. Even though his consciousness was extremely strong, he couldn't stand it but let out a groan. His face grew pale and his aura grew spiritless. Humph, I thought you'll be able to endure it forever. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold, but he scoffed. God-destroying King is ridiculously strong. Regardless of attack, defense, speed, as well as his skill of using a spear, his insight and reflexes, they could be described as terrifying. However, in terms of consciousness, although his consciousness is extremely strong, even if Xianzhu were to give his all, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, my consciousness attack is much stronger than Xianzhu's. Using his consciousness as a breaching point, we can fight against him with the two of us joining forces. Duan Lingfeng, let's go. Chapter 1529. Defeat the God-destroying King. Chapter 1529. Defeat the God-destroying King. Boom, boom. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng attacked again. Two experts standing at the top of countless universe gods had teamed up to fight the God-destroying King. Duan Lingfeng had already displayed his comprehension of the Massacre Doctrine and Darkness Doctrine completely. His comprehension of the Massacre Doctrine and Darkness Doctrine already had the ability to clear the first level of the Doctrine Palace. The saber skills that he had created were so powerful that it was absurd. Combined with many secret skills, his fighting capabilities at that very moment were enough to make a normal real god despair. As for Jian Wushuang, his attack power, defense, and speed were at the top of the universe god ranking list. Moreover, his martial art motion was extremely strange. The most important thing was his soul attacks. His soul attacks were a great threat to the god-destroying king. After all, it was impossible to avoid soul attacks, and one could only defend or block with all their might. The soul attacks that were unleashed time after time had caused the god-destroying king to be under even more pressure. Take the secret skill of Tianyuan that Jian Wushuang used with his full power as an example. With every attack, the god-destroying king's consciousness would be wounded. After taking the attack 4 times, his consciousness was already seriously injured. From then on, the 5th attack, the 6th attack, It was only when the God-destroying king took the seventh attack of the secret skill of Tian Yuan that his expression turned ghastly pale. Haha, he won't last for much longer. Duan Lingfeng, let's put in a bit more effort. Today, the both of us shall defeat the God-destroying king. Jian Wushuang laughed loudly. No problem, Duan Lingfeng was filled with murderous intent. However, at that moment, the God-destroying king's body changed and he retreated to a distant void. As he stood at the void, the God-destroying king stared at Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng with an ashen expression. Jian Wushuang, white-robed swordsman, today, I admit that I have lost. The days are still long. If there is another opportunity after today, I will fight the two of you again. With a roar, the God-destroying king turned his body and left immediately. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng stood beside one another, and they looked on as the figure of the God-destroying king flew further away. Finally, the God-destroying king disappeared from their field of vision completely. At that moment, both Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng heaved a sigh of relief. The God-destroying king has finally left. As Jian Wushuang spoke, his whole body almost collapsed. He was scared off by you. Duan Lingfeng glanced at Jian Wushuang. Haha, Jian Wushuang could not help but laugh, and he said, if I didn't scare him, he might push on and continue fighting with us. At that time, both of us would be the ones escaping tragically. Jian Wushuang was very certain that in the match moments ago, his cooperation with Duan Lingfeng had indeed managed to push back the God-destroying king. However, they did not overpower him easily. After all, the secret skill of Tian Yuan was a secret skill of the soul attacks. Hence, it would deplete a huge amount of soul power. Although Jian Wushuang's force of soul had risen greatly, he had used up quite a bit of his soul power during his match with Zi Dongwang and Xianzhu. After that, he had continued fighting against the God-destroying king, and he unleashed the secret skill of Tian Yuan 7 times consecutively. As a result, his soul power had been completely exhausted. He had absolutely no way of using the secret skill of Tian Yuan an 8th time. Without the secret skill of Tian Yuan, they would be unable to push back the God-destroying king. Moreover, not only were Jian Wushuang's soul power depleted, even Duan Lingfeng's divine power would be completely used up as well. In other words, both of them were unable to continue the fight. As such, Jian Wushuang intentionally said that he would work together with Duan Lingfeng to destroy the God-destroying king at that moment. He was merely putting up a strong front to scare the God-destroying king. The God-destroying king must have depleted a huge amount of energy as well. Moreover, his consciousness should be on the edge of falling apart. Hence, he has no choice. Even if you didn't scare him, he would probably not want to continue fighting against us, Duan Lingfeng said. Perhaps so, Jian Wushuang said. No matter what, the God-destroying king is really frightening. Indeed, Duan Lingfeng also nodded his head seriously. Although he had teamed up with Jian Wushuang, they were only barely able to push back the God-destroying king. Moreover, if the God-destroying king had decided to push on and continue fighting against them, would the end result still be the same? What kind of power was that? As expected of the strongest expert recognized by the Universe God ranking list, even the proud and ambitious Zi Dongwang could not be compared to any super monsters that were proficient in mental strength. But the abilities of the God-destroying king. As Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, he had a thought in his mind. Perhaps after I clear the inverse cultivation test for the 3rd heaven and become a universe god of the 3rd heaven for real, I'll be able to defeat him. At the moment where Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng were gasping in surprise with regards to the God-destroying king's shocking fighting capabilities. At a void far away from the battlefield, numerous universe gods had gathered. Many of them had arrived a long time ago to witness the astonishing battle from afar. When the pinnacle match concluded for real, everyone was stunned. The team consisting of the God-destroying king, Zi Dongwang, Xianzhu actually lost. Even though Zi Dongwang and Xianzhu teamed up, they were still defeated by Jian Wushuang alone, and Zi Dongwang was seriously injured. Jian Wushuang and the white-robed swordsman teamed up and managed to push back the God-destroying king. The invincible god-destroying king actually lost? Gosh! Inside the vast hall outside the cave, many almighties, as well as the real gods of many big powerhouses, had gathered. In the middle of the big hall, there was a giant video screen. The video was recorded meticulously by someone who had seen the pinnacle match. It was then sent over after the match had concluded. What appeared in the video first was the scene where Jian Wushuang was fighting Zidongwang and Xian Zhu. Gosh, Jian Wushuang actually dared to have a close combat fight with Zidongwang? Moreover, both of them are actually evenly matched? His close combat abilities are actually not weaker than Zidongwang's. In the video, after Jian Wushuang and Zidongwang clashed with their strongest move, Jian Wushuang used his soul attacks at once. This caused Zidongwang to give shrill roars. After that, Jian Wushuang wounded Zidongwang with a stroke and caused him to escape madly. This is a consciousness attack? Even Zidongwang was unable to block Jian Wushuang's consciousness attack? Doesn't that mean that his consciousness attacks are stronger than Xian Zhu's? His consciousness attacks are stronger than Xian Zhu's, his martial art motion is more frightening than Universe God Liu Ying's, and his close combat abilities are not weaker than Zidongwang's. In addition, there are also his defensive abilities. I also feel that he is not inferior to the Ice Feather Demon King, who is ranked 8th in the Universe God ranking list. As such, he can be said to have no weak points at all. The only thing that he is lacking in is probably his unique skills. How strange. Even though Jian Wushuang is so powerful, why are his unique skills so weak? In actual fact, it was already very impressive for a universe god like Jian Wushuang to create so many real god unique skills. However, compared to the experts in the top 10 of the universe god ranking list who stood at the peak of the pyramid in the eternal chaotic world, it was indeed very inferior. The intense fight in the video continued. After Zidongwang and Xian Zhu escaped from Jian Wushuang, it proceeded to show Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng teaming up to fight against the god-destroying king. Chapter 1530, the second and the third. Chapter 1530, the second and the third. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng teamed up and fought against God-destroying king. Even the top experts in the hall were holding their breath as they watched the battle, as they were afraid that they might miss a detail. After the battle had ended, everyone in the hall gasped in surprise. God-destroying king, lost? Haha, Jian Wushuang and the white-robed swordsman are very impressive. We made a mistake previously. We thought the white-robed swordsman's darkness doctrine had reached the standard to pass the first level of Doctrine Palace. But in actual fact, both his darkness doctrine and massacre doctrine could pass the first level of Doctrine Palace. The flawless combination of both isn't any weaker than God-destroying king in terms of comprehension towards Heaven Way. If it wasn't because God-destroying king was that person's disciple and acquired skills from the tutelage from him, he might not be the white-robed swordsman's match. That Jian Wushuang, his consciousness attack and martial art motion is #1 among all universe gods, while his defense power and close combat ability could be in the top 3 among all universe gods. With this combination, the threat against God-destroying king is even greater. The two of them teamed up. God-destroying king lost miserably. The Almighties discussed among themselves. As for the real gods from various forces, they looked at Lei Chao enviously. Lei Chao, the little guy from Lineage of Star, is very impressive. Zidongwang and Xian Zhu lost to him even though they teamed up. He even fought against, and could be considered to have defeated God-destroying king with the white-robed swordsman. Such capability. TSK. From the looks of it, Lineage of Star is going to give birth to another great expert again. Over the years, he might even stand a chance to step foot in the ranks of Almighty. He has great potential. Hearing the surrounding comments, even Lei Chao, who was of a cold disposition, revealed a smile. He replied to the surrounding real gods as he immediately sent the latest news to Hall Master Yuan and the higher-ups in Lineage of Star. In Wu Bei's cave where God-destroying king had fought earlier, Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng sat down to recover. They knew that there were countless universe gods looking at them, but they couldn't be bothered, nor did they mind. Even the formation of God-destroying King, Zi Dongwang and Xianzhu couldn't do anything to defeat them. There was definitely no one else in Wu Bei's cave that could pose a threat against both of them. Just then, a scrawny man plunged into the void from afar and came before Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. Vientiane Tower Blackshirt greets both of you. The scrawny man was very polite. He bowed at Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng from 100 miles distance. People from Vientiane Tower? How can I help you? Jin Wushuang lifted his head and glanced at the scrawny man. I came here on the command of the higher-ups of Vientiane Tower. We'd like to inquire this Mister's real name. The scrawny man stole a glance at Duan Lingfeng carefully. Oh! Jin Wushuang was surprised. To ask for his name? Is it for Universe God ranking list? Yes, the scrawny man smiled. Misters should know that Universe God ranking list is announced after Vientiane Tower concluded. Previously, Mr. White-Robed Swordsman defeated Demon Girl Ling Luo. Vientiane Tower naturally listed him in the 3rd place on Universe God ranking list. However, Vientiane Tower never knew his real name. Hence, we could only replace it with White-Robed Swordsman. But we can't just keep it that way. So, they sent me to inquire. I understand. Jin Wushuang understood. He looked at Duan Lingfeng, and he saw that Duan Lingfeng remained aloof. He immediately smiled and replied, Return and inform the higher-ups in Vientiane Tower that he is called Duan Lingfeng. The scrawny man beamed with joy. Thank you. Then, the scrawny sent a message to the higher-ups in Vientiane Tower. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Outside the cave, in the lofty hall. Everyone, Master Tower Chi Fu on the higher place in the hall. The entire hall immediately went quiet. Vientiane Tower sorted out the latest Universe God ranking list. Everyone, take a look first. Tower Master Chi Fu waved, and the brand new Universe God ranking list suddenly appeared before everyone again. Actually, Vientiane Tower sorted and released a Universe God ranking list every once in a while. However, the fight in Wu Bei's cave and the massacre was too insane, which led to huge changes in the ranking on Universe God ranking list. Hence, whenever there was time, Vientiane Tower would tidy up the ranking list again and release it. On the huge floating ranking list in the hall, the ranking appeared before the experts. In the 1st place on Universe God ranking list was still God-destroying King. There was no doubt. After all, Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng had teamed up and suppressed God-destroying King. When fighting 1-to-1, neither one of them could be God-destroying King's match. The 2nd place on Universe God ranking list, Duan Lingfeng. The 3rd place on Universe God ranking list, Jin Wushuang. The 4th place on Universe God ranking list, Zi Dongwang. The 5th place on Universe God ranking list, Demon Girl Ling Luo. The 6th place on Universe God ranking list, Xianzhu. The 7th place on Universe God ranking list, Tian Tian. The 8th place on Universe God ranking list, Universe God Luing. The 9th place on Universe God ranking list, 7 Universe King. The 10th place on Universe God ranking list, Demon King Icefeather. The 11th place on Universe God ranking list, Universe God Mo Shou. Compared to before, the brand new Universe God ranking list had drastic changes again, especially in the top 10 on Universe God ranking list. Zi Dongwang, who was originally in the 2nd place, fell to the 4th directly, while Duan Lingfeng and Jin Wushuang took over the 2nd and the 3rd place. As for Tiantian, he was an expert who had suddenly risen during the days when the 2nd level of cave opened. He had fought with Universe God Luing once and had the upper hand. He naturally was listed before Universe God Luing. Demon King Icefeather and 7 Universe King had fought head-on once. In the end, 7 Universe King had had the upper hand by a slight bit, hence the exchange of their rankings. Besides that, there wasn't much difference. The experts in the hall generally agreed with the brand new Universe God ranking list. If there were to be any discussion, it was about Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng's ranking. Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng's power should be about the same. If we have to differentiate their strengths, I feel that Jian Wushuang is slightly stronger. After all, even God-destroying King can endure his soul attack. Duan Lingfeng might not be able to endure it either. On top of that, his martial art motion is so creepy. He has almost no weakness. If he were to fight a life and death battle against Duan Lingfeng, he would definitely be the one to have the last laugh. I think so too, but it's hard to say. If they were to not really have a fight, it'd be difficult to differentiate their power. Haha, they are best friends, and they don't worry much about Universe God ranking list. Do you think you'll be able to call for a match? There were almighties and real gods sparring casually. However, the argument went nowhere. In the end, the brand new Universe God ranking list released. Chapter 1531, The Third Level of the Cave. Chapter 1531, The Third Level of the Cave. Atop an isolated mountain in Wu Bei's cave, the god-destroying king, a fragile-looking young man, was sitting down with his legs crossed. With a few days' time, his divine power had more or less recovered. However, the damage that his consciousness had sustained would still require a period of time to recover. At the very moment, he was staring at the new Universe God ranking list. Duan Lingfeng is second and Jian Wushuang is third. These two brats. The god-destroying king's eyes were glowing with a fierce, terrifying light. Ever since he was first in the Universe God ranking list, no Universe gods had made him so miserable before. Not long ago, Zidongwang had also teamed up with 3 other Universe gods who were in the top 20 of the Universe God ranking list to fight him. However, he had killed the 3 Universe gods in that match, and only Zidongwang managed to get away luckily. From that moment on, Zidongwang had stopped thinking of challenging him. However, at that very moment, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng's appearance had caused him to feel pressured. I hope that I can still meet the both of you on the third level of cave. The god-destroying king smiled. After that, he closed his eyes. Within a thick forest, Zidongwang was hiding. He had no choice. Since he was proud and ambitious, he had offended quite a number of people. For example, close to half of the top 20 in the Universe God ranking list could not stand him. Previously, he was at his peak and he was not frightened at all. However, after fighting with and being seriously injured by Jian Wushuang, his power declined drastically and it still had not recovered completely. As such, he had to be careful. Zidongwang had also obtained the newest Universe God ranking list. Duan Lingfeng is second and Jian Wushuang is third. I am actually fourth now? Damn it! Zidongwang bellowed. Even though he had already guessed that this would happen after his match with Jian Wushuang, he still could not help but be furious, and he even harbored hatred. He resented Duan Lingfeng. However, he resented Jian Wushuang even more. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng, both of you had better be prepared. I, Zidongwang, will definitely not accept a position behind the both of you. There would definitely come a day where I seize my position on the Universe God ranking list back. Zidongwang clenched both his fists, and in no time, he continued to recuperate from his injuries. Back then, when Zidongwang and Jian Wushuang had clashed, and he was defeated by Jian Wushuang, he was the first to escape. Later on, Xian Zhu had also escaped. However, the both of them separated from one another. At that very moment, Xian Zhu was also in a certain place in Wu Bei's cave, and he was looking at the newest Universe God ranking list. With regard to the newest Universe God ranking list, Xian Zhu could accept it. Previously, when the Vientiane Tower placed Jian Wushuang 5th in the Universe God ranking list, I was a bit dissatisfied. However, looks like I was just being arrogant. With his abilities, he has the right to take the third position. As for the 5 people in front of me, they are indeed stronger than me. Xian Zhu no longer had any dissatisfaction. He was different from Zidongwang. Zidongwang was totally dissatisfied being below others. However, Xian Zhu did not have such thoughts. As long as the other party's abilities were sufficient, he would accept them. Previously, he had questioned Jian Wushuang's abilities. Hence, he attacked Jian Wushuang. However, he no longer had thoughts of fighting against Jian Wushuang. It was clear that Jian Wushuang was not someone he could compete with. Although the newest Universe God ranking list caused quite a bit of uproar when it was disseminated in Wu Bei's cave, many Universe Gods were able to accept the rankings on it, especially the three people who were the top three: the God-destroying king, Duan Lingfeng, and Jian Wushuang. The abilities of these three experts were proven with their own fighting capabilities, and there was no need to doubt them. However, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng themselves did not care about the rankings at all. The both of them were the same. They were not concerned with their reputation. They were only concerned with possessing absolute abilities. Therefore, although the Almighties, many real gods as well as many universe gods were having a heated discussion as to who belonged in the second and third positions, they were too lazy to care about such a point. No matter who was second or third, they were not too concerned. Time passed slowly. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng had gradually recovered to their peak. Finally, 1 month's time was up. Buzz, buzz. Space passages appeared in each and every corner of the second level of the cave. Those space passages led to the third level of Wu Bei's cave. Let's go. Let's go to the third level. The most valuable treasure in Wu Bei's cave, as well as opportunities, are in the third level. Let's hurry over quickly. Many universe gods who had completed their preparations a long time ago moved their bodies and headed into the space passage immediately. With that, they entered the space of the cave's third level. Naturally, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng did not hesitate, and they entered the third level space too. The third level was a spacious, open land. The open land was not very big, and it was hundreds of miles wide at best. However, rays of lights glowed and a huge number of universe gods appeared in the open land at the same time. From the time Wu Bei's cave had opened to the present, more than 100,000 universe gods had entered Wu Bei's cave. Even though quite a number of universe gods had fallen after the crazy massacre on the first and second level, there were still a little more than 100,000 universe gods remaining. At that moment, the 100,000 universe gods had gathered on the open land at the same time. What's going on? He actually gathered all of us here? How exactly do we compete for the white blaze fruit tree? Many universe gods revealed a puzzled expression. Within the crowd, there were naturally some people who were more conspicuous. For example, God-destroying king. He was standing in the center of the open land quietly. At the start, there were a large number of universe gods surrounding him. However, as soon as he made a move, all the universe gods surrounding him, including an expert in the universe god ranking list, were all frightened away. Moreover, there was Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng, who stood together. It's Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. It's the both of them? Get away quickly, get away quickly. The universe gods around them also retreated to somewhere far away. Duan Lingfeng and I are not big demons who would start a massacre. Why are they so scared? After seeing what had happened, Jian Wushuang shook his head and laughed. They are not afraid. They are being respectful. The king of venomous worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang understood. When he looked around, he also saw the god-destroying king who was a distance away, Zidongwang, Xianzhu, and many other similar people. All these experts who stood at the top of the universe god ranking list had experienced something similar, where no one stood beside them. That was the weak being respectful to the strong. At that moment, at the void at the highest point of the open land, there was buzzing and the dim shadow appeared again. Haha, little kids, welcome to the last level of my cave. This level is different from the previous 2 levels. There will not be any killings. No one is to fight in the third level. If not only will he not able to get the treasure at the end, he will also die, no matter who he is. Chapter 1532, 3 Tests, 3 Chances. Chapter 1532, 3 Tests, 3 Chances. Real God Wu Bei's voice reverberated in the third level in the cave, and the 100,000 universe gods in the open ground were shocked. Among them, some heaved a sigh of relief. These were those who had gotten white blaze fruits in the first and second level of the cave. Then, with all universe gods gathered together, they would be besieged by a large crowd of universe god if massacres were to be permitted. Luckily, massacres were prohibited in the third level. In the void, Real God Wu Bei's voice continued. On the third level of the cave, there's no fights nor massacres, only 3 tests. The one with the most outstanding performance among the 3 tests would receive a chance, and the chance naturally means a white blaze fruit tree. The universe gods on the open ground were in tumult. Test? 3 tests? I wonder what the context of the test will be. As the universe gods were talking among themselves, Universe God Luing lowered his voice and asked, Real God Wu Bei, do you mean the final chance will be decided according to our overall performance in the 3 tests? No. Real God Wu Bei shook his head. You misunderstood me. I mean, there will be 3 tests, and the one who performs the best in every test will receive 1 chance. In other words, 3 tests and 3 chances. Naturally, there are 3 white blaze fruit trees. What? The universe gods on the open ground were stunned. 3 white blaze fruit trees? Jin Wushuang's eyes opened in surprise. In the lofty hall outside the cave. Impossible. Fake. Real God Wu Bei is lying. 3 white blaze fruit trees. Is he joking? The experts in the hall, including the 20 Almighties, stood up in surprise. 3 white blaze fruit trees. One must know, from the ancient times till then, there had only been 2 white blaze fruit trees in eternal chaotic world. The first tree was from the ancient times, which had been destroyed long ago. The second tree was the one that fell into Real God Wu Bei's hands during the crazy fight. Back then, for the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree, many Almighties had participated in the fight. There were even Almighties that had died from the fight. But then, Real God Wu Bei said that he had 3 white blaze fruit trees. Hurry up and ask if he really has 3 white blaze fruit trees. If yes, ask how he got the other 2 trees. The red-haired elderly immediately sent in a message. On the open ground of the third level of the cave. Real God Wu Bei, you really have 3 white blaze fruit trees? Universe God Luing asked suspiciously. Of course, otherwise. With only 1 white blaze fruit tree, how could I nurture so many white blaze fruits in such a short period of time? You must know that the total of white blaze fruits that appeared in the first and second level of the cave was about 80 pieces. Real God Wu Bei smiled faintly. As for the other 2 white blaze fruit trees' origin, I can't explain much. I can only tell you that there was an expert that helped to cultivate it. An expert that helped to cultivate it? Everyone on the open ground gasped. In the lofty hall. Back when Real Wu Bei got the white blaze fruit tree, it was just a sapling and it was not too long ago. During this time, even if the sapling grew mature, it would be impossible for 1 tree to have so many white blaze fruits. Hence, he must be telling the truth, the red-haired elderly said. It is believable. It seems that there was really an expert that had helped him to cultivate 2 white blaze fruit trees. Who could the expert be? Could it be one of the few? No way. Even though the few are powerful, they might not be capable of cultivating a new white blaze fruit tree. Regardless of who the expert was, there's a great chance laid before us. Previously, I thought there was only 1 white blaze fruit tree, and the possibility of us getting it was rather low. But now, there's a total of 3 trees and the possibility of us getting 1 is much greater. We shall see these guys' performance. Although the Almighties were thirsty for white blaze fruit trees, they could only place their hopes in the universe gods in the cave. They could only rely on the universe gods to fight for the white blaze fruit tree for them. In the cave. I know everything that happens in the cave will definitely be watched closely by many Almighties. If so, let me tell the Almighties, the chance is laid before you. As for if you can get it or not, it depends if the guys that you send in respectively are striving for it or not, Real God Wu Bei said with a smile. All right, I've said what I have to. Then, 3 tests, let's begin with the first one straight away. As he spoke, real God Wu Bei's blurry shadow waved his hand. Virum. A boundless power concentrated in the void above the open ground. Then, there was a huge chessboard that appeared. On the chessboard, there were only black chess pieces but no white chess pieces. There was a total of 1,000 black chess pieces. Looking at the huge chessboard, the universe gods on the open ground were shocked. What is this? Chess? This test, would it be for us to play chess? No, it's not that simple. Every chess piece on the board gives me a very different feeling. It caused a great commotion at the open ground. Jin Wushuang, who was in the middle of the open ground, saw the huge chess set that had appeared in the void above, and he stared. This is the Scattered Stars game? Yes, it's the Scattered Stars game. Jin Wushuang's eyes shined. He was not unfamiliar with the Scattered Stars game. Back when he had first stepped foot in Eternal Chaotic World and wandered in Dayu World, the master of Dayu Palace, who was a universe god in the third heaven on the peak of Dayu World, had taken out the Scattered Stars game. However, the master of Dayu Palace only had the little Scattered Stars game, and there were only 100 chess pieces. Hence, there were only 100 moves. Even so, Jin Wushuang had received great benefits from resolving the little Scattered Stars game back then, especially regarding his understanding towards swordsmanship, which had advanced by leaps and bounds. Jin Wushuang had already found out from King of Venomous Worms that the Scattered Stars game was of an unusual origin. It was created by an almighty. Not only was there a little Scattered Stars game, but there was also a great Scattered Stars game. There were 10,000 chess pieces in a complete little Scattered Stars game, with a total of 10,000 moves. The huge chessboard that appeared in the void above the open ground wasn't a complete great Scattered Stars game. After all, there were only 1,000 chess pieces. However, to many universe gods, the Scattered Stars game with 1,000 chess pieces were already unfathomable. The first test is to resolve the Scattered Stars game. Jin Wushuang's pupils shrunk. Chapter 1533, Scattered Stars Game with 1,000 Moves. Chapter 1533, Scattered Stars Game with 1,000 Moves. The dim shadow of real god Wu Bei stood high in the sky, and he was paying attention to the expressions of everyone. The first test is to solve this Scattered Stars game. The Scattered Stars game was created by an extremely old almighty. In the Eternal Chaotic World, it is extremely popular. Among all of you here, some of you must have either seen, heard of, or even tried to solve it before. The rules of this Scattered Stars game are simple. There are 1,000 black chess pieces on the chessboard, and this is equivalent to 1,000 moves. Every move is a test. I will give all of you 100 years' time. After 100 years, the person who is able to resolve the greatest number of moves will be able to obtain the White Blaze fruit tree of this first test. After real god Wu Bei had finished his speech, a small chessboard appeared in front of the universe gods in the open land. Everyone had 1,000 black chess pieces. For every move that was solved by the universe god in front of the small chessboard, one black chess piece would disappear. Let's begin. Real god Wu Bei waved his hand and said. The universe gods on the open land sat down in front of their chessboards with their legs crossed. After that, they entered a state of comprehension. Duan Lingfeng, have you ever come across this Scattered Stars game? Jin Wushuang did not rush to solve the Scattered Stars game. Instead, he looked toward Duan Lingfeng, who was beside him. I have heard of it before. However, I have never come across it, Duan Lingfeng said. Since that's the case, I shall give you some tips. In order to solve the Scattered Stars game, we cannot do it quickly. We need to do it step by step and also entrench ourselves in every step, Jin Wushuang said. Since he had resolved the Scattered Stars game before, he had some experience and also knew of some tactics. Understood. Duan Lingfeng nodded his head. In no time, the both of them had sat down in front of their own chessboards and begun to solve the chess set. The Scattered Stars game, Jin Wushuang grinned, and his consciousness entered the first chess piece. Whoosh! The scenery changed and Jian Wushuang appeared in a pale piece of land. The ground was filled with snow, and in the front portion of the land quietly stood a white-robed figure. When it saw Jian Wushuang appearing, it unsheathed its long sword, and an extremely sharp sword headed toward Jian Wushuang's throat. Jian Wushuang was already prepared. With the release of his sword light, the sharp sword was destroyed. In an instant, the first move was resolved. As expected, the first move is the same as the first move that I solved for the Little Scattered Stars game back then. If I'm not wrong, the first 100 moves of this chess set should also be the same. Jian Wushuang giggled. Back then at Daiyu Universe, I had just cleared the inverse cultivation test and become a universe god of the first heaven. At that time, I managed to resolve all 100 moves of the Scattered Stars game. Now, I am a universe god of the second heaven, and my abilities are at the top among the universe gods. I wonder how many moves I can resolve in 100 years' time. Time to begin. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and started to solve the chess set with all his might. Since he had solved the first 100 moves of the chess set before, there was no need for him to waste any time. Thus, in no time, he began to solve the 101st move. For the 101st move, Jian Wushuang could solve it easily. Moreover, he was not anxious. He had to do it orderly and steadily, so that he could accumulate the understanding of the sword principles continuously. In the vast hall outside the cave, it's the Scattered Stars game. The first test that real God Wu Bei prepared is actually to solve the Scattered Stars game. He wants to test out the comprehension level of those little kids. Many experts in the big hall were having a discussion with one another. The Scattered Stars game had always been a test of the level of comprehension. In the Scattered Stars game, one would be unable since the existence of any doctrines. Be it doctrines that one had unlocked or the power of Heaven Wei that one had comprehended, none of them could be detected. Moreover, unique skills and secret skills could not be used. Hence, no matter how high one's unique skill level was, when solving the Scattered Stars game, he would not have the upper hand. If one wished to solve the Scattered Stars game, he could only rely on his own weapons and understanding. Take Jian Wushuang as an example. As he was proficient in sword principles, what would be directed at him would be his understanding of sword principles. Duan Lingfeng was proficient in saber principles. Hence, what would be directed at him would be his understanding of saber principles. For such an understanding, one would need to analyze and try to figure it out continuously while solving the moves. Naturally, the level of comprehension was the most important. The Scattered Stars game is extremely advanced. Under normal circumstances, a universe god of the third heaven solving 500 moves within 100 years' time could be considered a top genius. However, now, Wu Bei's cave has practically gathered all the top geniuses in the eternal chaotic world. As such, there should be quite a number of kids who can resolve 500 moves. Haha, with so many geniuses gathered together, resolving 500 moves alone might no longer be considered the top. Let's watch. There will definitely be someone among them who can solve 600 moves. A universe god solving 600 moves of the Scattered Stars game within 100 years' time. Only then is that considered impressive. However, we won't know how many such monsters there will be. Let's wait and see. Many experts in the big hall were waiting in anticipation. At that moment, over 100,000 universe gods in the open space of the third level of the cave were displaying their own abilities with all their might to solve the Scattered Stars game. The Scattered Stars game would get more difficult as more moves were solved, with the most difficult moves at the end. As everyone present was at the peak of the universe god of the third heaven, the first 300 moves were easy to them. In just 10 days' time, most of the 100,000 universe gods in the open space had solved over 300 moves. After 1 year, more than half of the 100,000 universe gods in the open had solved 400 moves. At the 400th move, the difficulty level increased greatly and everyone started to slow down. For example, Jian Wushuang, Duan Lingfeng, and Xian Zhu, and even the god-destroying king's solving speed was very slow. Under normal circumstances, they would require a few days to solve a move. Compared to them, among the universe gods, there was one person who was very dazzling. This person was Zidongwang. From the start, his solving speed was shocking. He had only taken 7 days to solve the first 300 moves. As for solving the 400th move, he only used half a year's time. It should be known that apart from him, the 7-Universe King, who was the second fastest to solve the 400th move, had used 8 months' time. As for other people, they used 9 or 10 months or even a year. For example, it had taken Jian Wushuang a total of 1 year and 4 months' time. Now, 10 years had passed. Zidongwang had already solved the 490th move, and he was not too far away from the doorstep of the 500th move. As for the 7-Universe King, who was the closest to him, he had only solved the 482nd move. Moreover, it was obvious that his speed had also decreased, and he was unable to compete with Zidongwang. As for the people behind the 7-Universe King, such as Jian Wushuang, Duan Lingfeng, the God-destroying king, and Ling Luo, they were fluctuating between the 430th and 440th move. Compared to Zidongwang, their speeds were obviously a lot slower. Chapter 1534, Zidongwang who prided himself. Chapter 1534, Zidongwang who prided himself. On the third level of the cave, Zidongwang's speed of resolving the Scattered Stars game was extremely fast. The 500th move. There was a sharp light glistening in Zidongwang's eyes. On the chessboard before him, half of the 1,000 black chess pieces had disappeared. Then, Zidongwang glanced at everyone around him, especially those on Universe God ranking list. He realized that God-destroying king, who was on the first place on Universe God ranking list, was only resolving 450th move. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng were resolving the 441st move and the 447th move. The few others were roughly on similar moves. Haha, they have yet to even solve the 450th move. Too slow, too slow. God-destroying king, Duan Lingfeng and Jian Wushuang, aren't the three of you at a higher ranking than I am? The three of you are just so. Faster and faster with every step. I already solved the 500th move. According to this speed, in the 100 time frame, I shall solve 600 moves or even 700 moves. These people will fall far behind me. The white blaze fruit tree for the first test is mine. No one can fight against me. Zidongwang was smug with success, and he felt every inch a hero. Very soon, he continued to solve. He didn't know that in the crowd around him, some of the top geniuses behind him were looking at him in ridicule. In the lofty hall in the outside world, Zidongwang has already solved the 500th move. It has only been 12 years. He is really quite fast. Among the Almighties, the unicorn red-haired elderly sneered. The other Almighties around him were ridiculing Zidongwang too. This Zidongwang, I thought highly of him previously. Even though he lost to Duan Lingfeng and Jian Wushuang, he was still considered an impressive genius. But from what it seems now, he is just an idiot. He thought to solve the Scattered Stars game with only speed? A coldly elegant woman spoke. The coldly elegant woman was also an almighty. Humph, his speed is really fast, far beyond the others. However, he didn't accumulate any experience. This is just like a cultivator who took an elixir to forcefully increase his power and realm. Although the speed at the beginning is really fast, his potential was cut off entirely. I am certain that Zidongwang definitely can't solve the 550th level. Hearing the coldly elegant woman's remark, the Almighties exchanged a look and laughed. Obviously, they agreed with what the former had said. Actually, he can't be blamed. Zidongwang was a solo expert after all. There wasn't any expert behind him to give him pointers, nor tell him about techniques to solve the Scattered Stars game. Naturally, he thought it was best to solve it quickly, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain said with a smile. Humph, among the top 10 geniuses on Universe God ranking list, Duan Lingfeng and 7-Universe King have no backer and they are solo experts too. Why did they know to slowly solve it and accumulate experience, but Zidongwang didn't? It's because he was arrogant, and got himself too many enemies. They knew that he took a wrong approach, but no one was willing to remind him. Plus, even if there was no one who reminded him, he should be able to tell easily. What about God-destroying King, Duan Lingfeng and Jian Wushuang, whose comprehension levels are not on the same level, if not better than his? Why would the resolving speed of the three of them be faster than him? Why didn't he think about it? Idiot. He's an idiot, the coldly elegant lady humphed. True. If Zidongwang were to be a kinder person and have made some good friends, the others would remind him that he was on a wrong path. Just like Duan Lingfeng. He didn't know anything about Scattered Stars game, but Jian Wushuang had reminded him right at the beginning to proceed steadily and not rush through it. In the end, Zidongwang's human relationship was too bad. Every genius at the scene was watching him like he was a joke. Who was willing to remind him? They let him take the wrong route. Zidongwang thought highly of himself. He saw that Jian Wushuang and the rest fell far behind him, and he thought their comprehension level was not high as his. He was a total joke. In the cave, the universe gods were trying their best to solve the Scattered Stars game. Zidongwang's speed continued. In the blink of an eye, 30 years flew past. Phew! Zidongwang let out a breath of relief and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the chessboard before him that the 521 black chess pieces disappeared. The 521st move is so meticulous. It trapped me for 3 years, Zidongwang frowned. He who desired to lead by a wide margin was stuck at that one move for 3 years. It naturally led him to dissatisfaction. But then, he glanced at his surroundings and wanted to see how the others were doing. Then, his pupils shrunk at the sight. God-destroying King, Duan Lingfeng, Jian Wushuang, including Xian Zhu and the others, they have already solved the 500th move. God-destroying King and 7 Universe King solved the 511th move. They were merely 10 moves away from me? How did their speeds pick up so quickly so suddenly? It seems that I have to speed up and quickly solve 600 moves to leave them far behind. Zidongwang felt a sudden pressure. He immediately started to solve the 522nd move. But he didn't know that it wasn't that Jian Wushuang, God-destroying King, or any one of them had become faster, but that he had become slower. On the 521st move, he was troubled for 3 years. But Jian Wushuang and the others, until then, they have yet to reach any bottleneck. The time continued to fly past. After 50 years, Zidongwang remained at the 540th move, but God-destroying King and 7 Universe King caught up to him successively. They reached the 540th move. They caught up? No. How can I let you catch up with me? Solve. Hurry up and solve. Zidongwang immediately panicked. But, no matter how anxious he was, he couldn't solve the move. In a few months' time, God-destroying King and 7 Universe King solved the move and stepped foot on the 541st move. Zidongwang, who had been leading by wide margin previously, was finally overtaken. Not long after God-destroying King and 7 Universe King overtook him, Duan Lingfeng, Jian Wushuang, Xian Zhu, Universe God Luing, Demon King Icefeather, and all the other geniuses in the top 10 on Universe God ranking list also overtook him. Then, even those in the top 20 and the top 30 on Universe God ranking list were above him too. Zidongwang was dumbfounded by the situation. How could it turn out like this? Chapter 1535, The Winner. Chapter 1535, The Winner. In the blink of an eye, 80 years passed. Many universe gods were gathered in the open space, and the god-destroying king was sitting down with his legs crossed in the center of the crowd. On the chess set in front of him, the 600th black chess piece was dissipating slowly. The 600th move. As expected of the god-destroying king. Out of so many universe gods, he is the first one to solve the 600th move. I am also an expert of the universe god ranking list. However, until now, I have only managed to solve the 521st move. The gap is really huge. Many universe gods at the open space were all gasping. Among the universe gods, many of them had lost their confidence and gave up on the test a long time ago. At that moment, they were not solving their chess sets. Instead, they were observing other people's performances. Of course, they were only observing and dared not disturb them. After all, real god Wu Bei had already said, in the third level of cave, if anyone dared to make a move or disturb other people during their test, they would be killed instantly. Inside the vast hall outside the cave, many experts were having a conversation. The god-destroying king has already solved the 600th move, and he is the first to do so. I wonder how many more people will be able to achieve this feat. There are still 20 years, so there should be a few more. The 500th move of the Scattered Stars game is a big threshold. Similarly, the 600th move is also a big threshold. The God-Destroying King was the only person who had passed the 600th move so far. However, there were a few people following closely behind him. 7 months later, Duan Lingfeng caught up with the God-Destroying King and resolved the 600th move as well. After that, another 3 years passed, and Jian Wushuang also achieved the same feat. The first test had gone on for 90 years, and there were only 10 years remaining in the time limit of 100 years. Out of the universe gods, there were 3 people who had resolved the greatest number of moves. The 3 people were the God-Destroying King, Duan Lingfeng, and Jian Wushuang. All of them were currently on the 603rd move, and it seemed that all of them were stuck there. For the Scattered Stars game, the more moves that are resolved, the harder it gets. For a universe god to solve 500 moves within 100 years, he can already be considered a top genius. As for those who are able to solve 600 moves, they are definitely monster-level existences. Such monsters only come by once every million years. However, in this generation, 3 of them actually appeared at the same time. These 3 people are true geniuses. The first White Blaze fruit tree will definitely fall into one of their hands. However, I wonder who that person will be. It should be the God-Destroying King. He has the strongest abilities. Moreover, compared to Duan Lingfeng and Jian Wushuang, he was the first person to solve the 600th move. That might not be the case. No matter what, we will be able to see the outcome soon. If I'm not wrong, among the 3 of them, whoever solves the 603rd move first should be able to obtain the White Blaze fruit tree. I agree. Many experts were having a conversation with one another. However, Jian Wushuang, who was in the center of the open space, opened his eyes, and on the chessboard in front of him, the 603rd black chess piece had already started to dissipate. It's Jian Wushuang. He has solved the 603rd move. It's actually him? Many almighties in the big hall revealed a surprised expression. Previously, they had thought that it was possible for either Jian Wushuang, the God-Destroying King, or Duan Lingfeng to win. However, they felt that the God-Destroying King had the highest probability, followed by Duan Lingfeng, and finally Jian Wushuang. However, who could expect that Jian Wushuang, who they thought had the lowest probability, would actually solve the 603rd move faster than the God-Destroying King and Duan Lingfeng? This little kid, if my guess is not wrong, he only started to use his strength after solving the 600th move. The red-haired old man with a horn on his forehead said in a low voice. That's highly possible. The owner of the Sky Sword Mountain also nodded his head and his eyes glowed brilliantly. Be it the God-Destroying King or Duan Lingfeng, both of them only started to use their strength at the 590th move, and they stopped advancing steadily. As such, Jian Wushuang was 3 years slower than them in solving the 600th move. However, Jian Wushuang's reserve strength is obviously greater. The outcome is decided. For the first test, the most outstanding person is Jian Wushuang. The first White Blaze fruit tree is his. The other almighties also nodded their heads. For the remaining 10 years, as per what the almighties had said, Jian Wushuang had reserved a lot of strength. After taking the lead from the God-Destroying King and Duan Lingfeng, he continued leading. When the God-Destroying King and Duan Lingfeng had solved the 603rd move, he had solved the 604th move. While the God-Destroying King and Duan Lingfeng were still at the 604th move, He had solved the 605th move. Finally, the time limit of 100 years was up. In the end, Jin Wushuang solved a total of 607 moves. As for the God-destroying king and Duan Lingfeng, both of them solved 604 moves. Jin Wushuang had actually taken 3 years longer than the two of them to solve the 600th move. However, the end result was Jin Wushuang leading the two of them by 3 moves. As such, it could be said that Jin Wushuang's level of comprehension was not really a lot higher than theirs. Instead, it could be said that his understanding of the Scattered Stars game was a lot greater than theirs. After all, he had analyzed with great concentration and solved the small Scattered Stars game before. As for the God-destroying king and Duan Lingfeng, it was the first time that both of them had come across the Scattered Stars game. Therefore, Jin Wushuang naturally had an advantage. If it were his first time coming across the Scattered Stars game, his performance would probably be about the same as the God-destroying king and Duan Lingfeng's. At best, it would only be slightly better. If he could solve another move, it would already be impressive. After all, the God-destroying king and Duan Lingfeng were the kind of super geniuses that appeared once every million years. Buzz. When the time limit was up, the giant chessboard that was floating in the void, as well as the chessboards in front of the universe gods, all started to dissipate. The universe gods who were sitting in the open space with their legs crossed stood up in succession. Their scorching hot eyes then looked at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang. The first white blaze fruit tree is his. He actually managed to solve 607 steps of the Scattered Stars game within 100 years. That's really impressive. The universe gods were gasping in admiration. However, there was nothing that they could do. The test was a fair competition, and Jin Wushuang had used his own abilities to outperform everyone. Hence, the first white blaze fruit tree naturally belonged to him. I have already done my best. However, the number of moves that I solved is still less than him. The God-destroying king also glanced at Jin Wushuang, and he shook his head after that. At the open space, apart from Jin Wushuang, there was one more person who attracted a lot of attention. This person was Zidongwang. However, Zidonggang was a complete joke in the eyes of many universe gods who were present at the open space. Chapter 1536, Strength-Oriented, Explosion began. Chapter 1536, Strength-Oriented, Explosion began. Zidongwang had led by a wide margin at the beginning, but later on, he had encountered hindrances one after another. He would meet an obstacle in every move. When the 100-move time limit was up, Zidongwang had only solved 545 moves. Although the result was considered good amongst universe gods, it was not aligned with his ranking on Universe God ranking list. After all, among all universe gods, there were many who had solved more moves than he had, and there was a total of 57 of them. With such a result, Zidongwang was so embarrassed that he wished there was somewhere he could hide. In the lofty hall, Lei Chao, congratulations. There is really a great disciple in Lineage of Star. Not only did Lineage of Star receive 9 white blaze fruits, but you also receive a white blaze fruit tree too. Hee, all the benefits are taken by Lineage of Star. Real gods from each force and sect, including the Almighties, were looking at Lei Chao. The gazes were rather complicated. There was envy, jealousy, and even greed. Being watched by the burning gazes, even Lei Chao's facial expression grew strange. He didn't reply to the people before him, nor could he reply to them. He immediately sent an update to Hall Master Yuan. Yuan, hurry up and inform Palace Master. Request him to stop his cultivation and rush here. Lei Chao sounded in a hurry. You want Palace Master to stop his cultivation? Hall Master Yuan creased his eyebrows. Although Jin Wushuang got 9 white blaze fruit from Wu Bei's cave, the Almighties won't take action against him for the few pieces of white blaze fruit without concern for their reputations, right? If it were only a few pieces of white blaze fruits, there'd be no need for Palace Master to come on his own. But the thing is that Jin Wushuang got a white blaze fruit too. It's a white blaze fruit tree. Its value is equal to a few hundred white blaze fruits. Such a precious treasure. I don't think the Almighties can stand the temptation. If Palace Master were to not come personally, I reckon the Almighties will fight over it at the very moment Jian Wushuang exits the cave, Lei Chao said. White blaze fruit tree? Hall Master Yuan was shocked at first, then quickly grew excited. Jian Wushuang got a white blaze fruit tree? Yes. There's a total of 3 white blaze trees in Wu Bei's cave, and he got the first one, Lei Chao said. That's great. Let me inform the Palace Master now. Hall Master Yuan's voice was obviously delighted. Very soon, Hall Master Yuan came before the most mysterious cave dwelling in the boundless Milky Way. Palace Master, Hall Master Yuan stood outside the cave dwelling as he bowed politely. What's the matter? There was an ancient and deep voice from the cave dwelling. This is what happened, Hall Master Yuan immediately told the story. White blaze fruit tree. The little guy from lineage of Star got it? A surprised voice traveled from the cave dwelling. In the next moment, the entrance of the cave dwelling was wide open. A white-haired ancient figure slowly walked out. I never knew that lineage of Star had such a chance, the white-haired elderly muttered. A white blaze fruit tree is worth a trip. Just as he said that, the white-haired elderly moved and suddenly vanished from the universe. Hall Master Yuan was surprised at the sight. He immediately sent Lei Chao a message. Lei Chao, Palace Master has already departed personally. However, even with Palace Master's power, he'll require a few days to get to Wu Bei's cave from Starland. Tell Jian Wushuang to not leave from Wu Bei's cave before Palace Master gets there personally. Lei Chao nodded heavily, and there was a great commotion in his heart, but he looked rather composed. As for the jealous, greedy gazes from the surroundings, he didn't worry. He knew for sure that as long as Palace Master came personally, no matter how greedy the people were, no one would dare to cross the line. In the cave. The first test has ended. The blurry image of real God Wu Bei overlooked the universe gods. In the end, his gaze fixed onto Jian Wushuang, a universe god who is able to solve 607 moves in 100 years' time. You are doing very well. You will definitely get one of the 3 chances in the end. Thank you, Jian Wushuang bowed slightly to real god Wu Bei. Then, let's begin the second test, real god Wu Bei said, and he waved. There were immediately a few space tunnels that appeared in the air in the void above the open ground. The second test is in the space tunnels. As for the context of the test, it is much easier than the first test. You'll see your opponent the moment you enter the space tunnel. What you need to do is to fight your opponent. The longer you last in the fight, the better. Actually, to be straightforward, the second test is to test your respective powers. Whoever is stronger will be able to get the second white blaze fruit. After hearing what real God Wu Bei said, the faces of the universe gods on the open ground grew strange. They couldn't help but look at one person. The person was God-destroying King. God-destroying King, who everyone was looking at, smiled too. Strength? Strength-oriented test? One should know that God-destroying King was widely recognized as the #1 universe god in eternal chaotic world. His strength was no doubt the strongest. The second test had yet to start, but everyone already knew the final result. We don't have to compete for this test. A test relying entirely on strength. Who is capable enough to win against God-destroying King? Even Duan Lingfeng and Jian Wushuang couldn't be compared favorably with God-destroying King. Many universe gods side with emotion. If Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng were to team up, they could really win against God-destroying King. However, one-on-one, they were definitely not God-destroying King's match. Both of them had a thorough knowledge of themselves. It seems that we don't stand a chance in the second test, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. We don't, but I'd really like to compete with you in this test. Duan Lingfeng looked at Jian Wushuang. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and immediately understood Duan Lingfeng's plan. If so, let's do it, Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. In the second test, he and Duan Lingfeng didn't stand a chance. No one could fight against God-destroying King. Not for the white blaze tree, but to compete with one another. They would try their best to get through the test. In the void, real God Wu Bei spoke, "In order to save time, there is no need for everyone to join this test. In the eternal chaotic world, isn't there a universe God ranking list? Whoever is on universe God ranking list can try to challenge. The rest can skip this." Chapter 1537, Last Chance. Chapter 1537, Last Chance. As soon as real God Wu Bei finished his speech, he destroyed the hopes of more than 99% of the universe gods. After all, although there were more than 100,000 universe gods present, there were only 100 universe gods with the fighting capabilities to make it into the universe god ranking list. Of course, after knowing the content of the second test, those universe gods did not hold any more hope. Let's begin. Real God Wu Bei signaled the start of the test. Boom! Frightening, destructive aura burst forth abruptly. Under the observation of numerous eyes, the god-destroying king walked over slowly. It was obvious that he planned to be the first one to take the test. In no time, he entered one of the space passages. Everyone in the open space was also waiting silently. As for what the god-destroying king had come across in the space passage, only real God Wu Bei knew about it. After a long time, the god-destroying king finally emerged from the space passage. After that, the universe gods in the universe god ranking list entered the space passages in succession. Even though they knew that did not have not much hope, they still did their best in the test. However, it was obvious that the time that they stayed in the space passage could hardly be compared to the god-destroying king. In less than 2 hours' time, most of the geniuses in the universe god ranking list had gone into the space passage. At that moment, Duan Lingfeng, "It's our turn now." Jin Wushuang took a glance at Duan Lingfeng, who was beside him. "Give it your all," Duan Lingfeng said indifferently. "Definitely," Jin Wushuang grinned, and the both of them moved immediately. When the two of them appeared in front of two separate space passages, it caused everyone at the open space to be in uproar. It's Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. The two of them actually planned to go together. Could it be that they wished to use this test to have a showdown? That's highly possible. They are second and third on the universe god ranking list, respectively. However, there is still a debate going on regarding their abilities. Now, are they finally going to challenge one another? The universe gods present were all filled with excitement. Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng did not disappoint those universe gods, and both of them entered their respective space passages. Swoosh! With a glowing light, Jin Wushuang appeared in a vast, dark void, and in front of him stood 10 ice figures. When they saw the Jin Wushuang appearing, the 10 ice figures opened their eyes instantly, with a flash of murderous intent, then headed toward Jin Wushuang at the same time. 10 of them? Jin Wushuang's eyes squinted slightly and his soul power burst forth at once, forming a giant, golden divine ape. When Jin Wushuang activated his divine power, 18 shadows appeared at the same time. Swish, 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 swish. Jin Wushuang went all out and fought the 10 ice figures with lightning speed. As he fought, he realized that the abilities of the 10 figures were increasing continuously. The second test is quite similar to the lineage of Star's Supreme Tower. The only difference is that the Supreme Tower has some restrictions and I am unable to display my full fighting capabilities. For this test, I can unleash my full abilities, Jin Wushuang giggled. By relying on his own martial art motion and sword principles, combined with his soul power, Jin Wushuang fought against the 10 ice figures. Time passed by. In the open space, numerous universe gods were waiting quietly. After some time, a shadow appeared from one of the space passages. It's Duan Lingfeng. Duan Lingfeng has come out, but Jin Wushuang is still inside the space passage. The universe gods present all started to have a puzzled expression. Duan Lingfeng also raised his eyebrows. However, in 2 breaths of time after Duan Lingfeng was sent out from the space passage, Jin Wushuang also left the space passage. Jian Wushuang, you have won. Duan Lingfeng looked at Jian Wushuang. I have only stayed inside for 2 breaths of time longer than you. Moreover, I am only able to stay inside slightly longer due to my martial art motion. In this test, my martial art motion has given me a lot of advantage while facing the 10 battle puppets, Jian Wushuang said. What he had said was true. In a battle surrounded by enemies, martial art motion was indeed the most important. Since he was the most proficient in martial art motion, he was able to last longer while besieged by the 10 battle puppets. However, when comparing abilities, Jian Wushuang didn't think that he was stronger than Duan Lingfeng. Perhaps so. Duan Lingfeng nodded his head indifferently and did not say much. In the blink of an eye, all the experts who were confident in their abilities had gone into the space passage to take the test. However, the result was obvious. The person who stayed in the space passage for the longest period of time for the second test was the God-destroying king. He had managed to stay a total of 8 breaths time longer than Jian Wushuang, who came in second for the test. Naturally, the God-destroying king obtained the white blaze fruit tree for the second test. Next is the third test. Since this is the last test, this also means that there is only 1 white blaze fruit tree remaining, real God Wu Bei chuckled. After his speech, the universe gods present became anxious. The third test was their last chance. If they were to miss this final opportunity, their journey in Wu Bei's cave would come to an end. I must grasp this final opportunity. This is the final white blaze tree remaining, and I must obtain it. A number of universe gods present because extremely fired up like never before. At the very moment, even the almighties and real gods from various powerhouses who were in the big hall outside the cave became anxious. Among them, there were people who had obtained the white blaze fruit before. As for the 3 white blaze fruit trees, which were the most valuable treasures in Wu Bei's cave, they had never obtained one before. Universe gods, the third test is a bit special. Are all of you ready? Real God Wu Bei looked down at the universe gods below him with interest. Many universe gods in the open space clenched their fists tightly, and their eyes were glowing brilliantly. They had already finished their preparations for the third test. Since all of you are ready, let the third test begin. Real God Wu Bei laughed strangely. In the next moment, a thick white light appeared from the edge of the third level. The white light was extremely beautiful. It looked as if it possessed an infinite amount of magical power, and it covered the open space quickly. Naturally, the universe gods in the open space were also shrouded by the white light. What is this? Is this white light a spell? It's a spell. Furthermore, it's a very wonderful spell. Quite a number of universe gods were muttering to themselves. However, in a split second, many of them realized that the scenery around them had started to change. At the same time, their eyes seemed to have become tired, and they closed involuntarily as if they were about to sleep. However, their consciousness was still awake. Swoosh! The universe changed. When everyone opened their eyes again, they realized that they had appeared in an endless black corridor. Chapter 1538, Void Corridor. Chapter 1538, Void Corridor. This is, Jian Wushuang was in the dark corridor too. He was looking at his surroundings. Dreamland? Jian Wushuang's pupils contracted, and he could instantly tell that he should be in a phantasmagoria. However, even though he could tell that he was in a dreamland, he couldn't shake off the phantasmagoria forcefully. I can't forcefully shake it off then. I can only let the dreamland change freely. Jian Wushuang was certain about it. Just then, he suddenly saw the light at the end of the dark corridor which was right in front of him. The light was very dim, but Jian Wushuang saw a string of hope. That's the exit. As long as I get there, I'll be able to exit this dreamland. Jian Wushuang had already decided. In the dreamland, Jian Wushuang would follow what his heart said without hesitation. Jian Wushuang immediately plunged directly towards the very end of the dark corridor. That very moment, Not only him, but also more than 100,000 universe gods in the third level were facing the same scene as him. Everyone fell into the phantasmagoria of a dark corridor. At the same time, they also faintly saw the light at the end of their fields of vision. Just like Jin Wushuang, the universe gods immediately understood that the light was where the exit of the dreamland located. It was also the very end of the dark corridor. Hence, all the universe gods started plunging towards the end of the corridor. In the dark corridor, their speeds weren't restrained, and every one of them gave full rein to their power. However, even plunging forward with such speed, after 1 day, 10 days, 1 month, they could still barely see the light, let alone reach it. Although the universe gods were shocked, they followed their true will and continued to plunge forward. The dark corridor seemed to be never-ending. Although the universe gods continued to plunge forward, after 1 year, 2 years, and even 10 years, the light at the end of the tunnel still didn't grow any brighter. Very quickly, the universe gods had been traveling in the dark corridor for 150 years. In the dark corridor, a purple-haired bewitching maiden suddenly slowed to a stop. She looked at the light at the very end of the corridor, which was still very dim, and her eyebrows were tightly knitted. What's going on? I've been traveling forward for 150 years in this corridor, but I have yet to reach the end of it, and I have yet to leave this dreamland? Could it be that I made a wrong judgment? The light at the end of my sight isn't where the exit of the dreamland is? The purple-haired bewitching maiden thought, and she began to waver in her determination. However, just as she wavered from her action, on the open ground of the third level, the purple-haired bewitching maiden's eyes suddenly shot open. I resolve the dreamland? The purple-haired bewitching maiden muttered. Resolve the dreamland? Hee, you didn't break it, but you lost the right to continue the test. Real God Wu Bei's voice suddenly rang inside her ears. He spoke with pity. You only stayed in the dreamland for 150 years, and you're sent out. You are so fragile at heart. I lost. The purple-haired bewitching maiden looked at her surrounding in surprise. She realized that everyone else was still keeping their eyes closed under the influence of the white light, besides herself. They were obviously still in the dreamland, but only she was awake. It turns out that I am the first to be eliminated. The purple-haired bewitching maiden couldn't do anything but smile bitterly. However, not long after she came back to reality, the universe gods around her woke up one after another. What happened? Did we walk out of the dark corridor? The universe gods were shocked, but they quickly understood that they had failed. In the lofty hall outside the cave where all the experts had gathered, they received the updates from the universe gods on the third level who failed. Under the influence of such a formation, they fell in the phantasmagoria of traveling in a dark corridor. They traveled forward by a few hundred years in the dreamland, but had yet to reach the end. However, the moment they were in doubt by a slight bit, they would be kicked out of the dreamland immediately. The Almighties exchanged a look, and they quickly had an answer. It's a void corridor. The third test is a void corridor that is aiming at one's mind. Humph. The first test was Scattered Stars game to test one's comprehension. The second test was a strength test. The third test is a mental test. This madman Wu Bei is trying to picking his own disciple? Many experts in the hall creased their eyebrows. They knew about the void corridor. It was designated to test one's mind. The void corridor was boundless and unfathomable. When one fell into the void corridor, the exit seemed to be within his sight. But in actual fact, it was unbelievably far away. Forget about traveling forward for a few hundred years, he might not be able to reach the end even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. The void corridor tested if one was firm in their belief. After everyone entered the void corridor, they were certain that the exit was at the end of the corridor. However, when the universe gods had traveled uneventfully over the years but couldn't reach the end, it was inevitable that they started to waver in their belief, but in doubt of their own judgment, they made a mistake. The moment they were in doubt and wavered, the test ended. The universe gods on the open ground who had already woken up traveled for a few hundred years in the void corridor. They were very determined at first. However, as time passed, they started to waver and then were eliminated. Those who were still in the dreamland naturally could stay firm in their belief. On the third level of Wu Bei's cave, as time flew past, there were more universe gods on the open ground who woke up. As everyone had fallen into the dreamland at the same time, the latest to wake up represented the longest time spent in the dreamland. In other words, he was stronger in his belief. Half a day later. Phew! A white-bearded elderly let out a breath of relief and slowly opened his eyes. Universe God Chongqing, you woke up too? A man in purple armor next to him looked up and asked. Yeah, I had no choice. It isn't easy to stay determined as one continuous plunge forwards in such a boring and uneventful manner. The white-haired elderly smiled helplessly. How long have you been traveling in the void corridor? The man in purple armor asked. I wrote down my travel time before I started moving forward. It should have been 1,980 years, the white-bearded elderly replied. Chapter 1539, 6 People. Chapter 1539, 6 People. 1,980 years? The purple-armored man was shocked and he gasped in admiration. I only walked for less than 800 years on that void corridor before being sent out as I could no longer take it. However, you actually walked for over 1,000 years more than me. This is really impressive. The time in a phantasmagoria and in reality was different. The purple-armored man had walked for close to 800 years on the void corridor. However, in reality, that was only over 2 hours' time. Before even achieving 2,000 years, I gave up. This is considered nothing. The people who are still in the phantasmagoria are the ones who are amazing, the white-bearded old man said. Indeed. The purple-armored man also nodded his head and he looked around the area. At the very moment, there was less than 1,000 people who were still in the void corridor and had yet to wake up. These people had probably been walking in the corridor for more than 1,000 years. For 2,000 years, they must continue to stay true to their own objectives and continue walking dutifully. However, this was something that even many real gods could not do. As for the universe gods who were still in the phantasmagoria, discounting their abilities, they were not weak mentally. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Originally, there were still over thousands of universe gods remaining on the void corridor. However, this number had been reduced to 40. At that moment, these 40 people had been walking for more than 5,000 years in the black corridor. In the open space, all the universe gods who had awakened were surrounding and observing the remaining 40 people. At that moment, among the 40 people, the eyelids of one of the figures moved and opened his eyes after that. Oh, it's Zidongwang. Haha, Zidongwang has woken up as well. Hee. Although he is the 4th in the universe god ranking list, his mind is not very strong, is it? A number of universe gods who had woken up a long time ago sneered secretly. After Zidongwang woke up and got to know the details of the situation, his expression became unusually ugly. Damn it. When solving the Scattered Stars game previously, forget the fact that I was behind over 60 people. However, for this third test, which is a test targeted at the mind, there are actually over 40 people who are above me? How can this be possible? This is impossible. Zidongwang was roaring madly inside his own mind, and he felt extremely dissatisfied. However, the top experts outside the cave were not surprised by Zidongwang's performance in the third test at all. Although Zidongwang's abilities are not too bad, his mind is actually not very strong. For him to stay 5,000 years in the void corridor, it is already considered decent. However, it is far from enough to tally with the fact that he is ranked 4th on the universe god ranking list. Ignore Zidongwang. I am really very curious about the remaining people. Let's see who will have the last laugh. The experts in the big hall were all waiting in anticipation. Time passed by gradually. Universe gods who could no longer take the dullness of walking for years woke up in succession. Another day passed. Out of the 100,000 universe gods who were at the third level of the cave, there were only 6 people remaining in the void corridor. These 6 people were the God-destroying king, Duan Lingfeng, Jin Wushuang, Xian Zhu, Tian Can, and universe god Xiaohou. There was nothing that could be said about the God-destroying king. His abilities had been recognized as the best. Moreover, his abilities were cultivated from going through massacres for many years. Hence, he had experienced many hardships and killings. With that, he managed to develop an iron-like mind, and such a mind would naturally be in the top few among the universe gods. As for Duan Lingfeng, he was a person who was as cold as ice. Just like Jin Wushuang, he had grown up facing hardships such as countless killings and tragedies. Hence, his willpower was as sturdy as an ice mountain. As soon as he set his mind on something, it would be almost impossible to change it. As for Jin Wushuang, he was an inverse cultivator. Not only had he gone through numerous trainings, he had also experienced 2 inverse cultivation tests. The most noteworthy one was the reincarnation test, which caused his mind to achieve a fantastic level. Among the 3 levels of the mind, he belonged to the first level at the very moment. At the first level, he had managed to understand his own mind and nature clearly. With that, he could make decisions based on these understandings. Such a feat was considered being at the peak of the first level, and he was very close to the second level. When he entered the void corridor, he made up his mind based on his own understandings. After determining that the light was the exit, he would continue walking there without hesitation as he trusted his own mind completely and persistently. As for Xian Zhu, before Jin Wushuang rose up to his current position, he was recognized as number 1 in consciousness attacks out of the universe gods. Since consciousness was linked to the mind most of the time, he would usually train his mind at the same time as he trained his consciousness. Therefore, his mind was also very strong. As for Tian Can, he was an expert who rose up quickly during the fight for the white blaze fruit at the second level of the cave. Since he got famous from killing people, he was most likely a cold-blooded person. As such, he had a strong mind and would not change his decision easily. These 5 people who were just mentioned above were top experts of the universe god ranking list. Moreover, they were within the top 10 of the universe god ranking list. However, out of the 5 of them, there was still one person remaining. Universe god Xiaohou. Universe god Xiaohou was an ugly-looking middle-aged man. His abilities were normal, and he had only reached peak universe god of the third heaven. Disregarding the comparison of him with the experts of the universe god ranking list, even a random top universe god of the third heaven from the open space could push him back easily. He did not have any special abilities as well. Before this test, he was a nobody and had no reputation. Moreover, not a single person paid attention to him. However, at the moment in the third test, universe god Xiaohou, who was an extremely ordinary person, had actually walked with the 5 great experts, namely the God-destroying king, Duan Lingfeng, Jin Wushuang, Xian Zhu, and Tian Zhu, to the very end. At that moment, he actually stood side by side with the 5 great experts. This was something that had never crossed anyone's mind. Amidst the vast hall, at the very moment, many almighties and real gods from various big powerhouses had very puzzled expressions. Most of them had lost the right to fight for the white blaze fruit tree. After all, the universe gods under them had been disqualified from the third test. However, the universe gods under some of them were still not disqualified yet. Haha, it's Xiaohou. It's universe god Xiaohou, whom my water moon pavilion hired. A small, short black-haired old man laughed wantonly, and his laughter reverberated across the big hall. The almighties in the big hall could not help but look toward the black-haired old man. Hey hun, are you saying that universe god Xiaohou is under the water moon pavilion? How could I have not heard of him before? A strong man with a tough, stocky build questioned in a low voice. The water moon pavilion and the powerhouse that the man belonged to were both on the same piece of land in one of the sanctuaries. As both powerhouses were competing with each other fiercely, they naturally knew each other inside out. Of course you would not know. Universe god Xiaohou is not a disciple of the water moon pavilion. In order to save his wife, who has been poisoned, he looked for the water moon pavilion. He then requested for a real god expert who was proficient in making elixirs to make an elixir to save his wife. However, it's a pity that his abilities were only normal, and he also did not have any treasures. As such, he could not exchange anything for the elixir. However, at that time, Wu Bei's cave appeared. Hence, that real god of my water moon pavilion decided to try his luck and sent him over. Chapter 1540, 108,000 years. Chapter 1540, 108,000 years. I was just casually saying at first. I never thought Universe God Xiaoho would really come, and that his mental state would so strong that he reached the final stage of the third test. The black-haired elderly from Water Moon Pavilion said excitedly as his eyes shone. The appearance of Universe God Xiaoho surprised everyone. As time continued to fly past, Tian Can was the first to come back to reality among the 6 finalists. Tian Can had already tried his best. The longer he stayed in the void corridor, the more difficult it was for him to endure. He had no alternative. Right after Tian Can woke up, it was God-destroying King. God-destroying King, who was the number 1 among the universe gods, surprised many as he only managed to make it to that stage. In the lofty hall, the Almighty sighed with emotion. Because of his backer, God-destroying King receives many resources. After he experienced all kinds of hardship, he became unusually strong and his mental state is terrifying too. However, he has a powerful connection to count on. Hence, his mental state couldn't reach its peak and he couldn't leap over. The third test continued. After Tian Can and God-destroying King woke up, there were only 4 of them left. In the blink of an eye, another 4 hours passed and Xianzhu came back to reality too. Since then, those who continued to travel in the void corridor were Jin Wushuang, Duan Lingfeng, and Universe God Xiaoho. Universe God Xiaoho, it's your call. For your wife. You have to persist and not waver. The black-haired elderly from Water Moon Pavilion clenched his fists as he bellowed. Just then, he received an update that Universe God Xiaoho had already woken up. He woke up? The black-haired elderly's face immediately grew grave. Then, he quickly sighed and seemed to be disappointed. Forget it. I can't make a preemptive request to get the white blaze fruit tree. Plus, Universe God Xiaoho did try his best. Hey Hun, it seems that Universe God Xiaoho didn't strive hard enough for you. The brawny man smiled smugly at the failure of his universe god. Humph, Universe God Xiaoho didn't make it to the last in the third test, but he was much more outstanding than the universe god under your command. His wife, we Water Moon Pavilion would still rescue her, the black-haired elderly said in a low voice. Oh. The brawny man's pupils contracted, but he didn't say anything further. On the open ground on the 3rd level of the cave, countless universe gods stared at the 2 people with bright, sparkling eyes. The 2 of them were the 2 most eye-catching ones in the 3rd test. They were Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. How could it be? Why haven't they come out from the dreamland? It has been so long. It has already been 2 days and 2 nights in reality. It must have been even longer in the dreamland. Universe God Xiaoho, you're in 3rd place. How long have you traveled in the void corridor? Someone asked. To be frank, I only kept on walking forward in the void corridor, but didn't record the time in detail. It should be around 105,000 years, Universe God Xiaoho replied. 805,000 years. Oh my goodness. In such boring and uneventful travel, you stayed in there for 105,000 years. Is this humane? Universe God Xiaoho stayed for so long. Then, aren't Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng spending an even longer time in it? How did they do it? Is their mental strength so strong? The 100,000 universe gods on the open ground were astonished. Even God-destroying King, who was extremely strong, couldn't help but steal a glance at Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng. He was quietly looking at them in admiration. It had been 105,000 years, and they continued to persist. One should know that they had only been plunging forward blindly in the void corridor for 100,000 years. In the blink of an eye, another 4 hours passed. Then, Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng reached the 3 days mark in the dreamland. Just then, the two people who stood right in the middle of the open ground that everyone was watching suddenly moved. The two of them opened their eyes at the same time. They woke up. They finally woke up. Why did the two of them wake up at the same time? The surrounding universe god's facial expressions grew strange. Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng understood, and they exchanged a look. It seems like you and I are the same. We both reached the end of the corridor. Jin Wushuang smiled and asked, "How many years have you walked in the corridor?" 108,000 years. How about you? Duan Lingfeng asked. Same as you, Jin Wushuang smiled. The speed didn't matter when one was traveling in the void corridor. Even if you were plunging forward at the traveling speed beyond a real god, you still had to travel for 108,000 years. But if you were to opt to not plunge forward but slowly walk, you would have to use 108,000 years to reach the end too. The crucial point was that you couldn't waver by any bit within the 108,000 years, and you had to endure the boring, uneventful torture. Obviously, Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng had made it. The universe gods surrounding the two of them heard their conversation and they gasped in admiration. 108,000 years. Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng walked in the void corridor for 108,000 years. During the 108,000 years, they weren't cultivating but purely plunging forward. They wouldn't run into anything on their way, only a never-ending corridor. The two of them had held out to the end. The universe gods also could tell from their conversation that they had reached the end of the corridor, and they shook off the dreamland officially to come back to reality. In other words, if there were to be no end to the corridor, they could stay in the dreamland even longer. Just how terrifying were their mental strengths? If I'm not mistaken, Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng should have reached the first stage in terms of mental strength and be at a pretty high level. In the lofty hall, the Almighty started discussing. True. To be able to walk to the end of the void corridor, the lowest threshold is to achieve the first stage of mental state. Most of the real gods has yet to even reach the first stage, but they could reach this stage as universe gods. This is unbelievable. It is much more difficult than comprehending a slight bit of power of heaven way. Both Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng are monstrous. Actually, the first stage of mental state, universe god Xiaoho, achieved it too. However, he should have just leapt in not long ago, and it has yet to grow solid. Otherwise, he might stand a chance to walk till the end. Regardless, the third test has ended too. It ended, but both Jin Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng passed the test. How will they share the white blaze fruit tree for the third test? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.